Jamini akebo akobi ewe ayo ewe tumeje itun lo ni otun ese ifa lo ni kan fa imora aibinu gbogbo atare gbogbo meji ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò wọ́n wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò mi kún gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba dodiri chukuma dukutuba dodiri ndemo, Egumawego. Tuba jọdịrị Chukwuma dukwu tuba jọdịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị ego na oyibo ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basani ka ponto mo. Iye de bugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gbo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Whatever it is that gentleman just said, that's exactly what it is. So whatever it is that he just said, that is exactly what it is. I'm sweating like a turkey that's just about to be shoved in an oven. So yes, there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever you are, and here we are. So here we go again. We do it again. That thing that we do every single day, we're doing it yet again today. So that thing that we do every single day, we're doing it yet again today. The usual protocol, I always say this. I'm not quite sure why I even say this. It's not as though anybody ever listens. You know, a lot of people actually watch this platform with malice. That's the one thing that we've very quickly come to realize. A lot of people, they watch this platform with malice. I'm talking about your obedient types, those people that are anti anything progressive. The fact that you're not reeling and riding in their fantasized world of make-believe, you know, bouncing against the wall like savages, that in itself rankles them. So just click on the like if you're inclined. If you're not inclined, don't click on it. It's no skin off my nose. You didn't click on it the previous time, and if you did, then just do what as you will. Click on like, click on subscribe if you will. Click on the hyperlink if you want to come join me. It's entirely at your discretion. Nobody's here to beg you to do anything. So do as you will. But let's just get into the conversation. No, it irritates me somewhat. You see however many people there, and then you see the like button. That is to tell you then that there's some malicious people watching essentially out of spite, you know, sort of, you know, enemy within sort of element. But let's get into it. Nigerians react as IMF claim Tinubu-led government has secretly returned for subsidy. So that's the headline storyline. So there's been a lot of speculation around this space. There's been a lot of speculation around that space, and even with this headline still, it still remains within the realms of speculation because, of course, I'm not sure that the Nigerian state is passing its account books through the IMF. So they might well reach that speculatively through their understanding of the Nigerian economy. So this, even as IMF says it only has to fall within the realms of speculation. Nigerians react as IMF claims Tinubu-led government has secretly returned for subsidy. So, okay, let's get into it before we run commentaries on it. There have been mixed reactions by Nigerians as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, confirmed that the President Bola Tinubu, let's do that entirely over again. All right. Right, there have been mixed reactions by Nigerians as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, confirmed that the President Bola Tinubu-led Nigerian government has secretly restored the payment of subsidies on the premium motor spirit PMS, popularly known as fuel. It's not popularly known as fuel in Nigeria, actually. It's popularly known as petrol. That's what we call it. We don't popularly call it fuel. We popularly call it petrol. There have been mixed reactions by Nigerians as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, confirmed that the President Bola Tinubu-led Nigerian government has secretly restored the payment of subsidies on the petroleum motor spirit PMS, popularly known as petrol. Our correspondents had days ago reported that the IMF called on Tinubu's government to ensure a complete phase out of fuel and electricity subsidies, despite the rising inflation and high cost of living in the country. The organization had noted that Tinubu adopted two policy reforms that its predecessors had shied away from: fuel subsidy removal and the unification of the official exchange rate. Former President Goodluck Jonathan tried to remove fuel subsidy during his administration, but Nigerians kicked against it through Occupy Nigeria protest. His successor, Muhammadu Buhari, also tried to do so, but pushed it till he left office. Tinubu, in his inaugural address as president, announced the removal of fuel subsidy and that his administration would unify exchange rates. However, these policies have pushed up inflation rates. However, these policies have pushed up inflation rates and brought hardship on Nigerians. The International Financial Institution highlighted that Nigeria is grappling with a compounding cost of living crisis, worsened by stagnant per capita growth, poverty, and heightened food insecurity. It, however, said subsidies on fuel and electricity are costly and don't benefit those that mostly need government support. Correspondents report that the IMF, in its latest statement, said the Tinubu-led administration had capped retail fuel and electricity prices, ostensibly to ease the impact of rapidly rising inflation on living conditions, thus partially reversing the fuel subsidy removal. So I did say it was in the realms of speculations. So this has not actually taken us anywhere beyond where we have always been. So we've already previously had, oh, that looks a bit, hold on. Right, so this has not actually taken us significantly beyond where we have always been. We've already had this conversation that why is there not a sharp fluctuation in the price of our fuel if they've surrendered it entirely to the open market? And a lot of people then speculate then that some stealth subsidy has been introduced. So that's the narrative. And I think it is this narrative now that is being picked up by the IMF. So it is this narrative that is being picked up by the IMF. Correspondence reports that the IMF, in its latest statement, said the Tinubu-led administration has capped retail fuel and electricity prices ostensibly to ease the impact of rapidly rising inflation on living conditions, thus partially reversing the fuel subsidy removal. Following the global lenders' confirmation of the return of fuel subsidy by the same government that removed it, many Nigerians on Twitter have reacted differently to the IMF statement. So let's capture a few of those reactions. So the first reaction: how can Tinubu remove fuel subsidy at 185 naira per liter and reintroduce it when fuel is selling for over 600 per liter? I want to believe this is not true. Of course, I can't even imagine how it happened. So yes, what this guy is saying ostensibly is that the price has gone up by nearly 400%. So how can there be subsidy when that is the case? I think that price is actually tethered more to the value of the naira than the subsidy itself. But the fact that it caps at that price consistently is a lot of people is asking where the support is. Where is the support that maintains that consistency in the per liter cost of fuel? No matter how expensive it is, a consistency stays about that 700 mark. So where is the support that holds it in that space is really where the subsidy narrative comes in. How can Tinubu remove fuel subsidies at 185 naira per litre and reintroduce it when fuel is still selling at over 600 naira per litre. I want to believe this is not true because I can't even imagine it happened. Another contributor, this is from the obedience space, you should imagine, subsidy was never removed in the first place. What they did was to cut down the amount they were paying in subsidy. Assuming they were paying 1,000 naira as subsidy to keep fuel at 180 naira, they are now paying 300 naira as subsidy to keep fuel at 600. That is what actually happened. So that is his understanding. Another contributor, once again, as long as the people in power are dishonest, this fuel subsidy issue will continue to be a bone in our throat. For those who say the president does not matter, know that the continued support of dishonest people will lead to the continued. So that's just the obedience space, the usual kumbayaism. Another contributor, the inconsistencies and lies under this government is so shameful. So subsidy is actually not gone, and we're suffering like this in Nigeria. But the reason why you're suffering like that in Nigeria is because the country has been looted for endless decades, and that looting has now come to catch up with the country. So that's why you are suffering. Nothing to do with fuel subsidy or no fuel subsidy, and nothing to do with whoever. I mean, you don't even need to have a brain to even know these things I'm saying, but I think people are they're so hecked in with their partisanship that it's either they are suffering from brain fade or there was never really any sufficient brain function in the first place, because it's not a reach to know what is going on within the country. You don't have to bust your brain, as they say in Nigeria, to know what is going on, to know how we have ended up in where we have ended up. Nothing at all to do with Tinubu. If you had Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos as the joint president and add Einstein to it, it will still be the same thing. You know, it's the culmination of our decades of excess and debauchery and wanton looting. That's what it is. It says the inconsistencies and lies under this government is so shameful. So subsidy is actually not gone, and we're suffering like this in Nigeria. Another contributor, I would really like to know the mathematics behind this. FX is on a free fall, whilst PMS pump price is relatively stable. So that question right there is where the concern is, that where is that stability coming from? And that essentially then is where the narrative of the fuel being supported comes from. Miracle really know they tired Jesus. So that's what he has to say. That's sarcasm and attempt at. Another contributor, nothing surprises me about Nigeria anymore. Inside one surprise, another bigger surprise day inside. Don't mind IMF. Nigerians can't afford to buy fuel for 1,500 per litre. Yes, Nigerians can't afford to buy fuel for 1,500 per litre, but if the actual cost to market is 1,500 per litre, but Nigerians are buying it for 700 per litre, who is covering the 800 naira? That's the thing. So that's why people are speculating that they might well. But I'll get to it in a moment. Let's just go through. Here is another contributor. It is why fuel has not spiked to 1,000 naira per litre, whilst everything else has spiked up in price. So echoing what is already in that space. Another one, laugh out loud. So the removal was a scam in the first place. Tell me something I don't know about Nigeria. So that's just inane sarcasm. Somebody that wants to be knowing but doesn't actually know anything. He wants to be right from a dumb spot. Let's go into this one. I have a conspiracy theory that these guys are still subsidizing fuel price because they know if they sell it at the actual price or anything greater than the current price, there would be an outrage and the whole of Nigeria would fight back. They've not even increased itself. I think they've actually been a minor increment over the last couple of days. Another contributor, there is no country in this world that does not subsidize when item or when an item or one item or the other, I should say. I don't understand IMF stand that Nigeria must remove all forms of subsidy. This is not fair. Forget about it being fair. IMF does not dictate to Nigeria how the Nigerian state runs. They can recommend and they can tie their recommendations to loans, but the Nigerians are not obliged to take whatever recommendation. But IMF, as a political body, but at its core, it's actually you know it as an economic body, but at its core, it's actually a political body. IMF is actually a political entity, and we see that all the time. So we see that all the time. By the way, anybody that wants to come on, so that a conversation can take place. There is no country in the world that does not subsidize when items. Okay, we've read that. So the next one, it says, as long as they keep listening to those international money lenders, coupled with profligacy, the country will continue to dip into economic. So you get the gist of what it means. All right, so those are the comments right there. So IMF essentially asking that Tony question then that how is the fuel able to be held in a stable spot if you have surrendered it to free market? And they've left from that to conclude that a subsidy is still in place. So I guess that will be the meat and drink for the obedience space for the next couple of days. So we can expect a lot of screeching and squealing around that. A lot of screeching and squealing around that. Labour Party suspends National Treasurer for accusing Abure of misappropriation of funds. So this is now the thing now. So we dealt with this story yesterday, but the response to the accusation that the chairman of the party is dipping his hands in the tills and looting everything, the response to that allegation is to sack the person alleging. So that's the response from the Labour Party space right there. So that's the response from the Labour Party space right there. Labour Party suspends National Treasurer for accusing Abure of misappropriation of funds. So that there it is. The Labour Party LP has suspended Oluchi Opara, its national secretary, for accusing Julius Abure, national chairman of the party, of misappropriation of funds. On Monday, Opara, during a press conference in Abuja, accused Abure of allegedly misappropriating 3.5 billion belonging to the party. She said the 3.5 billion was raised from sales of forms and fundraising activities in the build-up to the 2023 elections. Opara said she was compelled to raise alarm because the internal mechanisms in the party have failed woefully to hold Abure accountable for brazen abuse of office and misappropriation of party funds. But the Labour Party, in a reaction, said the national treasurer is under some external influences. Yes, of course, this is the I've never yet known the Labour Party's space being caught on the hop, and the blame is not then immediately. It is being influenced. They have bought her the same narrative for Papa Arabambi. Now this woman, anybody that calls them to account, they have been corrupted by the opposition. But the Labour Party is but the Labour Party, in a reaction, said the national treasurer is under some external influences and only read a press statement written by our detractors to further tar the image of the party. Speaking at a press conference on Wednesday, Obiora Ifo, Labour Party National Publicity Secretary, said Opara has been suspended for 6 months. Ifo said the LP did not raise 3.5 billion naira from the sale. Pardon me. Pardon me. Ifo said the Labour Party did not raise 3.5 billion naira from the sales of forms as the national treasurer alleged, We wished that was true, but the truth is that the party raised only 1.2 billion naira from not only just the sale of forms, but also from other sources, including membership cards, donations, amongst others. The party, through the campaign bodies and support groups, realized another 800 million naira, a fund solely managed by the campaign organization, not the party. The party accounts have been properly audited up till June 2023 and have since been submitted and received by INEC. Ifo said the leadership of the Labour Party on Tuesday set up a disciplinary committee to probe the national treasurer over the accusation she made. He said the committee, hold on, let me. All right, let me do that. Oh, all right, where are we? Right, yes. Right. He said the committee invited Okpara to appear before it on Wednesday to clear her name in the spirit of fair hearing, but she shunned the invitation. The Labour Party spokesperson said the disciplinary committee thereafter recommended Okpara's suspension to the party, convinced that the national treasurer is on a mission to stifle life out of our very cherished party. An emergency NWC was summoned on Wednesday, being February the 13th, it was said. Arising from the meeting, the NWC set up a disciplinary committee to try the national treasurer, Ms. Oluchi Okpara, for bringing the party into disrepute. So it goes on and on. So I think I'm going to leave it there because that's sufficient enough from that. So you get the gist of that. You get the gist of that. Sooner gets the gist of this. 60 lawmakers seek change from presidential to parliamentary system. So the overbloated system of governance in Nigeria is really one of the biggest things we're contending with. About 60 members of the House of Representatives are currently seeking amendments to the 1999 Constitution to transition from the current presidential system to the parliamentary system of government. Led by a lawmaker representing Lagos under the All Progressive Congress, Wale Raji, the lawmakers identified the need for reducing the cost of government and robust policy debates, amongst others, are some of the reasons for demanding a return to the parliamentary system. So there it is right there. I think that's sufficient enough to get a gist of that. So we're going on to the next one now. Justin, Labour Party suspends national treasurer. I think we've gone past that. Right. Stolen funds recovered under Buhari are currently missing from the central bank. So this is like I said, the Buhari administration played out in technicolor. We also did looting in slow motion and in open glare. The Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project has claimed that all the stolen public funds recovered between 2016 and 2019 by the immediate past government of Muhammadu Buhari are missing from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The group revealed this on Wednesday afternoon via its verified Twitter page, adding that the missing looted funds were discovered when the management of the Apex Bank could not account for them. Breaking: recovered stolen public funds between 2016 and 2019 are reportedly missing from the Central Bank of Nigeria. The Auditor General of the Federation wants the CBN to account for the money, the group wrote. Recall that the Human and Environmental Development Agency had earlier said it disagreed with the Nigerian government on the amount of looted funds that the latter said it recovered from 2015 to 2022. The Buhari government disclosed that over $1 billion were recovered as looted funds by the administration within the period of 7.5 years. The former Attorney General and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami, who made this known whilst briefing newsmen, said the $1 billion in looted funds had so far been recovered by the Buhari-led administration. Commenting on the issue of looted funds, Malami stated that the funds had been deployed to various sectors of the economy, including poverty alleviation. However, Mr. Olariwaju Suraju, chairman HEDA Resource Center, had disclosed that the figure published by the government was not accurate. He said the only thing that was correct about President Buhari's administration was the inconsistency in the stating and flaunting of figures, especially regarding asset recovery. Suradi lamented that the government's asset recovery program had not been coordinated. He explained that a serious government that values statistics and data could have been more constructive and responsible to provide data that covers international recovery and local recovery. So, I mean, call me surprised. So they've relooted the money that Buhari said he recovered. So of course, I mean, why Abubakar Malami has not been picked up is the biggest mystery yet going on in Nigeria. Court remands 13 suspected killers of Kwara monarch. So, a Kwara State Magistrate Court sitting in Ilorin on Wednesday ordered that the 13 suspects charged with the alleged murder of Olukoro of Koro in Ekiti local government area of Kwara be remanded at a federal correctional facility in Ilorin, the Kwara State capital. Right. The suspects were arraigned for alleged criminal conspiracy, culpable homicide, kidnapping, and giving false information contrary and punishable under section blah, blah, blah. Those are charged before the court are Godwin Jacob. So these are the people that allegedly killed the Oba in Kwara. So not a full ID name in sight that I can see. Godwin Jacob, Oluwofela Oyebanji, Ade Falolu, Oyedele, then something Francis, Babatunde Samuel, Godwin Joseph, Issa Number, Miracle Solomon. So on and on it goes. Abraham Kende, Mohammed Bello, Mohammed, Ahmadu Umaru, and Mohammed Dankia. So I think it's a multi-ethnic criminal gang. Let's go on to this. Okay, still the same headline. Reps propose a change from presidential to parliamentary system. So we covered that. Let's go on to this. The thing is taking its time to load. Right, this one really tickled me. So let me bring you this one. Court remands Ondo Taylor for stealing pot of soup. So this is where Nigeria has degenerated to. This is where Nigeria has degenerated to. And Ondo State Magistrate Court has remanded a 19-year-old tailor, Audu Fatogun, for stealing a pot of soup and other items worth 311,000 naira. So that's significantly more than a pot of soup. I thought it was just a jail for it being arrested for stealing a pot of soup. Fatogun pleaded not guilty to the 4 charges. So what was? All right. So that's the story, really. Now people are being arrested for stealing pots of soup. It looks as though my computer is a bit slow today. It's taking a while to load up. It looks as though there's an ongoing fight between Falano and the AGF. Tell the public how much you make every month. Falano to AGF. The human rights activist Femi Falano has asked the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation to publish its monthly allocation to states and local governments in Nigeria. He made this call on Tuesday during an appearance on television. Falano insisted that the government must be transparent enough to convince Nigerians of what the proceeds from the removal of fuel subsidy is being used for. He urged the media to always demand the monthly allocation to every tier of government. According to him, we are demanding that on a monthly basis that the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation be publishing what goes to every tier of government. That was the culture in the past. At a stage, we were told the government was going to run in a transparent manner. Section 22 of the Constitution states that the media should promote transparency and accountability in government. So the media is compelled to demand on a monthly basis what goes to every tier of government and to compare what was being earned before the first subsidy removal and what is going to the federal government account after the subsidy removal. For almost a year, the NNPC did not remit any money to the federal account, but now we are told that they are no longer subsidizing our fuel. They should be telling us what they are making per month. The government said it would be paying 35,000 naira award to workers every month, but now we are told only some months were paid. So I cannot say I disagree with what Falana has to say there. You know, we need that transparency, but let's take two more and then we see how it goes. Falana has a strong reputation. Falana has a strong reputation for exaggerations and embellishments. So that's the presidency. The presidency has accused human rights lawyer Femi Falana of being someone with a strong reputation for exaggerations and embellishments. The accusation was made in a statement on Wednesday by the senior special assistant to President Bola Tinubu on media and publicity, Temitope Ajayi. The statement comes as a response to a viral video in which Falana knocked the federal government for giving the sum of 135 billion naira COVID funds to 36 states of the Federation in December 2023 at a memorial event in honor of Dr. Ransom Kuti. Falana called out the government for giving out the funds. Okay, so what was the response? However, in response, the presidency said Falana's statement was a pure representation of facts and an attempt to misinform. That should be a misrepresentation of facts and an attempt to misinform the public. The statement added that the World Health Organization and the World Bank are still supporting countries, including Nigeria, to strengthen their health systems and emergency preparedness for other outbreaks that may occur. The presidency clarified that the 135 billion naira disbursed to the states follows an independent assessment of results achieved under the Nigeria COVID Action, Recovery and Economic Stimulus Program and all of that. And the aim of the blah, blah, blah program backed by the World Bank, which is being implemented in all 36 states and the FCT, is to mitigate the economic and social shock faced by vulnerable people who are yet to get their livelihood back as a result of the lockdown occasioned by the pandemic. Ajayi said that the Tinubu government is not afraid of accountability, but won't encourage people to sell half-truths and embellishments to the public. He added that criticism should be constructive and fact-based. The full statement reads, there is a viral video where human rights lawyer Femi Falana made allusions to the sum of 135 billion naira given to 36 states. So it goes on and on to, so that's it. COVID money still being disbursed. So let's just leave that there. Let's make this the last one, and then we'll see what happens after that. So if Murphy CBN spent $11.24 billion as subsidy to defend the naira in 7 months, assuming the government has continued that part without floating the naira, it means Cardoso CBN in these 8 months would have needed at least 12 billion naira to keep naira within that range. The question is now, how could Nigerian government have been able to afford that 12 billion naira between June 2023 and now. Can we have a sincere conversation around this, even if it's just for academic activity's sake? So this is this. So for you to say that, people saying that the naira, people saying that the naira is spiraling out of control, and they are blaming Tinubu, etc. So in 7 months, I think in the last 7 months of him going out, Emefiele spent nearly $12 billion to keep the naira where it is. So when he spends that $12 billion to keep the naira where it is, it doesn't hold the naira to that space outside of the central bank's control. So he defends the naira, according to him, that is, he probably just stole the money, but he defends the naira with nearly $12 billion at the central bank desks. And then when the monies leave the central bank desks, free market then assets the real price of that naira, and then they round trip it back again. So essentially, all of these are $11 billion, at least a good $9 billion of them were just profiteering by round trippers. So this is where it is. So for Tinubu now to continue to defend the naira, he'll be spending pretty much along these lines. So since he's been in government now, he would have needed to have spent close to $14 billion in order to hold the naira in situation. But then you say he has to defend the naira, but then that arbitrage is just a portal for corruption. It's quite basic stuff. So there is really not much more to be said about that. So not much more to be said about that. Let me play the Kegite music. I think we have Bishop here, so we might have, if his connection is good, we'll have a session. If his connection is not, then we'll just abandon it. Let's play the Kegite.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neru Agweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Bishop joins us. Good to see you, Bishop. Ajale Koko is here. Good to have you, Ajale Koko. So good to have you, gentlemen. Bishop, let's kick it off with you. Bishop.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Brilliant. You're as clear as we've ever heard you. So that's excellent. So good to have you, Bishop. Good to be in your company. So let's kick it off then with this IMF now. Nigerians react as IMF claim Tinubu-led government has secretly returned fuel subsidy. So it is very difficult to argue against this headline, Bishop, because the fuel price is not tracking the volatility in both the fuel market and the foreign exchange market. So what are you then making of this expose by World Bank, IMF?
Well, let me say good evening, everyone. Please come join us. Let's have a robust uh, 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 interaction once again, as usual. Click on the like button, like, and like again. If you have not subscribed, please do so. And you can invite others by sharing for them to have a glimpse of what we have here. Sometimes it gets messy, but then that's the fun of it. So thank you once again. I think the framing of the heading is mischievous, and I've read quite a people secretly return to fuel subsidy. I don't think these people want to really help us. Look, yeah, there's been a spike. I was shocked yesterday. I was in West Virginia. I wanted to buy fuel, and I saw 359. I've been buying sometimes in Georgia 249, 259, 279. I've been to almost about 10 states in the past 1 week. And I bought gas, but it's beginning to rise. So I called Georgia and I asked, I said, oh, even Georgia is selling at 329 now, so price is going up. Now the question is, there's a lot of hardship in the land. What's the big deal in government subsidizing? But it's nothing compared to what was happening before. The amount. So if you're selling something
do you concede that hold on, it's a conversation. Do you concede that there has to be some form of subsidy going on?
There will always be, at least for now. You don't just win up all of a sudden. So I don't see any. We had this conversation here before. That look, does it make sense after just a few months that people are still trying to adjust to now let fuel hit 1,000 naira? It doesn't make any sense. It's not good for the government. It's not good for the people that they are governing. So yeah, we have removed subsidy. We are trying to win people off. It's going to take some time. So for now, because of the volatility, if government is subsidizing, if they are using, for example, 500 to subsidize before, and now it has reduced to 100, percentage ratio, I don't think there's a crime in that. I don't think, except they really want Nigeria to go up in flames. We know at some point there will still be some form of subsidy. It might not be for everybody, but for a greater percentage of the population. So I don't see it as something that is being done secretly or as a sin. Keeping the price to be stable for some time because of the situation we find ourselves in, we know, it's just that we know that it is necessary, that the removal of the subsidy had inflicted a lot of pain, and I always want to admit that. But I'm saying, what are the alternatives? What is the substitute for that? We just have to do it. Otherwise, we'll get to a point, everything will just collapse on our head. I was reading something earlier today that someone is saying, we are not an oil-rich nation. I've always shouted that. So if, just to get stability, we have moved price from 180 or 190 as a day to 600. Let's have enough time. If the price now supposed to reach 800, government has said, no. That would be taking two people for granted for too much. Let's keep it at 600 for now. Then gradually, maybe we'll begin to get reality. If we just leave it completely and it hits 1,000, what are we doing to it? Is that governance? So these people that are crafting this headline, I don't know what their objectives are, but I think it's clearly very mischievous. Yes, there will always be subsidy at some point, I mean, until we are able to get that. I'm listening to you. Hello.
I think your voice is coming over twice.
No. Maybe it's from you, one man.
Is it?
Yeah, it could be from you. It's not coming over twice. His voice is clear and everything is clear from his side. But Bishop.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Let me go out and come back in if it's from me. Yeah.
Okay.
You sound clearer too. I don't know. Are you still hearing our voices sounding,
double? Me, I'm hearing you clearly, Babajan Nekoko. I'm hearing you very well.
Yeah, you sound very clear too. So I think one man. So yeah, it will come back in. But Bishop.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to agree with you that headline is mischievous because, like you said, they must, they cannot they have to give us some kind of subsidy, of that petroleum. They cannot leave it to keep rising or allow the market forces to rise. So it's not. As I don't think it's mysterious. It's just the truth of what is going on.
Should they not come out clean, though? Should they not come out clean? Because he told us categorically on May the 29th that fuel supply is gone. He didn't say it's reduced. He said it's gone. So gone is different from reduced.
One man. Okay, maybe our interpretation of matters maybe is different a little bit. Maybe our interpretation, or how do I put it now? Our understanding of things. In where the part of the world I come from, and I believe you come from too. There's a way we carve. When you say, when your child offends you and you get a little bit angry and say, "One more that for something," it does not mean that your child is unmali. It does not mean that I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Sometimes, so if you say, "Oh, you have broken something," in fact, you will not see one kobo in my hand. It's just a matter of days. That same child will come. You are the one that will still say, "So you almost a few hours ago." Look, the reality is this: yes, subsidy has to go. Subsidy has gone. A new dispensation has come. If, as at the day, the price of petrol that was 600 is 600, and there is no increment due to some volatility that we cannot control. We are not saying we are going back on that price to 160. We are not saying that, the price had gone up again. Do we leave everything to the free market and the price hit 1,000 and the people fall more? They say, how many million people?
We're talking about honesty in government.
Honesty. Okay, I'm coming. I'm just coming. A few seconds without interruption. The government have not said they will not. He said subsidy is gone when there is a need for intervention. That clause alone, when there is a need, how the intervention will come in so that it will not just be free for all, that ordinary people will die. Yeah, we know there must be pain for us to get out of this, but the pain must be bearable to some extent. So if there is a need for certain degree of mitigation, I don't think it's a crime.
Hold on, Bishop. What form can mitigation or intervention take other than subsidizing?
That's what I'm saying. I'm not disputing that government is subsidizing to keep the price in control. I'm saying it's not something that it's not a crime. They are making it appear that the government is doing it secretly because it's a crime. It is not a crime.
Yeah, but it runs contrary. It runs contrary to one of Tinubu's marquee positions that subsidy is gone. So subsidy is not gone. Subsidy is not gone.
I don't think we understand ourselves. You keep hammering on what he said about that subsidy is gone, but you keep forgetting to say that. But we will intervene when the need arises.
The intervention is subsidy, isn't it?
Well, it could be in any form. It could be in subsidy.
It is in subsidy because the price has remained stable in a volatile oil and foreign currency market, and it has remained stable for a good period of time. So there has to be an insulation, and that insulation is subsidy. So the subsidy is not gone.
I think it's just semantics, and anybody
it's not semantics now. It's black or white.
Hold on, it is, and anybody can understand it the way you want to understand it. So if government wakes up tomorrow and say, okay, you know what, we have identified civil servants and some people in private sector every Monday come and collect 20 liters of petrol. What would you term that? What would you call that?
But we're talking about
government.
No, we're talking about the pump price of petrol.
I don't know where
the pump price of petrol is being subsidized.
In the first instance, if government says subsidy is gone yesterday, and it now sees a reason to put some additional subsidy today for people, and is now giving people the subsidy. If IMF wants to die, And the people that are angry about
No,
it, I think they should go and look for the
you're not getting it. You're not getting it. Don't worry. No, settle down. Hold on.
I am getting it.
Oh no, bring it down.
I don't know why.
Let him be conversation. Just settle down. Yeah, just bring it down. Nobody is going. It's not a matter of let IMF go and die or any of these things. Or hold on. Just hold on. It's not a matter of let IMF go and die or whoever wants to get angry, get angry. Tinubu said subsidy has been removed, but the price at the pump tells us that subsidy has not been removed. So there is the fuel pump price is still being subsidized, contrary to one of his biggest policy positions.
That given a narrative or narration, not MP, that okay, fuel was 195 and the real price in the market was about 600. So that means, let's even say 200. That means government was subsidizing every liter with 400. Agreed. Now, people are now buying at 600, and all of a sudden, the cost price now gets to 700. Let's just assume it. And we say, okay, let's move to 700. People have not fully adjusted into the 600. Any reasonable person will think, look, I think it's too early for another price increase now. At least let us have that the increase is not really reflective. It's not really a cost. It's a cost of the shipping and the rest. But if we can kickstart our own refinery and begin to roll out, it will eliminate that aspect of what do you call it now? That portion of shipping, landing, importation.
No, we know all that. No, that's not where the conversation is. The conversation. It's not. We are having your say now. We're having a back and forth conversation.
You did not let me land. You not let me land.
Okay. Go on and land. But I don't think
when I land, I will invite you to it. Just 1 minute. Now, if that is the area government want to say, okay, look, you know what? Let's keep the price stable for now until we can kickstart. If that means
how do they keep the price stable?
By not letting the price go or by paying the difference, by subsidizing it.
Well, there you are.
I never said they are not subsidizing. No, you are missing me. I don't know whether Ajaloko can come to my rescue. I never said they are not subsidizing. I did not say so. And you can play back what I've said. I said it is covered, that's subsidizing or whatever you call it, is covered under Tinubu's statement that when the need arises, that's to protection, to protect the vulnerable people, that when the need arises, we will intervene. That intervention could be in the form of subsidizing it or saying, look, every Monday, every citizen come and collect 10 liters or 20 liters of petrol. So if you say everybody come and collect 20 liters every week, would you call it? So somebody that is going to spend, let's say he's going to buy 100 liters in a month, in a week, and or let's say in a month, and government say, you know what, every first Monday of the month, come and collect 30 liters. So if they have removed the subsidy, maybe it's going to cost the man 30,000, just assuming. But by the time the government has given him 20.
No. Bishop, let's just stay at the heart of where the conversation is. I think it's getting tangential.
Let me say something.
Okay, go on. I was just going to say that since Tinubu made that statement that fuel subsidy has been removed, there was never an occasion where free market determined subsidy continued all the way through. There was never one moment that he wasn't subsidizing. Subsidy was removed and the price of petrol was increased, but there was never a period of time since he took over government that subsidy was completely removed. But Adaneko come in.
Yes, so Bishop, Bishop is not saying that they did not subsidize, but his statement that their IMF is mischievous and this thing, that is where he's contradicting himself. He agree that yes, intervention, as he claimed that, as he said that Tinubu mentioned that if there's a need for intervention, he will intervene, and that intervention means subsidize. So if you agree that yes, Tinubu has intervened, which means subsidize, then the statement on the headline is not mischievous. They are subsidizing. The only thing that they did is that awoof money they are giving freely to the petrol importers, or what do they call them? Marketers? Is it marketers, or that free awoof money? That is not there again. So they are subsidizing based on what they are releasing. The NMPC is releasing to the market. So they are not giving that large subsidy to the marketers the way they used to do. So, but
so Ajale Koko, then it's a case of fuel subsidy has been reduced. Not gone.
Not gone.
So that fuel subsidy is an inaccurate statement.
But okay, let me just come in very quickly. Ajale Koko, thank you. Now, two things I want to address very quickly. Number one, I used the illustration that from 120 to 195, sorry, let's say 200 to 600, that's a quantum leap. Now, if the price had now gotten to 700 and we are still keeping it at 600, instead of subsidizing with 500, we are only subsidizing with 100, which is reasonable because of what people are going through already. Everybody is talking how people are suffering, which I understand and I agree. Price of food had gone up, exponentially because of the cost of transportation, how much it costs you to get from one point to the other. So to mitigate it, if government needs, if you want to call it subsidy, if you want to call it intervention, if you want to call it anything you want to call it, that is very okay. And it is something federal government should, IMF should encourage if they have our interest at heart. Coming, if this is the award, secretly returned to, that secretly, like government is doing something bad, that government is doing something that is injurious to the people. That they are not doing it, they are stealing to, secretly have tainted the motive of that heading. That's
how would you describe it other than secretly or covertly?
No, I won't say secretly. Say, for circumstances,
have they openly done it? Have they done it to public knowledge?
Of course, you and I know they are doing it. So what is the secret? How is it secretly? We and I know that if it is not, fuel prices should be costing about 800 or 900 now. So what's secret in that? What would they have been if they have come in and look, due to the hardship, federal government is intervening in the escalating cost of something. That intervention is positive. That federal government secretly, that means federal government is doing something bad, something evil. If they are saying, due to the escalating price and cost of food and services in the country, federal government has returned to intervening in keeping the price of petroleum products in check.
Bishop, it's not their place to explain the reasons. What they are saying is what they are saying, Bishop, is that the government's action is contrary to the government's pronouncement.
No, so that is not contrary because federal government said it will intervene when the need arises, and the need had arisen. Federal government is intervening. So if anybody, except that is not the wordings of IMF, maybe it's the wording of Sahara Reporter. I'm just seeing now. I did not see the headline before. Now I'm seeing reporters. I think it's Sahara Reporter. Maybe it's the word of Sahara Reporter. I think that statement is sometimes some of the things our media, honestly. Let's just move on. Let's move on. But my thinking is that I don't agree with that secretly. Secretly is kind of riling people that government is doing something bad. If government needed to intervene because the cost of living is driving people crazy, then there is I don't see anything bad in that. And government had said, that when the need arises, especially on this cost, they will intervene. What form that intervention is going to come, nobody better bother to ask. It can still come in some form of subsidy, if you want to call it that. It can still come in that form, and I don't see any big deal in that. That's my position, and that is my point. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let me take you to this place, Bishop. Labour Party suspends national treasurer for accusing Abure of misappropriation of funds. So we were having quite involved conversations around this just as early as yesterday when this woman came out to tell us she's the treasurer of the Labour Party to tell us that all of the monies raised throughout that 2023 cycle, none of that money passed through her desk. She being the treasurer of the party, she now stands the chairman of the party accused of looting and corruption. And in response then to defend his name, he's orchestrated a suspension. So what are you then making then of this Labour Party that promised us piety and sanctimoniousness, but it looks as though they are actually worse than everything we've ever known?
Unfortunately, that's very unfortunate. I mean, there was an opportunity to come out and do the needful. Even if you are not going to do it, just pretend, okay, we heard what she said. You have asked her to come and a committee is going to be set up. I'm going to look into it, and the audit is going to be subjected to scrutiny. We are inviting relevant agencies. Make a statement like that. Why are you suspending her? Why are you suspending her? So it just shows that anybody that says anything against Abure or Peter Obi, or Peter Obi, Abure has the full backing of Peter Obi. So anybody that says anything against Abure, we get the hammer. That was how he pitched side when some people accused him. Why is it that it's only Abure they accused him? Apampa and the rest accused him. Everybody turned Apampa to valiant. Now another person had a good thing that the woman's name is it Okaka or Okpara or something? I think her name is Okpara, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Okpara, Oluchi, Okpara, Oluchi.
Thank God, the name is not one Abiono or one Karaje, Karauje or Karauje. What's the name? The name is not Abiono, it's Olu something, or it's not Olawale. Maybe they would have given me some stupid ethnic coloration. I think this is not the way to react. My thinking, I might be wrong, and I start to be corrected. I think they should have just say, okay, we're going to set up a committee of independent people to verify, to check the veracity of the woman's claim. And the committee will come up with a recommendation. Just going to arbitrarily suspend her without listening to her own side, without asking that, okay, where are the proofs? The other man, okay, where is the money you get? Where is the audit report? The woman made some very, 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 strong something. So I don't think suspending her, so you suspend her and you sweep the whole thing under the carpet. Is that how you run a political party? It's not Abure's party. It is not Peter Obi's party. It is a party of the people. Okay, we are going to set up a committee that will look into her allegation, and if she is found to have been to be lying or something, the allegations were false, disciplinary something should come into place. Somebody has alleged, you have not had her own part, you are already subjecting her to discipline. You have already suspended her. That's so. Unfortunately, that is what we have on our hands. So I do support that.
Do you think that the only way that this can be resolved, this now because it's now in the public space, the only way that it can be resolved is for them to render accounts publicly?
Well, there is a portion of the Electoral Act and the Constitution that not Labour Party, now that political parties must submit their audited accounts. So if they submit it, look, people that even donated the money can say, look, we are not interested. But immediately they donated that money, it becomes public interest. It's no longer their own. It is no longer their own. In other countries, even churches give account of the money they receive from people. If you submit, they can come and ask you questions. So political party, the money that you receive, how did you spend it? You must be able to give account. So audited report is part of the constitution. So they should be able to do that. And if there are questions, answer the question. If people have been found to be worthy, the woman alleged several things. And if there are semblance and elements of truth, then let proper sanctions be applied. I'm not saying the man is guilty, but at least the woman has alleged, question her, let people interrogate her, invite independent bodies, because Labour Party is not better than PDP. In fact, they are even worse than PDP the way they are running it now. They are worse than the other parties they are trying to replace, the criminal enterprise that we're talking about. They are worse than them. So, unfortunately, that's where we are. I will look forward to, I hope that this is not, they are not going to carry through with this. Because that party is almost gone. It's almost gone. I mean, they're thinking is the third alternative or whatever. Even Patterson is beginning to look for another alternative now. He keeps looking for alternative. I don't know when that third party big tent is going to come to reality. But this is really not good. It's not good for the Labour Party.
Yeah. If I can just back up what you said, Bishop. Because a lot of the adherents of that space, they'll tell you that yes, our money is it your money? No. Once that money has been donated and it has been donated to a political party, it becomes a matter of public interest. So nobody cares about whether it's your money and you donated it or who did not donate it, or as soon as it's a matter of public interest. And public interest is, especially these people parading themselves as being pious and righteous, public interest is that accounts have to be rendered, and when allegations are made, especially from a senior person from within that structure, they have to be addressed frontally. So all these are, it's just so crude, They come pious, holier than thou, we cannot continue like this, and you are looting campaign funds hand over fist, So it's just the ridiculousness of that bunch over there.
Yeah, I've not listened to the woman's interview. I really don't have the time. And but she said, "Oh, you bought house in Italy, you bought house in the UK." I don't know if she said. I had it yesterday. I did not hear from the woman. If it is true, within the space of how many months, what were you doing before? Where were you? And all of a sudden, and you're living ostentatiously, you can afford to hire private jet, blah blah blah, and you kept everybody in the dark. You transfer money to, and the woman came with some. She actually said some things, and you actually went for her to sign an audited account. Who prepared the auditor? Who prepared the audit? So there are lots of things that require some clarification. Suspending the woman will not make the matter to go away. But of course, here we are. It can always happen. So for me, I don't agree. I don't think suspending her is the right way. That's just my take on that.
In fact, so suspending her is counterintuitive. Because a lot of people will now take even greater attention to. The woman said you stole money, and then your response to it is that you suspend her. She's the treasurer, So it's the lack of thinking there. It should be the first person. As soon as they are opening every TV station, it should be at the door with paperwork explaining how the money was. But there he is. He's a criminal anyway. It's always been. Let me take you to this space, Bishop. 60 lawmakers seek change from presidential to parliamentary system. So is that over-bloated two-tier system that we run, which we cannot really afford and we've not really mastered? So is the system of governance within Nigeria, is it fundamentally flawed at its core? Is the question, Bishop.
I missed a little bit of what you said. Just a distraction. Somebody put live, but from what you said, some people are advocating that we go back to parliamentary system. Is that it?
That's correct.
Yeah. I'm not for or against it. The question is how. Now we are somebody. I listened to Falano one day was saying that we should go back to 1963 constitution. That means I just said, so that means we are just going to collapse how many states? All the states. So no states anymore, no local government. We just go back. There are certain things that are easier said than done. You cannot abort pregnancy after delivery. Rabi Mosile are suggesting that you abort it. So the question is not, do we go? The question is, how do we go there? There are implications. Do we go? National Assembly will say, okay, we are passing a law now, and the law, nobody will sign his own death sentence, no matter how. So the law is, except we first have a military interregnum, and the military destabilize everything, and we now start experimenting again, like Muritala did, or like Babangida did in they say, okay, set up, we are going to now have parliamentary. Except that, how do we transmute from where we are now to parliamentary, knowing that it's a completely different system of government where the parties, are. So how? I'm not saying it is good or bad. Whichever one is going to make Nigeria go for. We are talking of regionalism. All of a sudden, we are bringing in parliamentary. So I don't know what those 60 people are. If I hear their argument, not just let us revert back. The question is, how do we navigate that path? And what's going to be the ultimate benefit for the country? Is it going to enhance regionalism? Is it going to empower the state? Is it going to cancel? Because if you are going to cancel the state now, we are going to say, okay, Oyo and Osun that used to be state before, okay, there's no longer Ogun State. We are not now back to Western. How? Just the how. So if anybody will, I'm talking to the Falano one that said we should go back to 1963 Constitution. So the same way people are saying we should go back to regionalism now. The question is not in the benefit of going or not. The question is, how do we go? Do we say, okay, we declare 1 year, so for now on, our constitution ceases to exist. So for the next 12 months. So what happened within that 12 months? That means there's no law. That means there's anarchy. Because
but you can embed it into the constitution. What would you have to suspend it? The regions are already there. We already know the regions, so you can revert.
Which are the regions?
You have the Western region, you have the Northern region, and then I think you had the Middle Belt, and then the Southeastern region.
That's a different thing. I was just using that an example of what Falana said. This one that these people are saying about going to parliamentary is not about region. Parliamentary system of government is completely so that how the parliamentary, how you people run in UK now, first among equals in the parliament. Just one, you call it unicameral, and it's just the first among the equals that had the largest chair that would now form the government. We're now going to have a prime minister, probably have a president at the ceremonial. I'm not saying it is bad or good. I'm saying if they come up with more clarification on how that will not lead to some form of anarchy, because we know, there are major ethnic groups in Nigeria. Everybody seems to focus on them. There are other minority ethnic groups too that are very angry. It's just that their voices have not been heard. So if we are going to put it, we know somewhere, somehow, it's still going to continue to subjugate them. But I am not saying that. I'm saying if there is a pathway clearly that will not throw us into, create more confusion that we already have, I'm for it. Why not if not? But remember, we did the parliamentary before, it collapsed.
All right. You were talking about military interregnum earlier on. Do you think that the country will benefit from a short, sharp military interregnum as a hard reset? Because it will not happen in Nigeria.
It will not. I've said it here before. No.
I'm not saying if it will or will not happen, but would the country benefit from it if it was a sharp military interregnum as a hard reset?
No, it's not going to. Nobody's going to benefit from it. Number one, power is sweet. Nobody will get power and want to relinquish it. It's like you putting honey or sugar in my mouth and telling me to spill it out because of somebody's interest. To hell with that person instead. Let me spend my 5 years. Whatever you want to do afterwards is your choice. And another person is going to, and it's going to destabilize quite a lot of things. I don't even dream it. I always say in every conversation I've had with people, any military, whatever now, will split Nigeria between down the middle. And it's not going to split into two. It's going to split into several. Because look, I can assure you, no, even if you make that general to be general, Yinka, whatever, let it be a complete Yoruba man, Allah of Ife or Allah of Ife or Ni of Oyo, whatever you want to make it to be, Southwest will resist military intervention completely. You will not be able to bring it under control. Southwest. So other people can want you to, but I will have a good enough reason to say, you know what, enough is enough for this experiment. So let's leave military interregnum out of it. I mean, it's an aberration. It's a primitive pastime that we have gone past and it's gone forever. We should be able to have a conversation about how we want to rule ourselves or be governed on a round table without necessarily resorting to the power of the pot of the gun. I'm not saying it is not possible. I am saying let somebody educate me on the how. I'm not asking the why. It's okay if that's where people want to go, but just how do we navigate ourselves through it that is not going to cost? Because what should be of paramount interest is the living standard of the people. How many people are not capable of earning a decent living? Mark my word, not that they are not earning, but they are not even capable of earning. You give some people work today in Nigeria. I'm not ridiculing anybody. They cannot deliver 1/10 of their expectation. What do they call it now? The KPIs. You employ somebody to come and man something, simple thinking, reasoning is not there, just to come and sell something. You know, people do not, they lack the capacity to earn a decent living. Some people are willing, but when you are willing and you are not capable, there are graduates today that you'll be sure employment in secondary school to come and teach, go and sit in their first day class, and they are graduates. So we have them that they are dotted all the landscape everywhere in Nigeria. Go to some primary school and listen to some teachers teach. If you cannot impart, if you don't have knowledge, then what are you imparting into the children? So we need that thing. The capacity of the people is really, really poor. Some people cannot even make a decision for themselves. So it's not a matter of there is no job, which I know is a problem. But a matter of if you want to invest, you want people that will deliver now. If you want 1,000 people that will deliver, you are hardly getting 100. How is your business going to run? So for me, I think there are other things we need to work on, reevaluate, overhaul a good section of the system, rather than concentrating too much on politics that is not taking us anywhere. So if we go that route, it's going to distract a lot of things and destroy a lot of foundations that have been put in place. I say once again, I am not against it. I'm just asking, how are we going to go through it that is not going to destroy what we have on our hands at the moment?
All right, brilliant. I have to say that I disagree. I feel that a military hard set is exactly what the country needs. But let me take you to this space. Stolen funds recovered under Buhari are currently missing from Central Bank of Nigeria. So this is the RAP telling us now. According to figures given by Abubakar Malami, in the course of that administration, they recovered well in excess of $1 billion. But where is it? So the Buhari administration is just a looting spree.
Okay. Yeah, I've not read that report, but I can still speak to it. 1 billion, if we remove 120 million, if we remove 311 million, if we remove another, there's another huge sum that came, I think 300 and something million, another one. That's almost about $700 million. One was, there was an agreement that it would be applied to, what do you call this one? Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Whether they stole it in the ministry
are you talking about Abacha loot? I don't think they are talking about. I think they are talking about recoveries from the EFCC, ICPC, those sort of recoveries. Well,
which of the recovery? Whether well, okay, maybe within right, the one inside from the one that is to okay. I thought all the recoveries generally. That because some were tied to a specific project. I remember in the one that they gave us $100 and something million, they mentioned Abuja's something road. Which road was that? They just Lagos Ibadan, and they mentioned Second Niger Bridge, and there was one that they mentioned humanitarian ministry, and that were supervised by them. So I thought those was this one, if they have evidence that the monies were missing, let them bring it up. Yeah, those are the kind of things, not just to speculate. If there are, and people should be held to account for whatever evil they have done. So if there are evidences to the fact that these monies are missing from the CBN dedicated account, somebody must have ordered for their release, or somebody should be able to account for how the money moves. So I 100%, in fact 110% in support of that. People should answer question. I mean, and you know about now. If they have been eating big, and they are living it, and they are robbing it on the rest of us that are the masses, then sometimes, some points, day of reckoning should come. So you set up have evidence to that, even though I'm not a fan of theirs. But on this one, I'm in line with them. I'm in the same shoe with them. the same boat.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you. And by the way, apologies. There's heavy rain where I am, so you may be hearing sounds of rain in the background.
No problem.
Let me take you to this last place, Bishop.
If you want to make it the last place, I want to speak on that issue of something dollar. What do you call it? This one is just a soft something. We can just talk 1 minute on this. But there's something you talk about 11 billion something, because something came to my mind when you said it. What was that?
Yes. Let me take it. Let me load it up. It's the monies that Emefiele was using to defend the dollar. Yes. Emefiele allegedly, according to what he recorded, he used $11.24 billion to subsidize the naira over a period of 7 months. So this piece is then inviting a conversation that if we continue to subsidize the naira in the 8 months that Tinubu has been in a situation, then Cardoso would have spent $12 billion as defending the naira. But then, of course, the naira is not really defended; it's just the round trip house. But to that space, Bishop.
Yes. Okay. So, the first thing that came to my mind was we're having a conversation. Was it 2 or 3 days ago when the Kenneth said that naira before that West African Ghanaians and the rest, they were coming to buy electronics in Alaba because it was cheaper for them to buy in Alaba than Ghana. And I interjected. I said, well, that simply is where our dollar that was defending the naira. Our billions of naira that was defending the dollar. How do I call it? Where it was going into. Round tripping was a major thing. And if like you mentioned, hard reset a while ago. The things we are having now that is bringing this pain of delivery, what do they call it? Labor room pain, is the hard reset that we need now. Those are the hard resets to live in reality. The people that have been unnecessarily, criminally benefiting from the system, from the lapses in the system, if you can eliminate those things, then that is the hard reset that we need, not some military interregnum or military whatever. So the hard reset that, look, hey, people that were getting dollars, because whether you and I believe it or we like it or not, people were getting that dollars and they were taking it to the black market and they were just round tripping and they were just, smiling to the banks and they were buying houses in Banana Island, and you cannot trace the source of their wealth. And that was going on. Bankers were involved, industrialists, big man, big woman, kings, big politicians, they were involved. The children of the big men. I know civil servants that have 3, 4 children in the abroad, paying their school fees in thousands of dollars. I know, not that they told me, that I know personally. If they are hearing me, they know that I know, because they are my friends. I know, not 1, not 2, not 3. I have people that work in NPC, and in our conversation, I know the kind of, and if where they keep their children, the best schools, the way they travel everywhere, and they were working in NPC that is almost completely moribund. The only thing they do there is to share money. So if anybody tells me that, look, everybody in NPC is a criminal that should be in prison, I will say yes to it, because I know some of their workings. And they benefit from this thing. Oh my God, they have access. So yes, if you want to go the old way, we will say, let us keep it. But if we are pretending that those things did not happen or did not exist, we are living in a fool's paradise. Yes, sir. Who is that?
Is it Kene?
Let me land. Okay, go ahead. I did not accuse you. I only made a reference. That was the conversation we were having.
I want to clear that. I went to clear the reference you made, because it's as if you didn't understand me very well. The reference you made, that what I said was not during APC government. I said during the time, if you check, during the time that things are okay, the Ghanaians were coming here to buy goods from us because we are selling cheaper. Then, and when you record those days, those are the days of Jonathan, not the days of APC, because everything started decline during the time of APC. And
Okay, no, that's not true. I'm not
apportioning.
Let me land. Let me just finish. You will come when it's your turn. You can make that. Look, I'm not saying any party, and it's a complete distortion of fact to think that Nigeria started descending since the days of APC. I'm not putting party here. That is a complete lie. I'm sorry.
No, it's not about party. It's not about party. It's all about the last administration, the current administration, the way they handle the economy.
I am not forget it. Since Ojoti Parabo, the rain has started beating us long before the Buhari messed up, but that does not take away the fact that Jonathan messed up bigly, heavily. Stop! Don't let us go party now. Don't tell me that it is only.
I know.
No.
If you check very well, even during Naira, let me just make you. During the time of Jonathan, the difference between black market and parallel market, that is the fixed rate from the CBN. It's not more than 10 naira compared to the difference between during the time of Buhari when it was about 4 something, then at the black market it's about 700. So you check the difference. You understand? So you know who defended the naira. The regime that defended the naira. You understand? So during the time of Jonathan, the only difference we have between the dollar then is nothing less than 10 naira, some 5 naira, some 3 naira. So just use it to check. Buhari government, the difference between black market and the other market, then you know who defended the naira.
Your understanding of these things are just limited. I don't want to use the word pedestrian, so let's just leave it.
You can call it limited now, but me, that's what I witnessed between Jonathan regime and Buhari regime.
Stop this unnecessary defending. The Jonathan ran one of the most useless. Is going to be competing with Buhari's own. All of them are useless in their ways. You will not be coming to defend Jonathan to me here. I have very good understanding. I did some things with government then. Coming to defend Jonathan administration when we had crude oil that was selling about the highest. Jonathan made more money than Obasanjo and Yar'Adua put together from crude oil. The sale of oil peaked. We had nothing to show for those periods. Buhari experienced oil came as low as $27 per barrel from 143. We were getting almost 2 million barrels per day. Under Buhari, it came to as low as 700 barrels per day. 700,000 barrels per day. And you are comparing what is not comparable. Go and check a list. How much money came in month by month, how much was paying. But under Jonathan, we got so broke that we were borrowing money to pay salaries. It was a stealing spree. Insecurity was at its peak. Yeah, they wanted to buy equipment of $12 million, and it was carried away in cash by some people.
Bishop, can I interject 1 minute? I think what Ekene is saying is that the cost of running business and the cost of goods and services, went haywire under Buhari.
Yes, because the party is over.
The
party is over. Look, I'm not blaming anybody. I am saying we have taken some wrong decision as a country, as leaders. I'm not irrespective of who is there. I'm not going to defend Buhari. Buhari messed up in his own ways. But you cannot be coming to come and justify Jonathan.
No.
Compared to what don't do that. So what I said, I made a reference to what Ekene said 3 days ago. And what he said when he was talking was that time in West African people were coming to buy in Naira in Nigeria because it was cheaper for them to buy in Nigeria than to buy from China. And I said the reason why people were able to go and buy in China and come and sell to Ghanaians and Togolese and Beninese cheaper is because they were getting subsidized currency from government. They were getting subsidized dollar. So they were going to use that dollar. So they were enjoying part of the subsidy too. It is simple common sense. Because there is no way. We know when Ghana dominated their account.
One man, I need to speak because
whether it is
I'm not getting this very well.
But the fact remains that under Jonathan, cost of goods was cheaper than when we had it under Buhari, and compared to what we have today.
Number
So
one,
what he was
number one,
telling us,
it's a
what he was
number one,
telling us
number
is
one,
them
it's a
as a,
it's a deliberate or mischievous
we don't want to
interpretation
go
of
into,
matters.
we don't,
Number one, you say what?
Hold on, Bishop. Let Ajale Koko put it to you, and then you respond to it. Ajale Koko.
So we don't want to go into economic theory and breaking down of the what is responsible to it. It is not what is responsible to it that we want to talk about, but the reality in the market now, that when Jonathan was there, we had a better exchange rate. Naira had a better exchange rate than when Buhari came, and better than what we had today. And as a result of that, business was booming during the Jonathan time, because our neighboring states were trooping into Alaba and to other markets in Nigeria to buy products from us, unlike what we have today, that we have the due to the exchange rate, the prices of commodities have gone up so high that it's not attractive to the foreigners anymore. They are no more coming as they used to. So it's not saying.
Let me try and explain something to you also, if you will listen.
Let me land.
Okay, land.
He is not. He is not saying, trying to destroy Buhari or trying to destroy, but he just telling us what is playing out in the market right now. Him as a businessman that sells product, because of the high cost of the prices now, they are not making money. Foreigners are not. So
are you done?
Yeah.
Let me now say what I want to say again. I'll repeat it for the last time. I am quoting Ekene, what he said. And you have made reference to it now, and it is misleading. Ekene said, Ghanaians, we were not, those things they were selling in Alaba, we were not manufacturing them in Nigeria. We were going to China to buy them with dollars. That's clear. Now, Ghanaians go to China, they couldn't buy it because it was expensive. But they now come to Nigeria, and they are now buying it cheaper than they would have bought it in China. That was what he said. And I now said that the only reason why they could come to Nigeria and buy it cheaper than they could have bought it in China was because Nigerian government was subsidizing dollars for our importers. That's what I said. And that's exactly what he said, except he wants to change now. That they were subsidizing the dollar. Let me land. No, let me land. Let me finish my thought. Let me land. Okay. So if you now say that was not what he said, I will say, let us go back and bring that tape and listen to it. If you now say, oh, that was what he said, but that was not what he meant, I will say, okay, I apologize there. We move on. So the question of whether how much was doing, the rot has gotten so deep. Now, one thing is certain. After the COVID in 2019, nowhere in the entire world that prices have not skyrocketed, not even in your own almighty, beautiful, Senate-climb America. You can go and check the charts. Nowhere that prices of everything
Bishop,
from food.
Bishop,
let me finish now. You cannot cut me. You will not. I will not allow you to happen. So let me
just
finish.
Interjection now. You know, if you make me, I will give you. Your
interjection is never short. Keep your interjection right there.
But I used to give you interjection now. Am I not giving you interjection?
No. I said no. When I finish, you will come. Let me finish. You do that all the time. You say people should let you finish. So let me finish my thought too. I just allowed Alanjo. One man said I should let Alanjo go. The
last time I spoke, you begged me for interjection. I allowed you. Today I beg you. Today you will not allow me.
No. You have interjected before. You have interjected me today now, and I allowed you. This one we are talking now. Maybe I would have finished my thought. So I am not. So the fact that I'm not attaching it to any government. I say as a people. I'm not saying Buhari I'm not defending Buhari. He messed up a lot of ways. And I've said it here repeatedly. I'm not saying, but somebody will not come and use Jonathan to vilify Buhari, because none of them did anything. Now, the period you were referring to, look, a prominent member of Jonathan's administration said the mess that Nigeria was in, that it will take the grace of God, that the next government is already in problem. Including Okojo Iweala, including Charles Chukwuma Soludo. They said so. Chukwuma Soludo even said recently that it was a dead horse. We remember what Chukwuma Soludo said in 2014, that the economy was just like, so I'm not saying one individual. It's just based on what he said that they were. And I said, look, Ghana economy was not really fun. I went to Ghana about 2 or 3 times between 2010 and 2012 or 2009. Okay, 2009. Actually, 2008 or 2009. I went to Ghana and I went again to 2013. Then 2014. I went to Ghana about 3 or 4 times. I know the hotels I stayed. When they denominated their money, I know the kind of confusion and chaos that the thing was that the thing led to. So it was not like it was fantastic. Prices of things skyrocketed. The only thing I paid, and for the last time, is that if Ghanaians were coming to buy in Nigeria cheaper than they would have bought in China, goods that we were not manufacturing, we actually also imported them from China, then it simply means government was subsidizing the dollar with which people were buying it. It's simple. It's just too simple and another thing. Thank you.
Okay, can I make an interjection?
All right, make that interjection. Then after that interjection, we go on to Ajanle Koko. But make it brief, though. You can, carry on.
Okay, Bishop. I'm not. Your point is clear. You said that they were subsidizing the dollar still during the time of Jonathan. But for me, what I experienced is that during the time of Jonathan, the fees rate to the black market is not less than 5 naira. Difference is not less than 5 naira. Most time 10 naira, 3 naira. And I am comfortable going to the black market to get my dollar. Then you cannot use that to compare Buhari government, that the only people that get at the fees rate, that's a 4 something, then it's people like Dangote's and all those stuff and all. Then when other people wants to go to get it, they get it at the rate of 750, and that is where I see subsidy. That is where I see subsidy in it. You understand? If it's subsidized for people like Dangote to be getting it at the fees rate of 450, then somebody like me and other importers, general importers and all that, go to the black market and get it at the rate of 750. What do you call that? Than when good luck was there. The only difference that we have there is 3 naira, 10 naira, and all that from the black market to the fees rate. So if things were still like that today, and that is where I see the unification self working. That is where during those days is where I see the unification of the currency working very well, because the difference is not more than 10 naira or 5 naira. Just like when Buhari came, the difference is more than 200, 300. From the fees rate to the black market. So they subsidize for people like Dangote, Tony Elumelu, Michael Denoga, those rich top men, not people like us. Because I don't have that. I'm not up to them to go to the CBN to get that at the fees rate. And then you said that export was booming. Yes, I can put it that during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, yes, export was booming. Very well, both non-oil export and the oil export. And when Tinubu coming in, export reduced. You can trace the problem from there. Then come down to 2016, non-oil export reduced to 39%, and that's where their problem started. So instead of them knowing how to bring back those production, both non-oil and the oil export, to increase the production again, so that the dollar will find its value again. And they are going around speaking big grammars and all that. The problem is clear. The export is not bringing much forest into the market. It's very clear. Unlike during the time of Goodluck Jonathan, the export was very wide, both non-oil export and the oil export was very okay. And that is why you couldn't see one difference.
What non-oil export was taking place under Goodluck Jonathan?
You can check it now. I don't have to.
What do you mean I can check it? You're the one that said it now.
Non-oil export. Then those days we have non-oil export that was booming. Then both cassava, both yam and all that, both ginger, all those things.
Yam and cassava. Those are the non-oil.
Woman. Can I just say one thing in one sentence, please?
All right, Bishop. And then after
you mentioned ginger now. Yeah.
Just
I don't know ongoing now.
Just 2 minutes. Our effort, this one that
well, you know, insecurity has affected
our this idea that every academic is talking export was booming. I hope people that are listening to you, they are not taking it very serious. Our attempt at diversifying our economy has been on. Obasanjo was fighting the battle all through. Jonathan was fighting the battle that we want to diversify economy. And all of a sudden, you keep coming there and keep repeating it. Export was booming. Which export was booming? The only thing we had that was good for us under Jonathan was that, yes, when Obasanjo was leaving, there was a little bit feared foreign reserve and excess crude account. Then Jonathan was blessed with the highest cost of crude. Go and check the amount of money that was coming in under Jonathan. And we were never embarked on any major infrastructural. We should have built 2 super highways from Lagos to Sokoto or to Karanamoda. We could have built those rails with the amount of money. This thing you keep shouting that export was booming. It's a fallacy. It's only in your imagination. Which export was booming under Jonathan that you keep referring to? Which Jonathan? Which Nigeria? Which export? You even confirmed it that we have more oil export than you confirmed it here. If you can check,
hold on, Bishop. That's not export was booming. Nigeria it was a mono product economy under Goodluck Jonathan, but then that product it had a purple part when it was selling for one of the highest prices ever. And that was what insulated the currency and what insulated. There was nothing being exported outside oil, not any more than now. In fact, more non-oil exports are coming out now than ever was under Goodluck Jonathan. The Goodluck Jonathan was entirely an oil economy. That's all he did.
Well, that's your opinion, but I know. But starting from 2016, our non-oil export declined to 39%. The record is there. So from 2016, our non-oil exports declined by 39%. So when your non-oil export declined by 39%, you know what that means.
Where are you getting that data from? Where are you getting that?
Go and check it now.
Check your Google. What do you mean go and check it? You say random stuff and you tell people to go. I
don't say random stuff. Check your Google. One man, I don't come here to say what I don't know. As if I don't do my studies or what. How do you mean that I say like random stuff? So is it going that goes through research?
No. You said non-oil export was booming under Goodluck Jonathan. I asked you what they were, and you are saying things like cassava, and now you are saying it fell by 30-something%. I'm asking you where you're getting it from. You are saying I should go and look for it.
You Google it now. In 2016, our non-oil export declined by 29%. You don't need to ask me where I get it. Also, if you think I'm lying, what you need to do, just use your Google, search it. If I'm lying. Not that I'm saying like as if I don't study. I use the only people study.
No, you study now.
I read my stuff. I read my I don't study my things that I use around our country.
Usually when people say something, they put the link in the private chat and we check it. So they don't ask. But thank you. I'll get to you in a moment. Let me go to Ajanle Koko say face ready. So. Ajanle Koko, we were kicking it off then with the IMF space that tells us that fuel subsidy was never even removed in the first instance. So is this a case of the government actually lying, or is it a case that is it a matter of semantics, or is it a matter of truth or lie? Ajanle Koko.
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button Share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Nigerian reactors, IMF claimed Tinubu-led government has secretly returned for. Look, you see, everybody in that country knows the mess that Tinubu met on the ground. And for Tinubu to keep his credibility or show to Nigerian people rather, that he's a man of his word, he's a Democrat, and he really want to govern and not rule. He has to come out clean to Nigerian people. If he is subsidizing, if the reality on the ground concerning the exchange rate and other economic reasons necessitate that increase for the price of petrol in Nigeria, and him as a government, he as the leader of the government, believe in intervention to stabilize the price and not allow you to get out of hand. And it can tell us, nobody can kill him. Yes, he said during his inaugural speech that all subsidy is gone. If by reason of all the measure he has taken, economic measure he has taken so far, and the price of the oil or the price of petrol is going to 1,000, how do I say, how much is it now? Maybe let's say it's going up above 600, going to 1,000 or 1,000. It should let us know, look, this is the current price. But we are not going to allow, for economic reason, we will not allow that price to be at the pump price. This is the price that it should tell us that this is how much that they are subsidizing for Nigerian people, and not the marketers as they used to do. This is what we are subsidizing for Nigerian people, so that our economy will not go down. Because the higher the price of petrol, the worse the economy will become. And he must not allow the economy to collapse under his watch as a responsible government. So everything that is going on in Nigeria as to how the economy is run is under the watchful eye of IMF. IMF dictates to Nigeria what to do. And IMF knows everything, how everything runs in Nigeria. Both the fiscal policy, the monetary policy, what is going on, and the way the Nigerian economy is managed now. IMF knows everything. So when IMF is making this statement, they have the fact to that effect. They are not just making the statement to ridicule the government. Not to ridicule the government, but it's a statement of fact. What the data show to them is what they are presenting to us. So our government is lying. They've been lying to us, and that is not good. Tinubu should not do that. People that are closer to him is
Ajalo Koko, it's not even a case of the subsidy being there, because of course we cannot see that the subsidy must be there. Otherwise, people would just not be able to afford to buy the petrol. But not just not do, yes. So yes, so
it drives the prices of everything. It is the driver of economy activity. So a responsible government will not allow the price to get out of hand. They must intervene. They must do something, to control it. You understand what I'm saying, one man? So if that is what it's doing, it should let us know, so that we, the people, can know, yes, this is what government is doing to stabilize the economy. So they don't need to lie. You can't use, politicians should be able to, retract their statements sometimes, either by word or by action. You understand what I'm saying? So it can come out clean and say, well, yes, I made this statement, but the result, the outcome is not going good, and I will not let that happen. I'm here to serve you. I'm here.
What about what Bishop said, though, that he put a proviso there that the subsidy is gone, but the government will intervene when necessary. Is this not then that intervention that he put as a clause?
Well, it is yes, the subsidy is gone for rich people that are benefiting from it due to, the subsidy that is paid to them. You understand what I'm saying? So that one is gone. And the intervention that he has made so far to stabilize the price, though the price is high, but still there's a control on the price, which, of course, is another way of subsidy. It should let us know. You don't government with lies. This is democracy. You don't government with lies. Don't govern rather with lies. Don't govern with propaganda. Misinform the people. It's going to boomerang. This is it. That is what this statement is stating to us. You've been lying, but this is the fact. The people that are controlling the economy of Nigeria are telling us the fact. So if they are responsible government, they should be able to come out and, clarify their own, is either to debunk it or come out to clarify themselves against what the IMF has said. So if they don't come out to clarify it or tell us their own side of this story, then that will tell us that they are lying. Look, this is what the other day you and Bishop, one man, you and Bishop were throwing all sort of what do I say? You are mocking Femi Falana. Oh, he doesn't know what he's doing on this price control. He doesn't. This you and Falana, you and Bishop were having fun over Falana here. Falana is right. What Tinubu is doing is price control. One man, are you there?
I'm here. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
We all can. Yes, carry on.
Okay. Falana is right. He was urging them, come and effect price control to make life better for Nigerian people. You cannot be giving tax exemption. You cannot be giving what do you call this thing? What's the other thing? To the rich, to the multinationals in Nigeria. And yet these people can throw their product into the market with any price they like. It is our own money that is given to them as exemption and tax relief. You cannot give these multinationals, Dangotes and this, you cannot give them exemptions. You cannot give them tax relief with our own money. It is our own money. Why not give them that and then use that, what do you call it? That exemption and relief, tax relief given to them to build good schools, good road, better hospitals, and make life better for Nigerian people. But you gave it to the rich, and the rich did not give it back. It's our money that is given to the rich. So, look, Tinubu administration Tinubu should see himself as, I have said this here several times, that Tinubu is either Tinubu is, if Tinubu work hard in such a way that it did not play game, in such a way that is honest and sincere to Nigerian people, he will save Nigeria. But if he have to run his government the other way around, then he will kill Nigeria. We have got to that point, to that stage, where Tinubu must run the government with sincerity of purpose, fight corruption.
Do you mean what do you mean by sincerity of purpose? Because people will argue that he is sincere in his purpose, but maybe he's not communicating it to the level that he should. I mean,
he's not sincere. He told us,
right,
this thing is gone.
right.
He's doing price control, and they are not.
It's not doing price control now. I don't know. It's not this peppy little.
They are doing price control.
How are they doing price control?
On that petrol price.
Right. How?
If they allow the market forces to determine the price, Nigeria will not be able.
No, they are subsidizing. They are subsidizing.
There's subsidy. Whether price control is, if they pay for it, they are paying for what's the difference that will have, what should have been the difference between the price now and what the price should have been if they don't pay the subsidy to stabilize the price. So it's a form of price control that, look, it cannot go more than this price, no matter what. Even if the cost of production, even the cost of importation is higher than what you are selling in the market, this is the price that we want to, we're going to sell it. Whether the price of cost of importation is low or high, this is the price. So, and now we know that it's higher, but they keep it at that 600 plus. So he has to, Tinubu should realize that Nigeria is at the crossroad, and he, as the head of affairs, must run that country with sincerity of purpose, with honesty and sincerity of purpose to save that country. Otherwise, the country will sink under his watch. And nobody is praying for that, but we don't want it to happen. So let us know.
Are you sure nobody is praying for that? I'm pretty sure that the obedience are quite keen for the country to sink.
They're just looking for trouble.
But we all know that now. So why we pretend? They want the country to fail, as though the country failing will suddenly metamorphose into Obi becoming president.
It looked like you enjoy them throwing stone at you, sir.
No, but Ajale Koko, is that not the case though? Because even on Instagram, they are always attacking and that oh look, that look at they are doing all of these things, as though if Tinubu fails or the country crumbles, then that will metamorphose into Obi is whether Tinubu fails or succeeds. Well, I think you and I know that Obi is not going to be the president, not ever really. So I don't know quite what they are doing. They are so eager for the country to fail, as though they will benefit at the end of that failure. They are not. So it's just it's foolishness, but we digress.
So yeah, the what the IMF you know, the IMF statement, I think it just showed that Tinubu they are hiding some fact from us, the people, and it is not time. They shouldn't be doing that. They cannot govern well. They want to govern us like that. They won't govern well. The truth will definitely come out, and we hurt them so bad. A lot of people that even supporting them now will they will lose their support, because it is better to state it clearly, put it before the people, and look for the best of the best brain. This is the time that I mean, to govern that country now is beyond APC alone. Tinubu should be able to scout for the best of the best brain in that country to come together and see how they can, rescue that country from going under. And people like past leadership in this current political dispensation, it can invite them, can meet with them, and seek for an advice from them. Like Obasanjo, I know some of the Yoruba will, for their this thing, will say, "What's Alayu Ajale Koko saying?" You can bring him closer, bring other people closer, and let them, because you never done it before. What you never done before, you must bring people that have done it before to guide you, to give you advice, to brainstorm, get the best of the best advice from them. Let them guide you. Don't think you can do it alone, or this corrupt element in APC. Though he might think, oh, his own thing, I've been coming a long time with them. We would be able to do it. It doesn't work like that. Sometimes you must bring in some new team of people, and collaborate, and let's see what we can do. There was a way that Tinubu, Obasanjo did it, and it came out successful, even though some people, it failed in some areas. But when it comes to the economy, that man brought the economy of Nigeria. He brought it from this number to a position that, to a credible position, as at the time he was leaving that country, as at the time that he left office, rather. It brought the economy from the bottom to the top. We recorded like 15% GDP during his own time. And the petrol, by the time it came in, the cost of petrol was at the lowest ever that you can think about. The cost and the barrel of oil, when Obasanjo came, was like $7 or $8 per barrel. We did not have $1 billion in our foreign account. What we had in our foreign account was less than $1 billion. As at the time he was leaving, he left like $45 billion. And he left excess crude oil. He opened excess crude oil account in the central bank that was around maybe 30 billion or close to 40 billion. So he was able, he made Nigeria a credible economy, an attractive economy to international investors. How did he do it? This is what Tinubu should do. Consult with him. This is what you achieved during your own time. What do you think I can do? Get the best of the best brain together to do this job and come out clean tonight. That Nigeria people are the most reasonable people that I've ever seen. They are reasonable people. They just don't attack anyhow. But the problem where we have in that country is that the leadership does not communicate with the people. And by the time that people got some information on how their country is being mismanaged, then the people will go haywire. They need to come out clean. If you come out clean to the people, this is what is going on, and this is what we are doing, and the people found it to be true that yes, this is what our president and his team, this is what they are doing, managing the economy. They are not lying to us. They present all the facts. I mean, Nigerian people are reasonable. They will go along with them. They'll be patient with them. And they show leadership. And if they can show leadership that are ready to sacrifice as well. But they are not showing all these things. And why do you think people will not go mad? Or the obedient will not even go mad? They will go mad, or the opposition will go mad. They will chastise them. So, but one man, IMF is in control of our economy. There's nothing that the Tinubu's team can hide. They cannot hide anything. IMF, the same way IMF was reporting about the mismanagement of the economy under the Buhari administration, the same way they are reporting now. This is not a matter of they're being mischievous. They are not mischievous. They know the in and out of our economy. They have all the data and they monitor it. And because they are our creditors, they know everything that is going on. They dictate to the central bank, do this, do that. This is what you must do. You must remove subsidy on this. You must remove subsidy on this. And they are listening to them. Because when they don't listen to them, when they act contrary, then they will strangulate them with they will deny them loan facilities, and they are desperate to get loan to run the economy. So let's say thank you to IMF, one man. Let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the headline on the screen. Labour Party suspends National Treasurer for accusing Abure of misappropriation of funds. So we discussed it at some length yesterday, and we were saying that they had to render their accounts in order to cleanse their names. But it looks as though they've just gone for the brutish Agbero. They've just they shot the woman instead. What are you then making then of this response from the treasurer of the party, frontally accusing the chairman of the party of looting party funds? What are you making of the suspension of this woman, Ajane Kuko?
One man. It just tell you that Labour Party is not different from other party in Nigeria. Labour Party is being run by criminal element that doesn't want, criminal element that are very, very corrupt. Very, very corrupt. Look, that lady that came out yesterday to tell us how the party's fund is being mismanaged, it's been misappropriated, or how do they say misappropriated? It's just shameful that they have to fire her. It just tell the public that they are guilty of what they are being accused of, they are totally guilty. Because if you are clean, if you have not done what you have been accused of, you should be able to come out and present your own case. Present your fact before the public. Show to us, particularly the people that donated. This is public fund. This is public fund to run the party. But Abure and his team are stealing this money. And this lady is crying that they are stealing public fund. And the only thing to do is just to fire her. I think they are wrong. She can challenge them at the law court and she can get her position back. So it is every party have a constitution on how leadership can emerge, and leadership can quit, relieve of their position. There are procedure. Have they set up disciplinary committee? I believe the constitution will have that. The constitution of their party will give room for, disciplinary committee to be set up for whoever that is have committed anti-party or anything wrong against the party. They have to. This disciplinary committee will invite her, took her through some questioning, and then, as prescribed by their constitution, then take decision on her. But they didn't go through that process. They just fired this lady the second day that he came to tell us that they are stealing the money. It's just a confirmation that Aburi is guilty of what is being accused for, or what is being accused of. And it's very shameful that Peter Obi, as the leader of the party.
Well, why is it not sent out a tweet? He sent out a tweet about everything else. Why has he not sent out a tweet about
this? He
cannot
send anything. He knows that Aburi is Ogbojuole. He knows that Aburi is a thief, and he benefited from that crooked Aburi's way of crooked way of running the party, because he will be benefited from that means too. So he cannot talk. There are a lot of things they forged. A lot of documents they forged to allow Obi emergence as the presidential candidate and all the things to make it possible for him to be the candidate. There are a lot of things that they did. He cannot say anything against Aburi. If he is a courageous leader, if he is not aiding and abetting Aburi, he should disassociate himself from him. Aburi this is not the first person accusing Aburi of embezzling money, public money. Some candidates before the election last year, they came to the air to say Aburi took our money and forged letter to tell the INEC that they withdrew from the race. Arabambi are the rest. They said the first document, which police confirmed that is true. He forged a court seal. He forged a lot of documentation. And the police investigated. And police submitted their report to the court. They presented their report to the court that, yes, their forensic investigation showed that Aburi forged documents. He forged some documents, rather. So what are we talking about? This is a sham. This is not a party. This is a sham. This is maybe the worst political party in Nigeria. Party where you see all this kind of activity going on is not fit to take over the reign of that country.
They are saying is coming out in the press tomorrow, Abure. What are you expecting him? If he comes out in the press tomorrow, I think he's going to go to his friends on Arise TV so that Rufai Hussein can help him with the cover-up job and whatnot. What are you expecting to hear from him? And are you expecting him to come with a briefcase full of documentation? Because I did not do it, and it is the opposition, she's being sponsored, and all of those are ready go-tos. I don't think that will do it this time around. He has to through document and a walkthrough, and they also have to publish their accounts, that Labour Party. But that patter cake baker's man, oh, it's the opposition, and they should be sponsored. That won't do it this time around. So what are you expecting from Abure when it comes out in the press tomorrow?
Is it going to Arise, or where did they say it's going?
Yes, they are saying it's going to Arise. That's what they expect. You know, Arise now is the default platform of the obedience space.
One man, I'm telling you, you'll be shocked tomorrow. They will grill him, and he might be disgraced if he cannot prove, his position with fact that lady is lying. Then he will be disgraced. You'll be shocked. Rufai will be there for him. They're not going to spare him because people want to judge Arise News. People will want to, watch him on Arise News and use that to know where Arise News stand, whether they stand for the truth or they stand for lie. So he said that one of the truth. He said that one of the two. The truth or lie. The propaganda or or disseminating information just right the way it is. Arise News, I don't think they will cover him. One man. They will grill him hard, Rufai particularly.
They've never done that before to an obedient.
You're gonna see. They will grill this guy very, very hard.
They will probably hold hands and slaughter the woman. That's what they would do.
I believe that lady will have submitted or given some document to them that they will use to ask questions from him tomorrow. He might be disgraced. So let's see what he's going to do tomorrow. And then they will have to ask him questions. If Rufai is listening now, they must ask him the question, why this lady must be fired? Why did they fire him? Why did they fire her? When and not comply with what the constitution of the party, prescribe. There's a process of discipline party members that that is not acting in the right direction of the party. There's a process to discipline party member and not unilaterally. Who fire her? Who has the power to fire an ESCO member?
It was it has to be Abure now. Let me quickly give it to you.
That power. That's what I'm saying.
Let me quickly give it to you. It says the Labour Party has suspended Oluche Okpara, its national treasurer, for accusing Julius Abure, national chairman of the party, of misappropriation of funds. On Monday, Okpara, during a press conference in Abuja, accused Abure of allegedly misappropriating 3.5 billion naira belonging to the party. She said the 3.5 billion naira was raised from sales of forms and fundraising activities in the build-up to the 2023 elections. Okpara said she was compelled to raise alarm because the internal mechanisms in the party have failed woefully to hold Aburi accountable for brazen abuse of office and misappropriation of party funds. But the Labour Party, in a reaction, said the national treasurer is under some external influences and only read a press statement written by our detractors to further tar the image. So to further tar, that means it's already tarred, isn't it? Our detractors to further tar the image of the party. Speaking at a press conference on Wednesday, Obiora, Labour Party's National Publicity Secretary, said Okpara has been suspended for 6 months. Obiora said the Labour Party did not raise 3.5 billion from the sales of forms, as the National Treasurer alleged. We wish that was true, but the truth is that the party raised only 1.2 billion from not just the sale of forms, but also from other sources, including membership cards, donations, amongst others, Obiora said. The party, through the campaign bodies and support groups, realized another 800 million naira, a fund solely managed by the campaign organization and not the party. The party accounts have been properly audited up to June 2023 and have been and have since been submitted and received by INEC. Obiora said the leadership of the Labour Party on Tuesday set up a disciplinary committee to probe the national treasurer over the accusation she made. He said the committee invited Okpara to appear before it on Wednesday to clear her name in the spirit of fair hearing, but she shunned the invitation. So this is what they are doing. Some kangaroo courts are essentially the setup.
Absolute power corrupt absolutely. That is what they are demonstrating there in their party. They said they suspended her for 6 months. So this disciplinary committee have already even decided that she will go for 6 months.
How can that happen with that speed, Ajanle Koko? The woman made the allegation 2 days ago, and by the next day, they already set up a committee, which they then determined that she was not attending. I mean, what is this some joke?
It's a joke. This is just to confirm what that lady is accusing them of, that the party machinery
is a one-man business.
One-man business. That is what this decision, this action just confirm what that lady accused them of. That you cannot talk to them, you can't challenge them, they will go after you the same way. This is exactly the same thing they did to Arabambi and the rest. They accused them, they are being sponsored by their detractor, or what did they call them? Now the same thing, outside forces that sponsor this lady to come and to further tard the image of the party. It's just very, very shameful. And like I said, Aburi does not have the right to suspend that lady because they were elected through the same process. They have to go through disciplinary committee. It is on the basis of what the disciplinary committee recommended that will take effect on that lady, that will take effect on her, whether to remain or not to remain. And for that disciplinary, they have to base their decision on fact. Otherwise, they could be sued. You can't they gave all of you in that executive committee of the same mandate to run the party. Yes, the chairman of the party is the leader of the party, but he doesn't have that excessive authority to do and undo. It's not possible. So this is just a complete nonsense, and it just shows that people in the position of authority running that party are just their agenda is to loot public fund. Every donation that come in there via purchase of form and other donation from other sources. Who is that?
That's a maker having a moment. I think maybe it's all that Valentine wine. It has gone to his head. A lot of people have been.
I'm confirming what Baba Jare Koko is saying now.
What?
That you said they are set up to loot funds now. So I say now.
All right. It was in a weird voice. You said it. The Valentine. Well, how come you are not out Valentine in Ajale Coco? Is it? I don't know. Because you are not Italian, Abi. I don't know. All these things they used to loot our money. Eh?
Don't mind them. What is a Valentine? Is you have to devote one day to show you love your wife, the wife that you married, that you live together. What is is it not this colonial mentality that is worrying them? This is the Oyibo people thing. It's not our own thing. So let them just continue to people that want to carry Valentine on their head. Let them carry it. It is fine. I mean, it's good for young people, not for people like us that have past our own time. We did it.
Past ourselves by date.
Yeah. Let's leave it for our own children to have fun. Yeah, look, that's it, woman. So, happy Valentine to our young listeners and
to people who care about things like that. Yes.
Yeah. So as
I object to it, by the way. But just as an aside, I object to why would the whole world be held hostage by some random Italian guy that means nothing to anybody? I mean, but let's get back to the point. It's an annoyance. All this bracket. It's just a marketing ploy, isn't it?
It's a marketing, yeah. It's good for business. I mean, when by the time you listen to the news tomorrow, they will report how much the economy generate on Valentine's Day. So it's good for business, and I mean, that's just it. So, but as I was saying, look, Labour Party have shown to us, to Nigerians, that it's not a party that can be trusted with power, can be entrusted with power. They don't have capable people. They have even maybe more corrupt people than what we know in APC and PDP. And their action clearly shows that it is a party with a bunch of corrupt people. You know that Chowore described them. Sometimes when Chowore talk, some people don't listen. But if you listen clearly, you know that guy is a visionary. How did he describe Labour Party? He described it as internally displaced party of politician, or what he said is IDP party. I think that is the way internally displaced party for Nigerian politician, people that
Is that Osho Mole? He's the one that usually uses that sort of. Who said that?
No. That is Showore. Showore
All right, okay.
He described, what do you call it?
Labour Party, yeah.
As party of internally displaced politicians. He called it the party for internally displaced people that cannot find their way in APC or PDP, they will run to Labour Party. Is that not what Obi did? Is that not what he did? It's because he can't find his way in PDP. That's why he ran to Labour Party. And now we have seen what Labour Party represents. Corruption, embezzlement of funds, misappropriation of public funds, looting, serious looting, forgery, criminality. So what are they telling us? So if the leader of the party, we want to hear what Aburi is going to say tomorrow. And if Obi is hiding behind the curtain, he doesn't want to show his face and talk on this, that's to tell us that this man does not fit. Pansat was going crazy, was almost cut his head off, or tearing his clothes into pieces, trying to naked himself yesterday. That when we mentioned here that Obi is as crooked as other politicians in Nigeria.
What is Pansa trying to say?
Oh, you were not here yesterday. Oh,
I was there, but I slept off early.
Oh, you slept. It was between me and him.
We have to put Pansat and Ajan Lekoko in the boxing ring. He got that. Yeah.
You know, they took his money. He's yet to understand that they stole his money. The Labour Party stole his money.
I never open now.
No, Passat I cannot open. No. Yeah, he said cannot open.
And they'll be shouting everywhere, all eyes on judiciary. But they don't open their eyes against their party that is
exactly
heavily heavy
corruption. Imagine the chairman of the party is a working, is a mobile printer.
But that election was quite epic. We went from that election, it was quite an epic moment. We went from Agbado to it will collapse, all eyes on the judiciary. This time around, we went through a whole lot of everything, no?
Look, all eyes on judiciary. They should put eyes on this Labour Party and fight the criminality and corruption inside Labour Party. If they believe this is the party to govern Nigeria, as they are telling us, we have seen it clearly. Is heavily in deep in corruption. This is a party that is heavily. They are deep in corrupt practices. The leadership of the party. So Obi, like I said yesterday, Obi have to clear himself. He must. It's either he distance himself from this guy and this kind of corrupt practices in that party, otherwise he will lose his credibility. And he's losing it. Because this is the
there are two different spaces though. There's the campaign donations, which I think directly Obi has to account for that. But there is the party funds, which I think is the responsibility of the party, because it's not a party functionary. So all those monies that they used to buy from the membership and people that donated directly to the party, that's nothing to do with the Peter Obi now. It's people that donated to his campaign that he needs to account for.
You see, his own presidential campaign organization, people donated from all over the world, and as well as in Nigeria, they donated into his campaign organization fund. We don't know. Maybe I've rendered the account. We don't know. So it just Tinubu them.
No, he didn't render any account. Sorry, Baba Janikoko, for interjecting. Which account did he render?
I'm saying whether he has rendered the account, I don't know.
You know, no, he has not.
Yeah, okay.
They've stolen the money now. They can't reconcile that.
But they said they have rendered their account.
Which render? Who are they deceiving?
Well, that's what they said. That's what they said in their public statement.
They're liars now.
They say it says that the party account has been properly audited up till June 2023 and have since been submitted and received by INEC. Not only have they
submitted when somebody that when did they submit it? Somebody that we asked when, is it not January this month that we asked him? He said the account is ready. These are crooks now. These are thieves.
Look, Emeka, you know that lady.
Yes.
Was telling us yesterday when he was interviewed on Rise that Aburu came to him with audited account, asked her to sign, and the amount she found there as amount raised or realized from, revenue. The revenue was.
I am not surprised. Abure is a mobile printer, so he can print any printable. This is not the first time they are accusing him of forgery. So the police has investigated him and confirmed that he forged somebody's signature.
Yes.
For a state gubernatorial candidate of the LP.
Why didn't they put him in jail? They confirmed why didn't they put him in jail?
No, the matter is still in court.
Police investigated and they found out that he forged signature. And they didn't put him in jail.
The
matter is still in court. So
hold on.
When person cheats, fly they follow everywhere. He's not the only one. They can't. Not everybody cannot be accusing you.
Okay, hold on. And
I have the floor. I have the floor. I don't want to allow you.
Let me take 1 minute from you now.
One man. I don't want to
help.
All right. So let him carry on now.
Let me just interject for 1 minute.
Why he's saying no? He's saying no. So what do you want?
Let me interject for 1 minute.
He has said no now. He has said no.
Talking the whole day.
Speak, but I don't want to allow you to speak. No, I
have the floor. Yeah, because you were rude to him yesterday. I think it's right. But
I don't want us to go. What happened yesterday, we cannot repeat it again.
Okay. Let me apologize to you for yesterday. Don't worry. Look, I apologize. Okay, hold on. I want to ask you a question because
no.
He said the matter is in court.
I don't want to.
Hold on now.
All right, carry on, Janikoko.
Yes, I don't want to answer his question. I'm not here for him. Others can interject, but not concern. When I'm on the floor.
I thought it was your friend now. You
carry on. No problem.
He has crossed the line. So it's just who
I told him to show his face. He doesn't play with that one. So, once you say show your face, your limit is
if I should show my
sedimented.
We have seen Ajande Koko here before. There was a time Ajande Koko was doing roving correspondence, recording and sending.
So I will, if I should show my face,
forget about the warness of your face.
Rain on you within 24 hours, you'll be gone. So you don't want to see my face.
One face. Okay, go ahead. Let's speak now.
Oh, what man that I'm saying. So Obi have to show leadership. This is what I was saying yesterday. You can't have a person that is so corrupt that is publicly being accused of embezzlement of funds. Not one person, not two persons, member of the party, leadership, one of the leaders of the party, that is the treasurer, people that contested gubernatorial position in the party, and some others. This is the only man they are pointing out. No other person. Are you telling me that, oh yes, those people colluded to do that? I mean, we have to face. So this is what Obi did that he allowed that first incident between Arabambi and this Aburi. He couldn't manage them, and he allowed the fracas to went haywire beyond control, and we saw what happened, dragging themselves to the court, molesting themselves, and Arabambi putting out document upon document to say, look, this guy forged, and we saw it. The same thing happened. This lady made effort to see how they can resolve this thing within the party, email after email, letters after letters to Aburi to explain, to give account of how much the party realized and how much, as the treasurer, what does his position represent when she cannot know how much the party is making, how much they are keeping everything away from her, and you are both given the same mandate to manage the party. You just happen, Aburi just happen to be the chairman of the party. But when we are talking about the mandate to manage the party at their different positions, it's all the same. It's joint mandate given to all of them, all the executive position in the party. Whether you're chairman, secretary, treasurer, financial organizing secretary, it's all joint mandate to run the party jointly according to their specific position. So, as far as I'm concerned, one man, Obi have to do something about this thing. He cannot allow this to go on, because this will be taken, people are taking this into account, and it's going to be used against him. When times come, they will use all that is happening within this party against him. Maybe he will leave that party in the future, abandon this party to clear his name out of this mess. But if you want to remain in this party and continue to associate with Aburi, I think he is associated with corruption and embezzlement of funds and all those criminality that Nigerian politicians are known for. So that's the way I see it. One man. So
one man, let me give him a word on that. He's dragging his feet now. He's done now.
I still have the floor. I'm not allowing you. Please, I still have the floor. Come back when you get to your time. You will speak. You cannot speak. When
I'm appealing to the host.
No.
So if you're done,
I'm the one.
You cannot ruin this platform. This is our platform here, right?
All right, settle down, Pansat. You can't keep doing that, man.
But it's not being fair now. It's not being fair.
I'm the one on the floor.
You've just come in now. There's about.
No, I just want to interject for a minute.
But he has said no. So
what I'm saying, when he's done, I will then ask the host to let me interject for a minute. That it's not his time; it's your time. Interject, then I wait.
All right.
That's what everybody does. Why should you don't? You gotta be fair.
I have the floor.
I know. Finish
all right.
your floor, give it back to the host, and then I will interject.
All right. Carry on, Najane Koko.
So, one man, let me leave it there.
All right. Ajale Koko, do you want to speak a little bit about this? Emefiele was actually using nearly $11.2 billion to subsidize the naira over a period of 7 months. So what this person is inviting is a conversation around just what we want to do with the naira. So for the naira to continue to be affordable, it will have to be heavily subsidized. So if Emefiele used $11.24 billion dollars to subsidize naira over 7 months, this guy is now projecting that Cardoso in equal measure would have needed $12 billion to subsidize the naira in the 8 months that they've been in situation. So, what exactly do we want? Do we want to continue to subsidize the naira so that a good chunk of this $12 billion gets round tripped by the usual suspects, or do we want to free flow it in the manner that it's playing out? So, what are you making then of these data that makes for alarming reading?
One man. I don't think that Cardoso would have spent so much to subsidize naira because their policy is clear. It's clear. Tinubu policy and Cardoso as the governor of central bank, it's a free flow naira against dollar that we have. They are not subsidizing it. To the best of my knowledge, they are. If they have been subsidizing the naira, I don't think that
Ajale Koko, what's this contributor, what this person on Twitter, what is putting forward is that, there's been a lot of complaints, even in the comment section here. You have Prince telling us that, the naira is nearly 2,000 to the pound now, and all of that. So what is presenting is a data-led invitation to a conversation. So in order for the naira to be within the realms of wherever it was, the country has to subsidize it. And he's showing us data then that nearly 12 billion was used to subsidize it over a course of a 7-month period. So can we afford, because if we're saying 12, that's essentially about 25 billion thereabout over the course of a year, $25 billion over the course of the year, subsidizing the naira. So is that what we want to continue to do, or should we let the naira free float in the manner that it is?
Look, woman, we gonna be in a very, very economic danger if we subsidize that naira heavily. What we had back then that is responsible for 11 point something billion, that's a result of heavy subsidy for naira not to lose its value as we have it today. But now, as we have seen it, I think the government, even though they allow it to free flow, there must be a point to put a stop to it. They can't allow you to continue to go down because as we are today, we don't even have the money to spend to subsidize it. We have to subsidize this. You have to be borrowed funds, but at the same time, government has the responsibility to put a stop to it at a particular point, so that that currency will not collapse, because the rate at which is going down, it's going to be. It will be wiped away by this international currency. They will wipe our naira away. It will become very useless, and we won't be able to get it back, because there's no way. It's going to be very, once it's conquered heavily. Now they are conquering it, but if you allow it to be heavily conquered, then it won't be able to come back up. It'll be very, very difficult. It has happened to several countries in the world. It has happened to Argentina. It happened to some other countries in Africa here. So, but Nigeria can still, central bank is taking some measures that can save the naira from going down. There are measures after measures, that the central bank is taking. One of them is, look, the commercial bank cannot hold, dollar in their vault anymore after 24 hours. You have to dispense it. You don't get dollar from central bank and hold it. No, it must be dispensed, and there must be records to show this is what you use it. The one that at the end of every at the end of business in a day, whatever you have left must be returned to the central bank. But before, they used to hold this money, using it for transfer and using it for other businesses, illegal businesses among themselves, the bankers and the street trader, So, but the central bank is doing a lot, putting out a lot of measure to save it. We just hope that the point it is now at 1,500, they should be able to do something that will not further the value to 2,000 and further than where we have it today. So I don't know. It's just there are a lot of we having a very serious monetary management of the economy is not really look good. It's not going good, but we can as well see that the central bank is putting up some changes. The guy is doing his best. Maybe the best is not enough, but we just hope that he will do better. But to continue to subsidize, where is the money? Where would the resources to back that subsidy? They have to go and borrow money to do that. It doesn't make sense. So I just hope that they can find solution to it very well. As if they can allow, what do you call it, our remittance to come into our economy. If central bank can get, the remittance from diaspora, that will help central bank to have enough dollar to manage the economy. So, and I think they are what they are doing now, particularly to diaspora remittance, is that you cannot get dollar in Nigeria. The Nigeria we have dollar. If my understanding is if my understanding is good in that respect, I think that when you send that dollar, they will get the dollar and then give you naira in Nigeria. So it's not going to be what it used to be, where everybody can have dollar, hold on to it, and go and exchange it with Malam, with Malam on the street. Malam will continue to have more dollar, and the central bank does not. The banking system does not have dollar. So I think they are putting stop to that. So a lot of measures they are taking. I hope it will work, but at the present, it is not good. What we are seeing with the devaluation is not good, and they have to do something to stop it. We don't want our naira to completely be wiped out, because when the devaluation gets worse than what it is, to worse off than what we have, it's gonna the economy will be affected. And that is what is responsible for the high cost of goods and services in Nigeria now. The devaluation is not good for business at all, and it's not stable. They should do something to make to stabilize it. If it's going to be 1,005, let it be 1,005. Stabilize it, and so that people can plan with their money, so that investors can plan, and that's the way it should be. So, one man, let me leave it there.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So, Ajale Koko, let's go on to Ekene, who is fast losing patience. He's been bullying me in the private chat. So, Ekene, you're up next. Ekene. After Oga, Alpha.
I had to put something through before it's my turn. Can you give me like a minute so I could address the issue of?
Okay, I'll do fast. My battery is going down.
All right, I'll do it very quickly now. What I want to talk about is one man and Angelica were talking about issues being in the court, being in essence, it's live, it's active, allegations. Do you know that Showere right now is in court for crimes, big crimes, cyber crimes, for knowingly sending messages by means of press interview, also committing one of the worst crimes anybody could commit in a country. Right now, it's active. But we don't berate those who carry him on their head as somebody, the cleanest person in the country. You cannot be a hypocrite. If your principal is charged with 2 counts of conspiring to stage a revolution in a country, it's a big crime. It hasn't been resolved. 2 administrations are on it right now. Buhari is gone, but this present administration feels that it's serious enough that he should go in for it. He was accused, and I posted some links for one man to show here. If he's fair, he will show it. Show it. He's accused of taking a lot of money. You find it in Vanguard, the Whale News, Guardian. Could you show it now, please? It's accused of embezzling $1 million. It's an accusation. Accusation is an accusation. So if you come here and you're disrespecting Abure, or even Obi sometimes here because of allegation, then shame on you, because the person you're supporting is being accused of even far worse, directly. Accusation for accusation. Just because some of us don't look into that, we're not unfair. We do know that somebody has to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt to be guilty before we start passing judgment. But it behooves me how somebody could be so hypocritically evil to come here and look somebody as clean, humble, public servant such as Peter Obi, who's been a governor for 8 years, and you make it your life duty to come here talking nonsense all the time. Then when you ask,
can I go now?
Yeah, you could go now, because what the point I was trying to I just want to show the hypocrisy, which is the worst vice in any human being. Thank you. I wait for my turn.
Okay, thank you. One man.
Can I carry on?
Okay, my guy. I want to start this way. You know, what I was saying, you know, Nigerian problem. Nigeria, I think they don't understand their problem very well. I don't know whether it's the leadership or the followers. But there is an adage in Igbo land that said that I am webe mmiri bido kwụsị ịmụ ya. If you don't know where the rain start to beat you, you will not know where the rain will stop beating you. So and that is the problem of Nigeria. So
you don't even know the proverb, and an Americano is having to correct you on your own. An Americano is correcting you on your own.
I grew up in the village. There's nothing I can say here that I don't know. So go ahead.
So that's the problem. One man, you can check Punch newspaper on 11th of April 2022, because you asked me how I was getting my stories and all that and all that. So if you are serious to counter my argument, you go and check Punch newspaper, 11th of April 2022.
So hold on, Ekene. You see what Pansat did now? He's coming to make all these allegations against Showore, but he's now put the links to those allegations against Showore in the private chat, so that when I push him that back up what you are saying,
no, I'm using my phone. I'm using my phone.
So that's how people do it here. Now you can't just say randomly.
No, I'm using my phone. I'm using my phone. That is the issue. I'm using my phone. I don't use laptop. Yeah. You understand? So that's the issue. If not, I would have sent you the link. So, but that the reason why I told you the date and all that is for you just to click it with your own laptop if you are serious to know what I'm talking about. But you see, the problem is this: Nigeria don't recognize that non-oil export will do us a lot of good, because even the oil export we are doing is not favoring us. And my problem is that most of the things we exported as a non-oil export was raw materials, while other countries are exporting finished goods, and we didn't deem it fit to build up factories that will help us, because one of the analysis was saying that if he does raw materials, non-processed goods, 1 ton will give him only about $800. But if he does finished goods, it give him about $2,000. Check the difference. Nigerians are not serious. Starting from 2012 to 2021. 2012 was when we have the highest in non-oil export. In the year 2012. You check down the line to 2015, we are having about 6 point something billion, this 4 point something billion. But when you check countries like Argentina, that is having about $30 billion. I mean, $20 billion in non-oil exports. India about $30 billion. Bangladesh about $30 billion. Vietnam is having about $60 billion. Argentina, then Nigeria is having about $10 billion. With our size, with all the land we have, with everything that we have, and we cannot build up factories to export finished goods. We're only exporting raw materials in terms of coconut, in terms of cashew nut, all those stuff. Non-processed goods. We're not a serious country. Look at other countries are making billions of dollars in non-oil exports. Every day we come here, we're talking about the naira is going down and all that. You don't, even in your foreign reserve, you don't have anything. Why won't the naira go down? Then the little resources that we have to reorganize these things and make it work, as Tinubu promised us, is sharing it to the governors, to the senators, to use it to purchase vehicles for their personal use. A country that is not serious. I just read something today. I think about 24 billion was released for, is it all this Muslim pilgrim that this Mecca they used to go. About 24 billion was
for Hajj.
Yes, for Hajj. I read it I don't know whether it's true or not, but I read it. But you are talking about a country.
Who gave that money? Who gave 24 billion? Who?
I just
Yeah,
read it.
but Nigeria is a Muslim country now, so it's an Islamic state.
But we can't be using. You see, this is what we are saying when they during the Christmas and they said they were paying for buses. This is the time we can't be using our public fund for all these nonsense religious activities. It will, when they want to do they have given you Christians. When they want to do their own, they will take their own too. So people should not cry. When we are saying it then, that they must stop. They must not use our money to fund religious activities.
This Wajalikoko is nobody begged them. They just come up with all these things to build up political tensions within the Christians and the Muslims. But you see, my point is this: 24 billion for just hijaz, then 5 billion for student loan. Are we serious? We are not a serious country. Just for hijaz for a few days is 24 billion. Then student loan is 5 billion. And when we come here, you come here to tell us Nigeria don't have money. Nigeria don't have money. Nigeria don't know how to spend money. We don't have thinkers. And I'll continue to say it. So the argument I'm making here is that until we start to do the right thing that other countries are doing in terms of non-oil export, build finished goods, even if it is cocoa, tea, all these things, finished goods. But even though the manufacturers are also lamenting because of infrastructures and all that, and see, if we do all these things, we'll be able to attract billions of dollars in our system. But because the oil is there, once they sell the oil, they'll just have few billions of dollars. They share it by themselves and forget that we need to develop other sectors so that the country will work. See, I don't know this country. If you see the amount country like Vietnam is making without oil, $60 billion, 50 something point without oil. How much is your export, both oil and non-oil? It's not up to that amount. Some $22 billion. So just Nigeria is not serious, honestly speaking. Then you are talking about forex. Why won't we have this kind of inflation we are having? These are the issues. These are the issues. In 2012, this export both on or non-oil and was very good. That was why Jonathan was enjoying that privilege. Then the forex was there, the exchange rate is okay, all that and all that. But starting from 2015, 2016, everything started to decline. And I'm trying to explain that somebody will say, I don't have my record, I don't have my fact and all that and all that.
No, it's not. Nobody say you don't have your facts. People are saying, you are long on this place now. You know we always. So sorry, are you interjecting, or if you are not, then mute yourself. We always ask people to present their facts, and you are no different. So we will ask you to present. Otherwise, we'll take everything on people say so. So we always ask people to present their facts.
Well, if I tell you the date and tell you the time, and you are. I told you I'm using my phone. If you are serious to check it, then just Google it. It's not you that use a laptop. I don't use laptop. I use phone. So if I have to do that, I know I have to go out and come back again. I don't have that time.
All right. Take us to Labour Party and the heavy corruption that is going on there. Apparently, the party chairman is using your money to buy houses in Italy. Dubai.
I know that's the only thing you want to discuss tonight, one man. That's the only thing you want to discuss.
Is that not what is in the news?
You don't want to discuss Nigerian problem. You only want to discuss Labour Party.
Let's sweep it under the carpet. Let's pretend like everything is.
You don't want to discuss Nigerian problem. Nigerian problem is too much to think about Labour Party now if you don't know one man. Nigeria have a lot of challenges now to even think of Labour Party. I don't have, even myself as a Labour Party member, I don't have time for them. Whatever whatever they're doing there, I don't even have their time. I cannot think towards their direct. Even their next meeting, I don't think I will even attend. I don't have that time for Labour Party now. The kind of challenge.
So you don't think they should be held to account?
When that time comes, maybe we will talk about that one. But for now, we have a very big challenge. Think about our electricity is down totally. Our electricity, it's not that time that you have electricity maybe 2 or 3 hours a day.
Yeah, but they said the national grid was sabotaged by the obedience.
Okay, let it be the obedience that sabotage it, no problem. I'm telling you, total collapse. Total collapse. All the generator in this country, they hot. The thing will be.
But why you think about it is a terrible situation, though. There's been no electricity for days, and people cannot afford petrol to power generators. It's just why are you people why are you not on the streets yet, burning down the country?
Nigeria, they suffer. I just they laugh. You people have time for Labour Party. People in Nigeria don't have time for this Labour Party. It's you people that have the time for Labour Party. We don't have time for Labour Party now. Nigeria is down totally. You cannot access electricity. You don't even have the money to buy the fuel. Even if I buy, my own has just finished and my phone is getting down. The one I bought yesterday just finished a few hours ago. And my phone is already going down. And if you see my body now, and now this heat now make me still awake now. Yesterday that I was sleeping, I didn't come here because my generator was on throughout the night. I was receiving fresh air. I couldn't join you people. But today, everywhere heat. I cannot sleep. That's why you see me here talking. So we have an enormous problem, and you guys are talking about Labour Party. I just laugh.
Yeah, but is Labour Party not part of the problem that we are facing?
Is Labour Party in government? Labour Party is not in government.
Labour Party is in government. Are they not part of the people that collected car on over 100 million naira car?
As far as Nigerian politics is concerned, the ruling party is APC. So whatever policy APC make, other people follows.
Oh, okay.
You understand?
So they can't reject money because it's APC that is leading. So their excuse for collecting the car is APC said that we should take it. So we don't have common sense enough to reject it and feed our community.
No problem, my guy. Forget about that one.
No, I will forget.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying is that APC is the ruling party. So the person we are holding accountable for the collapse of our country is Tinubu.
Just like a female, you have no accountability. Everybody is the problem, but you.
So, for me, the person that we are holding accountable now is Tinubu, not Labour Party. You understand? And he already left the country. I don't know if is it today or tomorrow that he's leaving the country again. I don't know how they explain that.
Why? Okay, can I ask you a question? What is your reason? Because logically speaking, you are trying to remove accountability from this Labour Party people. But when you do things like that, do you think it is affecting you yourself in a positive manner, or is affecting you in a negative manner?
Let me tell you. I know they see House of Member. I know they see any the person why they see Tinubu.
So
Tinubu was the one that told me that he will hit the ground running from day one.
Mm-hmm. Is it Tinubu that come to your community, or is it?
When he came in, standing on the podium, he just removed fuel subsidy. But today he cannot manage the fuel subsidy again because during the Christmas, fuel was about to go up to about 1,000 naira or so. Some fleet stations were closed. I know that was the problem. So, but maybe at the end of the day, I don't know how they settled. You understand? We have a lot of issue here that most of the time, fleet station will not want to sell. They will want to increase price. But at the end of the day, the price still remain the same. So definitely somebody like me, I know that something is going on underground. Fuel subsidy is happening. So
is
so if he cannot even manage the fuel subsidy that he said he has removed.
A question. Is that Tinubu's fault?
No, wow, is it my fault?
I'm asking you a question. I didn't say it was your fault. I asked if is that Tinubu's fault?
Now, whose fault now? Tinubu said that I take this job. I don't have
question.
Yes, it's Tinubu's fault now. Okay. It's Tinubu's fault because.
Can I ask you another question? Has this been going on before he was president?
What is going? It was going on, but his own has gone to the highest level. That is the issue. Yes, it has been going on, but this one is going beyond repair.
One man, you see why I ran away. All this kind of illogical talk, all this kind of talk that does not make sense, that just want to point finger. It doesn't make any logical sense, man. And you call me the kid, and I'm the one that is smoking Igbo, but you can't speak logically. Blame game as long as it's not your own. People.
How am I not speaking logically? I'm telling you what is happening in the country. You say I'm not speaking logically.
You are saying what is happening.
I never said you are. I never said you are smoking. You are just telling me for the first time. I don't even know.
Okay.
You just told me that you just made it.
But you are not using it to look for solution. You are using it as a weapon to blame somebody.
I just told you before I came in here. I told you the problem of our country and what I expect the government to be doing to increase our productivity. Because that's how it's happening in other countries, so that we're able to earn forest, increase our foreign reserve. But to my greatest surprise, they're not thinking towards that direction. That is my point. I made it clear here. Mm-hmm. If you check all their policies, they're not thinking towards that direction. Nothing. The only thing that Remi Tinubu is doing now is visiting some states in the north and giving them and be sharing them some money and they maybe a little food item so that let me finish so that the northerners will not be angry at Tinubu. He's begging them not to be angry and have some patience. You go to this emir, you dash them some money, give them some food item. That's what she's doing now to calm their nerve down.
Okay.
Today, there was a place that we were sharing bread in Lagos today. People were rushing the bread like animals. They've turned Nigerian to beggars. They've turned Nigerian to beggars.
Can I ask
and you are happy about that?
Who said I'm happy? See, this last time you people tried that thing with me. Don't say what I'm not. Did I say I was happy? Did I say I was happy? I don't know if it's the way Okay, but did I say I don't put words in your mouth? So don't do this. Don't do that to me. That's how the last time somebody here said that I was supporting a kidnapping. Like, what's all this kind of accusations that you guys are always doing? Who said I was happy about it? We're just having a debate. And you keep on saying I'm supporting this, I'm supporting that. It's not funny now. I don't say that about you.
Okay, sorry about that. But my point is this. We, the Alaba economist guys, we don't know economy. But I can tell you that the economy that Alaba market is bringing into Nigerian revenue is still helping this government.
Okay.
You understand?
I wanted to ask you a question.
The millions coming out in Alaba every day, they used to pay revenue, pay import duties, all that and all that. And the money and the people that you see there making their millions and their millions, a lot of people calling Alaba, saying Alaba economists and all that, cannot even think quarter of what those rich guys are doing there. Don't have brain, but they will come and be calling Alaba economy. Alaba economy is bigger than your own thinking, your own brain.
Yeah, but it's kind of done under a lot of.
You understand? But a lot of people, some people that don't know how to talk, that don't have brain, they will be talking about that.
Kenneth, do you want us to really unbuckle the Alaba economy? because there's a dark underbelly to the economy in Alaba market that a lot of people know, but they don't talk about. There's a very dark underbelly to it. Yes.
But one man, I want to discuss with him a little. You were talking about these Hajj people. Let's be honest. Our leaders are a representation of who we are. Those people going on Hajj, let's be honest, Nigerians are religious people who are always trying to buy their way into heaven. Buy, and when I say buy, I mean financially buy. Would that kind of system work if the people were not willing to take the money to buy their way into heaven in the first place? It won't work. It won't work. It's our people that give the option open for all those kind of rubbish. You say, oh, they are going to go and give the Northerners money so that it will calm them down. If the Northerners, if those people had common sense, would they collect the money? You know, if they actually cared about their people,
they are poor now. They have made them poor. So the only solution they have.
Poverty is that's not the only solution. There are plenty poor people that rejected a lot of things. It's just
let me say this.
It's just what
let me
Nigerians
let me say this. They have already made the people poor. I want to tell you, a lot of Nigerians today, I don't know if they have seen 200,000 naira in their account. In many parts of, especially in those remote villages.
Nobody has made anybody.
So poor. when you see most of them are living from hand to mouth. So when they have such visit from the wife of the president, and you share them like 5,000 naira, they will gladly collect it from her. Or some maybe 1 carton of Indomie and 2 cups of rice. They will gladly support it, collect it, and be happy. You don't know the type of, you don't know what is going on. So when they see such thing, it's a big thing to them. So the Nigerian government has made it possible that most of those guys living in remote villages, that when they see those, as in they made them very poor. You just imagine in an election, you come out and be giving somebody 1,000 naira, 1,500 to vote for you, and they will gladly support it and tell you, yes, this is my share from the government money. You begin to wonder, what type of thinking is this? Where are we heading to? And if I tell you that the government are not happy, I'm lying. They are happy. They're happy about that because that's the only way they can always win an election. They don't have plan for the nation. So the only way they can win an election is to keep people in an abject poverty. So whenever they came with little token of naira, these guys will collect it gladly and vote for them.
Okay,
you are
not seeing my point. You keep on wanting to try to blame the government. You keep on saying, oh, it's the poverty they inflicted on them, is this or that. Let's twist it a bit. Let's change the narrative a bit. Let's go into alternate reality. Look at the Nnamdi Kanu situation.
All right, before you take us too deeply into the parallel universe, have that say, push it back, Ekene, and then we go on to Pansat.
Okay, look at this situation, right? You claim it is poverty. You claim it is the government that sets it up. That Nnamdi Kanu situation, if Nnamdi Kanu had told the people in the Southeast who to vote for and who not to collect money for, the people from Southeast would have done that. That is a leader. That is a leader. Each tribe in Nigeria has a leader powerful enough to tell the people not to collect that money, but they are not doing it.
Well, for me, I don't know, but if you check the politics of the Southeast, you will know that it's very different from other region politics.
I understand. What I'm trying to point out
it's just like the last election that happened, the runoff election. You see, in many places YPP win, and they have their reasons. And it's only in the Southeast you see such parties win an election. Not in the only other places. APC. Once they give them money, APC, they will just thumbprint the thing, they go. But in other states in the Southeast, you see party like YPP having some say in the government.
No, that's not correct. So if you look at Southwest states,
you look at Southeast, you see APC, you see APOGA, you see Labour Party, you see PDP. But you come to other states, you see APC throughout.
No,
this one PDP.
That's false.
You understand? Because those ruling parties, they use money to blindfold them. You cannot do that in the Southeast.
Based on statistics and facts, That is not correct. Southwest has the most diverse amount of votes, especially in all sectors, presidential all the way down to local governments. So I don't know where you got your own stats from, but that is not correct. And what I'm trying to point out is poverty is not the reason. Poverty is an excuse. If people really want change, they will come together. They will do the right thing. Poverty is just an excuse.
I have to agree with you. Only on just a little cut off of what you said, Solly. If people actually wanted change, they would have voted for Showore.
Yes.
So any vote outside of Showore is just a ethnicized, partisan, self-interest thing.
Bias.
If anybody wanted, and I'm talking Atiku, Tinubu, of course, Peter Obi and the rest of them, they don't represent change. They represent the old order. If anybody wanted a change in Nigeria, they'd have voted for Showore. It's just as simple as that. And I think we all know that.
We all know that.
The only issue is that
the only person that wants to fight that corruption, both old and new.
Okay, maybe Showore should do his handwork very well. Maybe he can win the next election. So no problem. No problem if he wins the next election.
Now.
Let him do his handwork very well.
You know the problem with Showore is that he has no voting bloc. Peter Obi, of course, has the Eastern Bloc. Tinubu has somewhat a solid base in the Southwest. Atiku has a good grounding in the North. But Peter Obi, he doesn't have a home. He doesn't have a political bloc. That's really he doesn't know how to play politics.
One man.
In terms of wanting change, or if people wanted change in Nigeria, they will vote for Showore. Any vote outside of Showore is partisan and ethnic.
One man, they say charity begins at home. Charity begins at home. So if Showore, we are not able to convince somebody like you, one man, and a lot of kulata, a lot of enigmatic, a lot of ola, a lot of how we are there. Mention them. Then other people from the Southwest. If Showore is not able to convince them to vote for him, instead they go for Tinubu. Then that means I'm not blind to vote my Obi now. So if the Southwest feel that Showore is so nice, so cool, and they choose Tinubu over him, then that means the problem starts from the Southwest. That is the issue. You understand? If the only thing that would have
blame game. You are a professional.
The only thing that would have helped Showore is that somebody like one man, all these guys that I see here, is campaigning for him. Maybe at least few states from the Southwest, even his own state, go safe. His own state would have come up and say, let's go for Showore. He will do something. Then from there you start to convince people like me now. Convince the Northerners. Convince the North Central. All this and that. But you guys didn't vote for him and you expect me to vote for him. You know they work like that. You didn't campaign for him. You expect me to come out and be campaigning for him. You know they work like that now.
So
you understand?
Everybody to their stock, Abi. Okay. And everybody to
their stock. Now you go carry just like
see this thing now. So the only solution was to go back to tribal votes because this person is doing it. You do it. Then what the solution?
The problem you make is you guys that are sounding like that. At least you have to start from your home to build if your people trust you so well, your people have to trust you first. That's how politics starts. Your people have to trust you. No matter what, your people have to trust you.
If everybody held that view, Obi would not have won Lagos.
No, Obi normally, whether you like it or not, Obi governed Anambra State, and a lot of Anambra people trusted him, even before spreading to other southeastern states. That's how it works. You cannot lie about that, one man. It's just like Tinubu governing Lagos State, and when you want to compare for him, people from Lagos State have to support him first and speak for him. So, but I don't know the state Showore come from. Is it Ondo or nobody have ever prominent?
Nobody knows where Showore is from. It's a citizen of no mean city.
I don't know. So, but no prominent. At least I would have had some prominent individuals from his state now speak about him now, come out and campaign for him. You know, throughout all his campaign, throughout his campaign, it was only him campaigning for himself. Interview, all this town hall meeting, only him. So that is the problem. Babaja, no verse. When I talk, I dey talk. That's now what I see now. They talk.
I dey hear your talk well. Your talk they sweet me. Now yes, if I can join you. Let me tell you this. All Nigerians are tribal people. They follow their own tribal leader when it comes to politics. And that is what is killing the country. As long as you cannot detach yourself from this tribal leader that never giving you anything, then we continue to have the problem we're having today. And what you are saying here is that Showore does not look good as an Igbo man for you.
Babaja, that's not what I mean.
Hold on now.
That's not what I mean.
Hold on.
Don't worry about it, Ekene. Whether you reward it or rephrase it, or we've always known that it's ethnic. You've confirmed that it is ethnic, but even if you did not confirm that it is ethnic, we knew anyway that it was ethnic. So, and there is nothing wrong with it.
What politics start from your people, even from your family also. Your popularity start from your family members, from your people. But the only thing that will make it, the only
what you are saying,
reason why you will know whether it's ethnic or what is maybe in the next election, maybe APC should bring another person from South in the person of Opus Odema and know whether it is ethnic. If we support him, then you know that it is because of ethnicity. You understand? So that's what if you want to test that ethnicity in the next election, what APC should do is bring up somebody like Opus Odema to contest.
Okay, but again, people are voting for him now.
People are but equally, Ekene, if the Southwest, if they brought Baba Salah and say vote for him, and no Southwesterner will vote for him now because they know Baba Salah is a clown. Just like nobody will vote for Opus Odema because they know it's a clown. That doesn't. If it is because of ethnicity, I would have supported anybody that comes from the southeast now. Not necessarily. That's not how. But the reason why you support Obi is primarily because it's from your stock.
You said it. It's your opinion. It's your opinion. But my point is this.
Look,
my point is just like
let me highlight a comment. People heard what you said now. Adesina was pushing at you. Baba T was mocking you. They all heard your words. You know, so, and there's no shame in it. If
you support somebody from your tribe,
hold on. You refer to be as my no. Hold on.
There's no problem in it.
You refer to be as my Obi. That's what you just said. Maybe
he's my Obi now.
Exactly.
I love him so much.
And it's not tribal, right? It's just an objective. And okay, go ahead.
Yes, I love him now. I used to call him my Obi now. It's not. There is nothing there. It's just like from Anambra State again. You bring out somebody like Obiano to say that I should vote for him. For what? It's not because you people that understand it like that. Maybe APC should put the.
Hold on, please. What they're saying is this: the way you talk about revolution, the way you talk about it does not match your voting pattern. The way you speak of revolution leans towards a person like Showore, that radical change in the system, changing the political and economic of the country.
And I respond to them by saying,
hold on, and Baba T.
Yeah.
Only Showore is the real deviation from the norm.
Yes,
there's nothing that pivots from the norm in that 2023 cycle outside of Showore. So anybody that wanted change would have voted for Showore.
Yeah, the way the point we're making is that the way you speak of that radical change does not match who you voted for. That's just what they're saying. I hope you understand that. That radical
Yeah, I understand what I don't understand what they mean, but I responded to them by saying that it will not be only me that will vote for him, especially when I've already have a candidate in mind. So what they would have done, especially you, Babati, because when you are campaigning for Tinubu,
why did you have that candidate in mind when you wanted the country to change?
I have already known his work, and his work has attracted me.
But you
so forget whether you like his work or not. But for me, he has governed me before, and his work attracted me. So
you're not being seen.
And let me finish, Babati. Let me finish, Babati. So and what I expected.
Let him finish.
Let me finish now. Sorry, now let me finish now. I want to respond to Babati, and I don't know the state up to today. I don't know Showore State. Honestly speaking. I only see him on television.
Nobody knows it. Nobody knows his state.
Honestly speaking, I don't know his local government. I don't know his village. But I know that he's a Yoruba guy. You understand? He's
not a Yoruba man. No. We don't think
that's to tell you that he is the right candidate, is the real Nigerian. He represents Nigeria and he wants to work for Nigerian people. That is why you.
So, my point is this. My point is this. Yeah, Babaja. My point is this. My point is this. Just like as you are talking about him, I expected somebody like Babati, Kulata, one man, and all that. Because the reason why they are shifting their focus now is that it's just like Tinubu is fearing them. So they are now bringing up Showore issue to use it to cover up. Why didn't we vote for Showore instead of voting Obi or Tinubu? But you guys know that Showore was good. Why didn't you guys from the region sold him to other region?
Because can I respond to Solly, please, if you don't mind?
That's not why we said so.
Please say Solly if you don't mind. I please.
One man, can you ask a point there?
Any sooner, please. One man, can you ask a question?
Let me tell you.
Hold on, Ajaleko for Babasi.
Hold on, please. One man, I want you to answer a question. Who was the first person to mention Prince Adewale on the show?
It was you.
Who was the first person to actually promote his policies? I remember people used to mock me about him coming on the platform. Like, so when you say I'm a supporter of Tinubu, I'm like, you probably were not listening to me on the show. Because I wanted revolution too, but it was more economic. It wasn't as radical like Tinubu, like Babadekoko wanted the like Showore. The first time he ran for office, I actually gave him some cash when he was running the first time around, because I wanted that radical change. So when that was not effective, I'm like, let me take a different approach. So I went with the Adewale that I'm like, okay, it makes more sense with small scale business and stuff like that. That was my own approach. Tinubu was not my primary choice to become president again. So don't try to box me into that corner. I don't think you were listening.
Okay, but you let her join them now. That's the issue. You let her join them. And defend his policy also.
No. If somebody's in office, the man won the presidency. So you have to then look at what he has to offer. I cannot just stay and say, okay, because honestly speaking,
you guys need to do rare around Showore.
No.
He need your support first. Let me finish.
Hold on. No.
Your support first.
No. Hold on, please. This is the point I'm making. If you believe in revolution, if you believe in a candidate, you don't wait for a so-called people to support him. If you believe in what he believes, you will support that person regardless. So if you worry, hold on, please.
Who did you support? No, let's stop this.
It's my turn now. One man.
You support your own man.
I am hearing multiple voices at the same time.
Why am I being ignored here? Why is everyone circling around me?
Ridiculous.
It's my turn. They will come to you. We know it's your turn.
Sorry. Is that a spinner? Can you guys hold on for a second? Can I just
hold on, Babati, hold on, just came in, stay in line. It's okay. It's me and then
what the hell is wrong with
Can I just one man has not called you to speak now.
No respect.
Why are you taking the phone? Why are
Hold
you
on.
trying to hijack the platform?
Let Babate land this
Let me
point.
just
One man.
Everybody hold for Babate, please.
Like,
Please.
I can't be. I cannot keep. So since Spinner wants to join,
You make one more call like that, then it means that I'm not welcome here. I don't want to be sidelined. I want to get my.
Can you hold on?
I've been waiting. I just look at me text. So what's the big deal? It's my turn.
Okay, so let me just.
I'll conclude. I'll conclude for you now. Just a little minute, please.
All right. Let's do it in this order. Let Babati land this point. Ekene round off, and then we come to you, Pansar.
So since Speeder wants to button, so because he kept yelling which I support. Yeah, my candidate was the SDB candidate, and that is on record.
He knows that. Rational Mind knows that.
Yeah,
he was here when you were supporting.
Yeah, so I don't know why that was even an issue. My
why
point
did you support Showore again? That's the point question. Why are you trying to sell him?
I just can you listen? God damn it! Can you guys fucking listen for a second? God damn it, man! I said when Showore ran the first time, I supported him because I wanted a radical change to the country. Because he was a very radical person, and I thought we needed something very radical. But when he failed, I said to myself, that route was not very effective. Let me try somebody that is that want that same change, but has a more robust economic policy, small scale businesses, farming. So the SDP, I only had a plan geared towards more economic change. That was kind of radical in that sense. Since I tried the radical approach the first time and it wasn't effective. Remember, that was the first time. Second time, then let me tell you, my point to Kenny was that the way he talks about revolution matches what Tower represents. So if you believe in that candidate, don't wait for anybody to support him. You start the support because you believe in what he believes in. So when you say people should support him first before you support him, that means you don't believe in that revolution. Then if you believe in that revolution, forget these people. You start supporting him first because you believe in what he believes. That was my point to him. Okay,
thank you, Babati. But I've already made my point clear, and my point is my point. I've already have a candidate in mind which I supported. It's not that Showore is not good, but you see, you people, especially the people that come from his state, need to build that confidence around him to make other people believe him. It's not just telling people support Showore. Politics is not easy. It's not easy to penetrate into people's heart to convince them to come and vote your candidate.
You're not ready.
It's a very difficult task.
You're not ready.
You understand? So for him to survive, for Showore to survive, the only people that can help him survive is the people closest to him, especially from his state.
It's not a Yoruba per se. It's
not a Yoruba. I'm not making it a Yoruba thing, but it's just like you now. It's just like let me finish. You cannot tell me that you will come out to be a politician. You want to run for an office. Then other people from other region who doesn't know you will just come and be supporting you. It's not done like that now. It will start from people that knows you very well. It's just like when Buhari came out. It's just like, let me finish.
You said
it's just like when Buhari.
No. Hold on, please. You said my name. You said the case name. You said one man's name. That means from the southwest part of the country. So you said if people did not support him first, then you mentioned the Yoruba people on the platform. That is your words.
Yes, I mentioned it. Because in this platform.
No.
That's because you take an ethnic view of it.
Exactly.
Which is
no, I'm not taking an ethnic view of it, Babati. Babati is not an ethnic view, but the reason why I made it.
You said.
Whether you want to understand it as an ethnic stuff or whatever you want to say, your politics starts from your politics starts from your people. Just take it like that. If you don't want to take it,
he's not playing that kind of politics.
Leave this matter, make a pass at your
yeah, but
I don't know another thing to say. I don't know another thing. If you cannot support,
it's quite clear now. So I don't think we should push him too hard.
If you guys don't want to support him, if you guys don't want to support him,
Ekene, I'm with you. You said your politics starts from your people. So that's what you said. So I don't think it can be any clearer than that. What more do you want him to say? It's clear now. What you said now. Yes, now.
It's just like me coming here now. You me coming here now. You are telling me about every people that everybody I know here from that is from this region is talking about Tinubu, and they promoted Tinubu, and Tinubu won to you guys. So the politics started from his people in Lagos and people like one man and other people that promoted his.
Leave me out of it. My candidate is Nigeria.
And enigmatic and Kulata that read out his policies and all that, and everything that he can do as a former governor of Lagos State. They promoted him so well.
This is double talk, man. This is double talk.
Oh, that is it.
No.
Even Ola supported him also. So, but the only thing I found out. Let me conclude one. I want to.
Hold on. I think Ekene is speaking with crystal clarity. I'm saying quite clear in what he's saying. Your politics starts with your people. You don't need more than that.
No. I'm saying in regards to Showere's position. You remember I said if he believes in revolution the way he talks about it, Showere is this guy. And he said he starts from, and I said, Showere himself does not talk about his politics from the Yoruba perspective per se. He says he's from south, whatever he calls himself, is a more Nigerian approach. But my point is, if the idea of revolution is what you are latching on for change in Nigeria, so wherever it comes from, whatever people talk about should not matter to you because you believe in what he believes in. That should be the priority, not where it comes from. Based on the way you talk about
I've made my point clear.
I responded to you. He told you that your politics starts from your people.
Yes, I see him as a nice guy. I don't.
Is that not clearly what he said?
But I continue to say it. But majority carries the vote. When I come here, it's only
talking about revolution. Then, revolution.
When we come here, it's only Ajali Koko that talk about Showere. So now only Ajali Koko now gonna make me vote Showere. One man should join his voice. Ola should join his voice. Many of you guys should join his voice.
So forget about Ajali Koko for a second. The man believes in revolution, right? So they believe in revolution. You claim to believe in revolution too, but you need somebody else to convince you of what you claim to believe before you do the right thing according to your own logic. Right?
Okay. The challenge I have with your position is this. Everyone is tribal, but you want to deny your position and you want to force that narrative of tribalism on everyone. That is clear hypocrisy. Then on Showere, let's face the fact. Showere is incompetent politically. Like I said, building your political base alone, winning people to your side, selling yourself for people to believe in your vision is a competence on its own. You fail to do that. If you cannot even build your competence and your political base, how do you want to lead the country to success? So let's just forget all these kind of grammar and or all this abstract thing. For me to even sell my vision to you to buy, you fail in that entirely. So how do you want to convince the larger community? What kind of policy are you going to channel? Come on, let's forget about this Showere. If Showere is that competent, we won't be discussing him by now. We'll be talking about ice shaking ground. The truth is this, is the least competent among the candidate we are talking about. Whether we want to talk of Tinubu, we want to talk of Obi, we want to talk of Atiku. They may be corrupt, say it. We've not given Showere the opportunity. We know where Buhari led us to today. Let us face it. Ekene, just accept that you are tribal. I am tribal. Babati is tribal. Ajale Koko is tribal. One man is super tribal. So don't deny.
How am I tribal? I'm not tribal. I'm from Nigeria. I'm the moderator. I have to stay neutral.
Everybody is tribal because you've not touched your own tribal side. That's why.
I like to speak for yourself. Don't report in your mess.
Babati, you are tribal. I'm tribal. Everyone is tribal. Let's just even rational mind is in fact is aggressively tribal. So masking things
for which side? For which side, Ola?
For
Rational mind is Yoruba nation now. It's the most tribal person. He is Yoruba nation. Rational mind is Yoruba nation. Okay. It's the most tribal person here. But let's have a little bit of Bula Balu.
There you go. One man. Yeah. Look, Ola just said Sowore is the least
competent.
Yeah, I was trying to get a reaction out of you now, so that's going to.
Is
All right.
Is the
And the
all
agenda
right.
supposed to what I'm saying,
Respond to it, but I don't want it. I don't want a long extended. So Ajale Koko responds, and then after that, Pansat comes in with this Bulabalu and Bulaba.
Yeah, least competent, least political competent. I don't even know the parameter to arrive at that conclusion. So, but look, let me say, Ekene have said it right, that you people fail to promote one of your own. I'm promoting Europe and Sowore.
Ajala Koko, you can leave again. Let us just move on.
No,
Somebody's waiting.
Let's
just move on. Let's just move on. You'll be saying the same thing again. No, I'm not trying to cut you off. No, Ajala Koko, I'm not trying to cut you. We're going to stay on this.
You can't just come in. You just came in and you say you want to move on. You know
let
how
him
long
interject. Now just few minutes now. Just few minutes.
No. But after he lands, though, we're going straight to Pansat. Ekene.
Yes,
So,
I will not talk again. I will not talk again.
All
Let's
right. Okay.
You just came in rational mind. You know how long I've been here? And I should not speak.
I've been listening to you.
One man, I've been here now. I was here before Pansat now.
Wait for your turn.
Yeah, but you left Emeka now. You left Emeka. In fact, I thought Pansat was going to be the last speaker now.
I didn't know I was here before Pansat. I was here before
Pansat. Ajale to speak again, right?
I was
we
here
suffered
before
through
you.
his dragging through molasses.
I was here before you.
Let me talk so that we can.
Don't talk.
There's a lot of people here. Mute.
Collect your money from Labour Market, from Labour Party.
So that I could speak and then move it along. There's a lot of people here. Ajale has no grounds whatsoever to speak again.
No. There's the golden rule on this platform, as you know. When Ajale Koko wants to speak, he speaks. You know, it is the backbone of the platform.
That's true, but let it make it snappy and let's move on here. Yeah. I have no interest in what he has to say.
I have a question for you.
Oh, wait till your turn that you ask me, right? Hold on. Now, Jaleko could make it snappy. You've said everything that anybody wants to know about Sowore. I don't know why you want to come in under that. That doesn't mean anything.
Let me talk. So,
okay, go ahead.
This political listing, are you going to say Adewale is a least political? At least competent as well, because Adewale did not even win his polling booth, and he told us here why he couldn't even win his political booth. Why he couldn't even win his polling booth, because this criminal politician that all of you are supporting while giving people's money, but him, as a principled man, as a man that obeyed the law, that is not. A criminal.
He didn't have the money to match it. No, I'm not sure.
Who told you that he doesn't have the money? It's a guy. The guy have jet. They fly around with his private jet. You say he doesn't have the money. Who told you that he doesn't have the money? But it's not a criminal-minded people like all those criminals that all of you are supporting. He said Labour Party was paying dollar. APC.
One man, you're wicked. You're a very wicked guy.
And people were, and PDP was paying them money, and he was looking at them. And these are the people that he gives scholarship. 10,000 people scholarship in his community every year. But yet they did not vote for him. That showed that you people are brain dead. Nigerians are brain dead, including a lot of you that are supporting these criminals. It is not Sowore. So you can describe him as not political competent. You are just describing, the way that you people think, the mindset. How you people have been blindfolded. People that cannot see. They look. The more you look, the less you see. That is the disease that is worrying a lot of Nigerians. They are killing you. Do you know people that are your problem? but you will continue to support them. And people that are coming out, taking the risk, taking the boldness to say, let us take this country back, you will not support them. Then you will come back and then complain. Let me leave Ola. It's disappointing. That statement you made is least qualified. I don't know the parameter you use. A person that does not bribe money, does not bribe, a person that followed the law, all the electoral law, a person that did everything, the slam in jail for fighting for the people, that is the least qualified person. It's unfortunate. That's a very unfortunate one.
All right, Pansat, you're up next. Pansat.
All right, thank you very much. And please, could you put up that graphic with Shore there so that what I want to do in this episode now, I want to come out of my own body and assume somebody who's neutral from any other part of the country. Let's examine Ajay Kuku's stance, right? Now, before I do that, let me post over here how many states that P2B won and the states that he actually won. As we already know, he won 12 if you count Federal Capital Territory. And this is according to INEC results. It's not like if you really talk about the real results, right? The ones that would have been uploaded on time live. P2B probably won 30-something states in that election, right? But let's use the INEC results. And you could see there, for anybody here now, after they see this, because I know a lot of you are very lazy to Google these things and get the actual numbers. Talking about Igbos, you want Igbo states. Look at those states. For the blind, I'll read it out. Lagos State. It's arguable that's an Igbo state. A lot of Igbos there. Enugu State. That's an Igbo state. Nasarawa State. That's not Igbo state. Ebonyi. It's not Igbo state. Abia State, of course. Delta State. That's Igbo state. Anambra State. Plateau. Federal Capital Territory. Edo State. Cross River State. Imo State. Right? So those are the states that INEC chose to give him. How many states did Showore win? 0. He was in the election. Nobody precluded him from being in the election. He wasn't stopped. He ran in the previous election. So
sorry, Pansat. Why was that? Why did Peter Obi, why did he get XYZ, the 3-4 states or however many states you said he won? How was he able to win that, but Showore won 0 states? What do you attribute that to?
Because of one thing. The internet and people having information destroyed the monopoly the Yoruba press had in the country before, right? So this one you do here, that's what we used to have before. The Yorubas were in charge of all the newspapers and all the magazines. So they were able to do what you're doing now, and it worked. But during this election, Peter Obi is not an Igbo candidate. He started far, he was present, he was in the press. He went to diasporans in London, where you were over there.
No, that wasn't the question. I know. Why did he win over Showore is the question.
That's the question. This is how he won. By being, making his character the issue. He started early. He said, he gave a challenge to the whole country. Look, you find where I've misused these funds. Go ahead, show it and I quit. Right? That's very important. That was a mantra of his, right? He says they have not bought him a bottle of water. He's telling the country, hey, look, I was a governor for 8 years. I didn't like the waste in government. The problem is leadership in the country. I mean, he was clear. He was clearly on. You have to be an imbecile to find fault with P2B because he was vetted. He made the case. Showore was in the election. A lot of people who supported Showore switched over to Peter Obi when they found out who he was.
Why was that? Why did that switch take place?
Because there is a moral clarity between the two of them. He's been in power, he's had power, but he was still a good steward. He was honest, he's humble, right? He's had power and he didn't abuse that power. If Showore gets into office, my guess is that a lot of people, innocent people, will be put in the slammer, right? Because to him, he thinks that he determines guilt or innocence, just like his minion here, Janlekuko does. He thinks that he determines who's guilty and who's not guilty. That's not the way it works.
Less of the ad hominem, yeah.
No, there'll be none. Look, we're here making our points. I don't have any problem, right? But let me. I want to be structured in what my communication is going to be here today. I want you to put up the Showore allegation that he put $1 million of his political party in his pocket, because Showore and Ajan Lekuku, they really believe they're more Nigerian than, say, the Igbos. They really do. So if you are accused of taking $1 million,
the Igbo are represented by whom?
Any Igbo, because it goes as far back as Ngozo Konjiwa. Go and look at. I was at Dr. Damage's and I presented to the panel there. Showore accused wrote 151 articles against Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, right? 151. One was neutral. 150 were negative on Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Somebody who is known internationally to be adept in her field, honest, a good public servant. OBJ brought her back to come and serve her country.
So the one you wrote against Tinubu does not matter to you?
No, let me learn now. When is your turn?
You know how many articles you wrote?
Oh man, please mute him, because I want to make a structured presentation, because now I'm speaking as a neutral. Will you mute this guy here, please? Mute him now. Please, could you mute this guy, please?
Is a Nigerian. What
okay,
so you wrote
to be fair, Ajan Lekoko, you didn't let him interject you. So let him
I can't believe that you
stop this nonsense.
Okay, so now put up the graphic about Showore. That's what I want. I want to deal with this topic today.
Yeah, but
anything just against Igbo that we come up and
stop admonishing him. Do something about it.
Yes, but Ajan Lekoko, you know Pansat now, so that's the flavor he comes on that. So let him.
Are you supposed to be the moderator? Right? You're supposed to be fair. A lot of people want to speak.
Carry on.
Yeah. So please put up the graphic on Showore's allegation. Now, this is the only reason why I'm making the point. Why am I coming out of myself to be a neutral party? Is because I'm not really against Showore, right? I'm not. But the point is that the hypocrisy that I'm attacking here now, it's meticulous. What I'm trying to say. You have to deal with it with a scalpel, not a hammer. You gotta just check what I'm saying is Ajan Lekuko's hypocrisy, because he's saying, in essence, I'm not supporting Peter Obi because the rest of those, Tinubu, Obi, they're the same. They've been accused of corruption. Just the accusation, not that they've been convicted of corruption. But if all these Nigerians are equal, accusation is accusation, right? Showore has an active case of undermining our country. He's charged with cyber crimes. The highest charge, for example, what Nnamdi Kanu is being charged with, and Nnamdi Kanu has sailed through and won his case. He's just being held illegally. Showore hasn't even been tried yet. But so somebody, if you really thought all Nigerians are the same, how could you have the gut, the temerity to come out and open your mouth when the person you're supporting is accused of everything in the world, including pocketing $1 million or $2 million of his party? Please put up I gave you the link now. Help me with your aid. Put up the stuff on the screen for those who are not aware.
You've seen it.
Just put it up for me. You got it there. I gave you 3 links. You just use any one of them. The headline. He's been accused of putting right there. That's one. Party alleges Showore stole $1 million donated by opposition, and he was suspended as party chairman. If that's your only,
was that under that? Sorry,
$1 million. Where who donated $1 million?
Hold on. Is that not under that Ezinwa that tried to steal the party from Showore? Was that?
That was another one. Right? That's another one. But you cannot exonerate Showore. Hold on.
Is that
Ezinwa that tried?
Look at this.
Let me land now.
What is this? Can I ask you my question?
Oh yes, it is. Sorry. Hold on.
Answer my question.
Hold on, Emeka. This is from Dr. Leonard That's the guy. Do you remember that guy that tried to usurp the party?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's a nonsense, isn't it?
No,
But
no,
carry on.
okay, put on the other ones now. The point is that who's making an allegation to you? You look at the name and so it's an Igbo man, right?
No,
so
no, it's nothing to do with being Igbo now.
Okay, then you have to litigate accusations all the way down. If you're going to excuse anybody's explanation, then you have to do the same with all of them. All Nigerians are equal, they're the same. You cannot say your guy is such a good at two shoes that you can't even accuse him of something. And when you do, you should be discounted. That is a silly comment. Right? So when we sit here, some of us who don't want to come in and want to listen to our young people, like Ajan Lekoko and others speak, carry the baton forward, and they keep riling on, being unfair.
God, man.
So it makes us come in, especially if it's a abecedarian commentary, a dilettante, a greenhorn, clumsy, maladroit analysis. You don't have a good reason why you didn't support Peter Obi in the election, especially when it's narrowed down to a binary choice. You could have all those excuses, because you see, you are carrying your thing too far, because you should have quit when the others quit. Some of the Yorubas who use all kinds of excuses, like Baba T, he had a guy here, the guy he mentioned, I forgot his name now. I challenged the guy because I was also interested.
Let me ask you a question now.
Hold on. So I went toe to toe with the guy. So I said to him, let me check your aptitude. And he and I went on, right? I'm not against him, but he's also forked-tongued, right? He cannot show his shoes. He is no good. He's not a Peter Obi, Baba T. I hate to fail you on that. It's not a Peter Obi. So to be raining down on Ekene here, who was basically saying what we say here in the United States, in our own local parlance here, that's all politics is local. He wasn't being tribal. I posted before my speech the states that Peter Obi won, including Lagos. He wiped the floor with Tinubu over there, who has his main base in Lagos. Peter Obi wiped the floor with him over there. One as far as Plateau and other northern states. Southeast, he cleaned all that out, right? A good candidate. And everybody, I don't care who it is, you're regretting, even if you supported Tinubu, by now you're regretting that Peter Obi, if you want to be honest with yourself, you want to be sincere, that Peter Obi is not the president by affirmation because he won the election. He must have gotten 30-something states. But Nigerians were not into violence, so we let it slide. But make no mistake about it, every time you're comparing Peter Obi to all these people, you're making a fool out of yourself, including Showore, because I just showed you, if one man will be kind enough to show all those 3 articles showing that he has active cases right now. Now, just replace Showore's name with Peter Obi in any one of those things. Then, do you think he wouldn't even probably get a vote? If he's alleged to have stolen $1 million and it's in print like this, he won't get a single vote because all these people, all the shysters that come on this platform and other platforms trying to find an excuse to berate somebody who is probably the best producer in Africa since caveman. Africans have never produced a guy like Peter Obi, ever. And may never again. That's an outrage that Eji only says Otranoko. Yeah, see, I love it. Yeah, totally.
Is Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King all rolled into one. Einstein as well.
It's my opinion. He's good. You have to understand this guy. He has humility, respect for everybody. He's non-tribal, right? This is a guy who was the CEO, chairman of banks. He never misappropriated. He didn't put his fingers in the tail. Let the state cut down all that waste of having all this convoy. And he went and anecdote after anecdote, he was telling everybody, say, go and verify. Go and verify. When's the last time you heard Nelson Mandela say go and verify it? Or any other African? Or any other American? Not even Obama, right? You got a guy.
How can a thief tell us to verify his leaks?
Would you remove this guy, please? I'm trying to make.
You don't want to answer my question. Which case are you making? Are you his lawyer?
At the end.
Which case are you his lawyer? Are you advocating for P2B, the fraudster?
No, I am. What I'm doing here, right? It's telling you what you already know. Now, out of your wicked,
you're telling us what we already know. Now he's a thief.
Now, what I want the challenge. I mean, one man. You have to whatever this boy does here. I'm gonna hold you accountable for it. Okay, whatever you let him do, I'm gonna hold you accountable for it. So now, what I'm saying, all these guys, including the Semeka, he's ventured out of the nest and come out to other platforms, and over there, then I teach him a lesson over there where they do things properly, right? So some of the challenge I'm going to give you, some of those people that come on this platform from Ajahn Lekoko, right? I want you to give them. Please. One man, I want you to give them a homework. Give them a challenge this week, right? Let them. The challenge is this: before you come back to this one man platform again. You want them to go to other platforms for a week. Right?
Pansat, leave him. I want to ask you a question. Pansat.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. You don't want me to ask you a question.
I want Emeka to, Ekene to ask the question that you go.
Okay,
okay. Can I go ahead?
Pansat, what do you want to tell us this night?
Emeka, allow me to ask my question now.
I was the one who said I want to ask Pansat.
Right?
Pansat, are you hearing me?
I hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Before Obi became a politician, he was a businessman living in London, bought his house, do everything, was already a billionaire. Everybody knows he's a businessman. Yes. Before he came into politics of Anambra State.
Yes.
So, but to compare with his rival Tinubu, what is Tinubu doing? As in, what was his occupation in that business also? As in, what he has achieved individually, what is what and what he has achieved before he became a politician? Do you have any idea of that? I want you to explain.
Not Pansat. Even you know his back record before. It was an accountant. No, it's Pansat that will answer me. One man, I didn't ask you now. Let Pansat answer me now. Pansat is just going to talk gibberish, but it's a matter of public record what his backdrop is. Vastly more successful than Peter Obi. Then and now, and probably
why did you pick question that I didn't ask you now? Why did you pick question that I didn't ask you?
It's not fair.
Now.
Yeah, let's first start with Peter Obi, right? He was born in 1961 in Onitsha, Anambra State, July 19 to be exact. He's a devout Christian, a family man, right? Attended Christ the King College on it. That's how we know who he is. Completed his secondary school, right? And he's admitted to where? University of Nigeria and Nsukka. In those days you say, Nsukka, it's like Harvard. So in 1980,
how did he get that admission?
Well, you go ask the school, right? These things you can trace them. Now, remember, this is one of our sons.
Because we saw his GCE.
Right? You should be proud if you're a true Nigerian with red blood cells running in your body.
But we saw his GCE now.
When Obi is mentioned and all this stuff, his profile is being. You should does
his GCE get into Nzoka?
Pastor, this is letting you to deflect from my question, no?
Yeah, because it's inevitable. I wrote in this comment section before I came in here. The only thing you come here, you talk, and you give all this common sense, and you do everything brilliantly. But the only thing I'm not sure about is if you know where you are, right? I used to tell you the same thing. You have to know where you are with this platform. Now, if you want to change it, which I'm trying to do, I want to change them, make them true Nigerians. I come here taking swords, but you say they are no different from the others, or they're even better. You think this platform is better? It's not a good platform. It's a Yoruba platform, and I want to make it a Nigerian platform.
All right. So if it's not a good platform, then you need not be here. Let's move on.
We have to make it better, though.
Yeah,
Look,
I have no tolerance for you, by the way. You know, it's Ajale Koko that has the tolerance for
well,
you.
that's fine. But
if you want to be a nuisance, then I just boot you off. So carry on.
You could put me off. That's fine.
Yeah.
I can also leave myself. But what I'm telling you,
so those are the two options we have. Don't come here and run the space down because a lot of people delight in it. I will not tolerate it from you. Carry on.
Pastor, please leave now. Pastor, leave. You like smoking homo.
Calm down now. I needed a good explanation from what I asked you now.
You like smoking homo and you sniff Gary and you smoke homo.
The little is
Pansat, I'm not fan of yours, so I think you know that. I'm not fan of yours.
I know that.
Yes.
Listen to this. But what makes your thing a little vacuous? You know what it is? Because you didn't really impeach what I'm saying, right? Because there's a third possibility, which is I'm here, I don't like it, but I'm here to change it. I want to make it better.
What are you changing? Everywhere you go, you create problem. After smoking homo and sniffing Gary,
like this boy,
you go everywhere to go be disturbing everybody. Please go away, Passat. Go away. Today is Valentine. What are you doing? Go away.
Let this boy want to make this platform better. How we're gonna make it?
Answer. Can you just move on and stop this? Can you just
anyway,
when you said this, it kind of
the way I would then cut it down, Kenneth, to answer you is to just highlight Peter Obi.
Passat, move on, please.
Highlight Peter Obi, right? Then you use your tongue to count your teeth, because these things that I'm saying here, nobody on this platform would say for Tinubu. Not one person. They don't know where the hell he's from. They don't know where he went to school. So what I gave you his early life, his business career. He was a businessman before he ventured into politics. Everybody knows that. Held leadership positions in some private establishments. Some of the companies he served on were Next International Nigeria Limited, chairman and director of Guardian Express Mortgage Bank, Guardian Express Bank, Future View Securities, Paymaster Nigeria Limited, Champs Nigeria Limited, Dera Corp, Card Center. He was the youngest chairman of Fidelity Bank. That's just his business career. We should be proud of this man. Now, he went into the gubernatorial tenure where he was elected from your state, which you happen all the time, contested in the Anambra State governorship election as a candidate of All Progressive Grand Alliance, APGA, in 2003. Now, you also talk about his opponent in that election, Chris Ngige of PDP, was declared winner by the INEC, this crooked INEC. It didn't start today. So after nearly 3 years, this guy fought. He went to court in a litigation against that Ngige's fraudulent victory and got it overturned in 2006, then took office, right? So that's why it's jagged over there now. This man is patient, steady hand, fighter, leader. You could trace the way we used to do things in Nigeria in those days. You just don't come and run to the top and say you want to be president of the country because you had you were peddling an online stuff. You work meticulously, like Ekene wisely said. All politics is local. Go home, run to be a councillor. Or actually go and head a real company where you have, it's a public company, where you have your peers review you. Do something. Don't run off from doing an online activity and then want to be president of Nigeria, and then when people question you, you get mad. Or you keep comparing yourself to somebody as great as Peter Gregory Obi. Now, to make a long story short, he did win that gubernatorial election and then did his second term. And he's been telling us what he did over there. So go and verify. Won all kinds of awards. On top of that, he was patient in the PDP, and he went in there as to run with Atiku Abubakar, because you can change a country or party from inside. You don't have to be like some that we know that do not get along with others. Fighting everybody. Fighting everybody. How are you going to just jump out? But have you seen one hand clap before? Instead of working together with somebody as great as Peter Obi, he should be in there working with Peter Obi, working for Peter Obi to be president, and then they're going to appoint him to do something, and he will show us what he's got. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to run and become president. You ran before. You had bad judgment in 2015. You supported Tinubu. Now, this by the way, I'm addressing this now to Ajan Lekoko, right? We had Buhari running against Jonathan, Jonathan is not the smartest guy, obviously, but he's a civilian. He's a Democrat. He's a minority from the South. And it's educated. Studied something in zoology. So they went and got somebody who committed a coup d'etat, nearly wiped out all Yoruba leaders in 1983. Helped in even killing somebody as great as Felara Anikulapo Kuti and his family. And they pitted him against Jonathan, and Showore could not tell the difference between those two people. I heard him say they're the same, just like what he did in this last election. No judgment whatsoever. Cannot tell the difference between Tinubu and Peter Obi. You're sick. Now I could say somebody say, look, I'm prejudiced. I'm a Yoruba man. I want to vote for Tinubu because it's from my region. Now that's rational. Wrong, but rational. But you say, hey, I'm not tribal, but I cannot tell you the difference between Peter Obi and Tinubu. Then you're a madman, for crying out loud. How many times do you know what we're going through due to this mistake Shiro did? Because we all loved him and he's a fierce, courageous guy. Right? I did have problem with him. I wrote him a couple of times, left me a message a couple of times back in the day when he's harping on our public servants, especially from the Southeast, including Dora Kunyili and Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, like I said earlier. Google it yourself. You're going to see all the articles he wrote against these women. He was wrong. That singular act of pushing in Buhari into office. Now, sometimes he denies and say, hey, look, am I the INEC? Just because I supported somebody, does that mean that's who made the president? Blame yourself. Well, that's a bunch of crap. That singular act of having Buhari come in here is on his head. Not him alone, obviously. There are lots of others who help do that, including Falana, who I consider to be an enigma. He's done a lot of good work, just like Showood has done a lot of good work. But the common denominator between them is obviously they're from the Southwest. Now, the Southwesterners don't want to claim him, especially the violent ones, such as one man here and others. So you heard one man shamefully say that Showore has no base. Showore is a Southwesterner. But more than that, he's a Nigerian. Upon all the mistakes he's making, we'll lay our lives down for Showore any day. I don't want to toot my own horn. I know what I've done, what I did to at least free him from the slammer and have him come out. I did a lot. Pen is mightier than the sword. So I take credit for that, more than Ajenleko could ever do. But my major thing in my delivery tonight is to say to Ajenleko and people like him, hey, look, we're all Nigerians now. We know you think we're not Nigerians. Igbos who brought independence to that country. You cannot get any more Nigerian than Igbos. So when your guys are accused of all kinds of felonies, and you say the only reason why you don't support Peter Obi is because of allegations against him, gossip, then shame on you. Shame on you, because you should be telling Showore to collaborate. As a matter of fact, they should all jump out of every one of these parties, including Labour Party, and go back to PDP and take it over. That is the real national party. It's just that a lot of Northerners had no respect for Southerners and their foolishness. Go in there, take over that party. It's a national party. That's what you do. Like what I'm trying to do here. So come in here, take it over, remove the myopia, Shame those who cannot step out of this nest. Step out of the goddamn mud and go into the ocean. Come out. We had Dr. Damages. We're here one-man show. I'm at...
sorry, is this a monologue or what? Can we interject you?
Yes, bro. Yeah. You know, at this point, I'm really worried about... No. So, I'm being serious. No. I'm being serious. I'm really worried about you, man. No, I'm being serious. I'm really worried about you, man. You need to talk to somebody. You need to talk to somebody.
What are you worried
I'm being
about?
serious right now. You need to talk to somebody.
I'm
worried about you. So first,
no, but go ahead. Elaborate about what are you worried about me for?
Man, it's out of control. You need to talk to somebody, man. Seriously.
Okay. All right. That's all you have. Then go ahead.
All right. Start to bring it on, Pansat, so that as you earlier acknowledged other people waiting as well. But bring it home.
Let me give Rational Mind a chance to ask this question. Go ahead, Rational Mind.
Yeah. You see, I read it. I don't need to. I mean, I know it's you, Pansat.
Sorry, Rational Mind.
Pansat
needs to stop smoking omo and sniffing Gary.
We had
that
part. Can I move on? Can I move on? Yeah, please. So the point is this: is that I heard you when you said so many things. So many things I could not even bottled while you were speaking. So now this article that you are referring to, the will or whatever it is, I've been searching through the web. Only one article I've seen so far that has addressed this. And I think the $1 million you're talking about, we need to let our viewers, our listeners, because I don't know in what context you're using this to want to like bring down Shore. I know you have some beef with Shore. I've heard you many times on many platforms besides here, how you always talk about how Shore attacked Okojo-Iweala and all of that. And you fail to look at the other part of Shore in the sense that he's doing his job. Somebody who goes and as an investigative journalist. So he has not only investigated Okojo-Iweala, even Tinubu himself. He has written articles on him. He has written articles on Obasanjo and the money that they stole, even the one that died in office. So you need to look at it from that point of view. But I think I don't know whatever bias you have towards him, even though you said in the past that you've been a Shore guy in the past, but somehow something happened. But this very article you're talking about the $1 million, the only article that I've seen so far that has kind of like shed a little bit of light that I read on it was that during the Revolution Now protest, that money was sent from Dubai in the amount of $1 million through Timmy Frank, who happens to be an article man, and the DSS was able to link that money to Shore, that the money came in through an unknown person living in Dubai. It went through to Timmy Frank account or however he got it, and he gave it to Shore. So that's how the article ended. But the thing is, I heard in the past that they brought this case before the court when Shore was going through this process at one of the courts, the Supreme Court, High Court or whatever court it was. They brought it up before the judge, and that could not stick. It could not stick because Shore said because one of the things they said was that Shore was in Dubai during this globetrotting during that time when he was campaigning. He went to Dubai, and there was no stamp of any Dubai visa or whatever stamp that he entered through Dubai or he went to Dubai. That was how they threw that case out. Now, this same one you're talking about, you're bringing up, this $1 million, is the same one that I'm reading online that somebody sent to him through Timmy Frank. And Timmy Frank has said, if the DSS know the person that sent it, why didn't they mention the person's name rather than mention his own name? So, you see, it's so convoluted that I just smell something fishy here. That could it be that they're trying to assassinate this guy's character, which I think that's what it is. Because I know many times they've tried to like link this guy with something, trying to link. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Shore is a saint. Just the way I said that Obi is not a saint. But certain things that if I hear about Shore, I want to probe. It piques my interest. And one of them is this very one. So, Pastor, in brief, can you throw Because I've been searching for this. The will.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Apologies, but before Pastor throws any light on that, you must understand the backdrop to this. Do you remember there was a period when a guy called Leonard Ezenwa was trying to seize the AAC party from Shore? So all of this narrative is coming from that camp. If you look at the letter, where this is coming from now, if you see the sign off, it's still the Leonard Ezenwa. So that was the guy that was trying to seize the party from Shore. And the things that Pansat submitted, the other one still is still the same narrative. AAC suspends Shore for alleged financial misappropriation. But where is that coming from? You find that it's Leonard Ezenwa still. You say it was suspended alongside 8 others during a special NEC meeting held in Abuja, May the 13th, 2019, with Leonard Ezenwa, the party's national secretary, immediately sworn in as acting chairman. So that was that period that he was trying to seize the party. And then the third article that that Pansat submitted, it says Nigerian government accuses Shore of transferring $50,000 illicit funds. So this is a story we covered here as well. I think you might have been in on that session. This 50,000 illicit fund, I can read it, but we've read it severally. This 50,000 illicit funds was essentially monies being transferred from a Sahara Reporter's account to his personal account, both entities that belong to him, and that was the illicit fund. So all of it, the totality of a nonsense.
Yeah, Pastor, you asked. You answered my question now, but then I just want everybody to know that in the private comment section, I pasted one of the articles where I read that from the $1 million. So you see, this whole different news on different. I don't know what we have to believe in at this point. Like I said, okay.
If you in that article, if you see the name Leonard Ezenwa there, you can discount it. You can discount it. If his name is attached, you can discount it.
No, this very one I just pasted there. Leonard was not mentioned. It was Timmy Frank, and what's it called? Atiku and Shogore that were mentioned. That there's a link that $1 million was sent for the Revolution Now campaign, because I think that was why the DSS had to pick him up. It's been sponsored by some unknown figure in Dubai. So yeah, it's there. I didn't make this up.
Okay, that's right. By the way, thank you, Rational Mind, for highlighting that. Could you mute Baba T? Is interfering. Let me try to bring this down now. What I would say is that I'm only putting this in the light of hypocrisy. People who your principle, okay, your own preferred presidential candidate, it's not about reproach. He has a problem. He also is accused of a lot of things, and it gets more sinister because in this case he has an active case of treason against our country, right? That's the way you have to look at it. He's charged with treason right now. It's active, is going on with under 2 administrations. They didn't find a frivolous to throw it out. He is charged with treason. So you are looking at a smaller thing, corruption. But that's a bigger one, treason. That's who you want to be the president? Now, but remember now.
Come on.
No, hold on. Look, you can. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than another one.
No,
right?
we're not saying anybody is more Nigerian.
Let me learn now. Understand what I'm saying. And I remember, I'm going to go back into my shell again, and I'm going to say, hey, look, I know who Shore is, right? He's not a violent person. I could defend it that way. If I want, if I don't want to be tribal, if I want to be tribal or petty, I don't have to do that, because most of those people who are knocking Peter Obi actually love Peter Obi more than a Kene, for example. They know who he is. They know he's good for the country. But you can keep correcting them from now till eternity. They won't pay you any mind. It's not like they don't know. They're just evil people. But we can play the same game. If I say and hold it down, our country is charging somebody with treason and you want him to be president, the case is not even resolved yet. Even if the case is resolved in his favor on a technicality, he still has a stigma of being charged with treason. If I'm trying to worship the state, if I'm trying to be a super patriot that respect the flag instead of the people. So some of us who come in and we wave that off and say, that's Shore. He's fighting for us. He's a good guy. He should actually join and do this and do that. We're being reasonable. It's not like we're stupid. So when you see some of our people like Peter Obi and Baba Ahmed Dati and other Nigerians who want to make that country better, the billionaires who have so much money, they're doing it because they love the country. They want to solve the problem. And you have your aperture this wide, talking nonsense daily. And then instead of being smart about it, giving a cogent reason, you say, oh, look, I'm supporting Showore because this other person has been accused of something. God damn, your candidate is accused of treason, for crying out loud. And Showore himself is oblivious to it. He keeps accusing people, trying to be the person who determines who is guilty or not guilty. That's not his job. I looked all through his file and everybody he's been accusing of all kinds of things. Is it even somebody want to make, I'm a supporter of Showore, but with a caveat. We want to question him about that. People are innocent until proven guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. You don't determine who is guilty or not guilty, even if you witnessed it. You're not a judge. And you're not a super Nigerian. Get it through your skull right now. That all those women that you destroyed, including showing pictures of Dora Akinyuli going through cancer treatment, that you were wrong about that. And you should grow up and apologize and learn how to work with others. That's the first thing you learn in kindergarten. You gotta get it through your head. We want you. We think you're incorruptible, right? But if we're gonna go by the press,
I don't know you to be the kind of person
you have not answered the question.
You think he's incorruptible? You've just accused him of stealing $1 million.
No, but I'm back
you
to
have
my
not
skin
answered
now.
the question that Rational Man asked you. Answer Rational Man question for us to know if you are just doing stupidity here, or if you're an intelligent person that you really know what you are saying. Answer Rational Man
ad
question.
hominem, it's not going to replace you at least being smart. But a lot of my commentary here is to remove you from that layman dilettante dabbling around, pottering around with blundering around. Right? I want you to get off from being amateurish. A lot of people have respect for you here. And when during the election, sometime you took your vitamin, you came here, you just on the game for the country. But I noticed that then it was
answer the question. Answer the question, please.
So now, Rational Mind, what was your question again? If I didn't answer, what was it? What did you?
Are you kidding me? What do you have? What are the facts you have as regarding 1 million? Because you brought this article, and I've gone somewhere to look for the answer to that article. I mean, just to dig further.
Yeah,
I've not seen anything.
That's an unfair question, right? Because when these people keep making allegations against Peter Obi and others, some of our best people, right? They don't, for one time, show one shred of evidence. They don't even show a headline like I'm showing here. So it'd be unfair for you to try them at the press and then try our people in the courts. Let them go tell it to the judge. You want me to show you how they're guilty, whereas these people don't go by that standard at all. You have to have one standard for the country. There's nothing special about anybody from the southwest or somebody from the southeast. There's no difference. Why should I give you a videotape of him putting that $1 million in his pocket? I don't have to show you that. Here's the headline right there. And as a matter of fact, show me Peter Obi's headlines. Where did he do anything wrong? I've showed you where this guy is being accused of all kinds of crimes, including treason. Why are you concentrating on the little fraud there, the online fraud, and the one you brought, which is even more cogent and more sinister? And I believe one man should show that one, because you keep saying, oh, it's an Igbo guy that's like trying to take his party. If you're going to exonerate people based on that, then you don't have anything, you don't have a leg to stand on.
I didn't say it was an Igbo man. The fact that he's Igbo is immaterial.
But you're saying it's the same guy. It's not.
The accusation came in that space when that guy was trying to seize the party from Showore, and that was what they went to court, and they quickly threw him out. So. And Showore got his party back.
It's the same thing.
So the fact that he's Igbo or not is immaterial.
No, but listen, what I'm saying is that one man, there is, you do have what do you call that? A stain, as you've been operating this your channel here, right? virtually, I don't think there's anything you do that's not tribal. I don't think there's one. When you make a call here, who's going to speak? Now, sometime you sober up. That's true. Once in a while. But you cannot deny that you have tribal marks all over you, like a leopard. You can't deny that. Unfortunately, that's what you made yourself to be. Now, with what Rational Man is showing you is that the person this time is not the guy in his party that is sending off money from Atiku Abubakar and all kinds of stuff, some kind of corruption. But more important point I'm making to Ajan Lekoko is the activity with the Labour Party chairman Abure, right? Who has been harping on for the last 48 hours, trying to link him to Peter Obi, that whatever Abure does, it has a reflection on Peter Obi. A humble servant, a good person that will produce in that country.
Sleep want to catch me, oh, this man is
Right?
just going on and
all right, Pansad, bring it home. Yeah, people want to speak. Yeah.
To bring it home, I want to give Babati an opportunity to ask his question now. Go ahead, Babati.
yeah, said he's concerned about you. You should stop
all right. A couple more minutes, Pansad, and then we go to Emeka.
Do you have any question, Babati?
What of the headline I'm seeing here now that Governor will be in the web of 250 million naira controversy?
That was hashtag during the campaign, and you know that, right? One man featured that day after day, and it's a bunch of bull.
Your
Right?
candidate was caught with 250 million
In cash. In cash.
He answered that. Okay,
in cash.
money
bull.
from him.
Yeah, it was shown that
Commissioner of Lagos State took that money.
but
Musiliu Smith.
I know,
Yes.
but listen to me there. If you are going to use that,
all you have been saying, all you've been saying this while is a bunch of rubbish.
okay,
nonsensical,
so one man. So I want you to make the call now. Right? Wait a minute. If somebody like
all right, give me a microsecond. Alleged 250 million naira Anambra money. Police launched fresh investigation. Contrary to speculations that the case of recent recovery of a whopping, and by the way, this was in 2009, so you can see the dates there. So nothing contemporaneous. That's the date highlighted there. So that this is going back in history.
That's a long time ago.
Yes, this was when Peter.
It's not true.
Yes,
now,
you don't want people to find out about Peter Obi, Abi.
No,
you don't want me to read it.
You've gone through this over.
You don't want me to read it.
No, the question I have for you. Here's the question. I have a question for you, one man. If somebody says to you, "Look, I have this headline here about Peter Obi, therefore I cannot support him because I have this headline," right? So that person goes to support somebody who has the other headline. Get the $2 million one that he put in his pocket.
He was arrested by the police, by the way. It was apprehended at.
It's not true now, because this is what you normally do. Then you start embellishing and lying.
If you want me to read it out, I can. It was apprehended.
No, read it. It's not true. It's a lie. First of all, not
all right. Let me speed through it. Contrary to speculations that the case of recent recovery of a whopping sum of 250 million naira in cash in the private office of Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State in Apapa, Lagos. Let's take that all over again. Contrary to speculations that the case of recent recovery of a whopping sum of 250 million naira in cash in a private office of Governor Peter Obi of Anambra State in Apapa, Lagos, Lagos, by Eagle Eye policemen in Lagos has been arrested. Indications emerged over the week that the police authorities in Abuja have commenced thorough investigation into the matter. This is just as untold details of the circumstances that led to the strange discovery and the role played by all parties involved, including the police, were unfolded by reliable police sources at the police force headquarters in Abuja. Correspondents gathered that on the said day, which was a Sunday, police authorities in Lagos received information from one of the aides to Governor Peter Obi that a huge sum of money was being conveyed to the governor's private company, at Aerodrome Road in Apapa, Lagos. Based on this, Lagos State Police Commissioner Marvel something or the other led some of his officers, including the area commander in Apapa, and they stormed the company. Police sources said on getting to the scene, they saw the exotic jeeps that transported the money, which were arranged in suitcases inside the premises. The police reportedly instructed one of the aides to the governor, who was seen there, to inform the governor of their intention to inspect the vehicle. At this juncture, according to reports, the governor instructed his aides not to open the vehicle until he comes to Lagos. As soon as the commissioner of police was informed of the governor's directive.
Okay. Enough, one man, because it's a bunch of crap, right?
Hold on. One microsecond. Just 1 more minute. It's a bunch of crap. Hold on. Just hold on.
Hold on, man.
Hold on, everybody, hold on. It's a bunch of crap. So don't take it from me. Take it from here.
My convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No.
So there it is. Even your leader, Rudolph, even your leader is although he tried to slice 50 million out of it.
Because of a lot of people here, I'll end by just saying to you, one man, you're sure you got this shtick, you do it all the time, we find it funny. It's like comedy, right? But a lot of people take you seriously. So I would leave it at that for right now. I want to be able to have an opportunity to come back. And all you panelists, don't ever say, I don't do anything for you, right? I'm going to sacrifice and yield back so you could get a word in here. Right?
Sacrifice.
All right, Freda and Pansat. So always say the last. So that is the inimitable Pansat.
I hope we will learn a lesson today. See the way he just disgraced himself, and the way with facts.
But Pansat doesn't recognize that. Pansat is a narcissist. He doesn't care about all the ones he says.
For all the stupidity he has been showing since. So thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody. This platform is not for stupidity. It's a factual-based platform. It's a platform that is the best among all. It's not like others where you just go and talk and bully people and you just get away bullying people. Here, you will be slammed and will be slammed down with facts and figures. So you are disgraced tonight. Go and have a rethink and never come back to act in such a stupid manner.
You should go and have a rethink, you said, right?
Yeah, don't worry. Pansat is always welcome here. It's part of the. It provides a sort of like like a comedic value.
But do you know what I miss? I miss those. Those times you used to get upset and you have this one-on-one with him for like an hour.
Yes, I've grown into Pansat, because there was a fleeting moment that I actually took him seriously, but then when the penny dropped that really this is more of a comedic thing than anything else. Most times it's tongue-in-cheek. I think a little bit like myself sometimes when I'm trolling and people are, they're getting upset. When I'm laughing at them and they're getting upset. I think that's probably what Pansat does.
Yeah, but my thing with him is like when I say I was concerned about him is it's just it has this kind of mood swings. Like I don't know what it is. So I was being sincere. Like I wasn't trying to be, but I was being sincere actually. It has some kind of mood swings like sometimes. But
how can you diagnose somebody of having?
I am not diagnosed. That was the fucking diagnosis.
Is that not what you guys used to do to Tinubu when you would remotely diagnose him here? Especially you, rational mind.
That's what I'm saying. Sometimes we'll put what's in my mouth, rational mind. We'll do better than here. That's not the point. But I'm just saying that, you know, but it's your show. But if you want him on your platform, then so be it.
No, I think just to I say I'm not a big fan of Pansat, but I am actually a fan of Pansat in many ways. Pansat presents a certain type of, there's a unique peculiarity to Pansat that he brings, and I think he knows he brings that as well. And I think a lot of Pansat is actually tongue-in-cheek. But when he prods at you and he gets that reaction, he just prods.
Like,
I do that as well sometimes.
Do you remember? Do you remember this guy? Because sometimes you two, I think you don't do that much anymore. Because people like you and I think you have some kind of like people have to get to know you first to understand your kind of sarcasm kind of. So do you remember this guy actually come on your show from Florida? Aya, I think it was
he used to get quite upset with it all. I remember the one that used to push guy like that. Yes.
Yeah, it's a friend of mine, by the way. It's
easy. All right.
He's a veterinarian in the so. But anyways, yeah. So
I wonder what happened to him. He used to get
you pissed him off. That's why, you know.
I piss everybody off now. Do I not piss you off? Even you, I piss you.
Yeah, you banned me like 4 times, so not too many people. Yeah,
no, I've never banned you. You are one of the biggest voices here. How can I ban you? The show will come to an end the day you are banned.
But it is what it is. So Pansat is a good guy. Just sometimes need to just tone it down a little bit. Or something.
Yes. No, Pansat is an entity. So an entity called Pansat, a man of equal measure, the majestic King Emekus. Mekus, Alpha.
I'm here. We've all been describing Pansat.
Yes.
So, you want to have a good laugh. You want to enjoy yourself. You just listen to Pansat and don't take him serious. Sometimes it comes in different, like what BT was saying, mood swings. But that has to do with the Omo he's smoking. So today he smoked the white detergent. So sometimes when he smokes the blue one, it makes him very erratic. So today he smoked the white one and he sniffed red curry. Let's go ahead.
All right. So to the conversation, then we actually started it off in however long ago we started it. The IMF coming out to tell us that Tinubu has reintroduced oil subsidy by stealth. So they are insisting that he has returned the oil subsidy. But then in the course of the conversation, we were actually querying if that oil subsidy was ever really removed. So is it more the narrative that the oil subsidy was reduced in terms of the subsidization rather than it ever really being removed? Because we have not seen that skittish movement in oil prices to track the market, both the oil market and the forex market, in the manner that it should. So are you on board with the IMF that Tinubu has reintroduced our fuel subsidy by stealth?
It's quite funny, if not because we are borrowing money from them.
You're faint.
I said, if not because we have borrowed money from the IMF, I would have said, what is their business? You cannot, when you borrow, you can't speak. You just allow your lender to be making noise up and down. They will just be rubbishing you. The fact there is, fuel subsidy was not budgeted for. If actually their report is true, then it's an extra budgetary item. And the government needs to speak on this issue. You understand? We cannot tell NNPC how to price their products. NNPC is now a corporation on its own. So if NNPC wants to price the product at $1 or they want to price it at 1 naira, as long as they are profitable and their shareholders are happy. We can't tell. It's just like we can't tell Dangote how to sell his cement or his sugar or his petrol. So they've done their pricing and they said they don't want to increase it. And then you are coming back to put pressure on the government. The government is not interested in running NMPC. They're only shareholders. NMPC can do whatever they want to do to stay profitable. That's why I said it's because we have borrowed money from IMF. That's why they are talking. And you can't make noise. When your lender is speaking. I think the IMF should. What I would say, they should respect themselves and remove their business from our internal affairs. They are responsible for creating a lot of economic havoc around the world, especially mostly in Africa and in South America. They've never have they ever improved the economy of any country. Any country they lend money to, it's like once you touch that or spend that money, you are going down. Like
Emeka, are you playing the man rather than the ball?
Well, I'm playing both.
No, because it's not IMF now. What they are saying is that your Padima, your best body, your BBF, it did not remove fuel subsidy. That's what they are saying.
No. What I'm saying is, we looked at the budget, right? We all looked at the budget, and there was no time we saw that the federal government budgeted for subsidy. So what I'm not trying to say technically is, NMPC is the pricing of the petroleum product for NMPC is the sole decision of NMPC at this moment. If the government is at some point in time trying to subsidize to keep that price unchanged, then it's an extra budgetary item. Then the government needs to speak on it. But I think the NMPC has spoken on this matter on several occasions. They are responsible for the pricing of their product. They can choose to cost their product at any price. The only thing there is that they are profitable for Nigerians, and let Nigerians see their financial statements. Well, I will also say the IMF, what are they trying to say? What pressure are they trying to push? What's their concern in this? So that's my own. I'm speaking on the IMF now, on not just on whether NNPC is or the government is subsidizing the fuel. What is their objective? The IMF have never made a positive objective. Their objective is to keep Africans poor for the enrichment of the West. That's just it. Simple and short. So if IMF is speaking on things, I will not take them serious because their objective is slightly different from our own objective. It's to keep us poor. It's just to keep Nigeria poor so that it will benefit the Western world. They can dump their products on us.
If the objective is to keep us poor, why do we keep going back to them to borrow money then?
Because that's where the money is.
It's cheaper. Their interest rate is cheaper. That's what it to say. They provide loan at a cheaper interest rate than other bilateral loan creditors. So, unfortunately, if you see something that is cheap, what do? But it comes with a lot of conditionalities that we have to adhere to. But let's be honest. Do they want the government to increase fuel prices so that we can continue to suffer? Or Nigerians don't want to suffer? They have suffered enough. So I don't want to validate their reports. I would say, please, apart from the money you are giving us, as long as we are paying your interest, please keep your mouth shut and stay away out of our business. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space then. This is a Tony one. And this is an ongoing debate within the Nigerian space, Emeka, is the over-bloated nature of the Nigerian governance system, and 60 parliamentarians are now seeking to change from the presidential system to the parliamentary system. So what are you then making then of this?
It's a complete waste of time. What
really?
It's a complete waste of time. It can't change, right? It's just like,
But in theory, though, should it change?
It's a complete waste. It can't change. Let's be very realistic. It can't change. Unfortunately, due to the coup, we left the parliamentary system to the presidential system. We can't revert back to that. What that means is a lot of people will lose their seats, right? And it can't just work. It can't work. So there's so much, it's bloated, we agree. What they can do is, why they are discussing this, cut your salary first. If you truly want a reduction in the cost of governance, reduce your salary and the benefits that are entitled to you. Then we'll start from that. But reverting back to the parliamentary system, it won't work. It won't really work. It would be good for Nigeria, but it won't really work. So when I read it,
But
I just
how
like
do we
this.
how do we address the over bloated? Do we need a two-tier legislative arm? What does the House of why do we have a House of Rep and a Senate? By the way, what purpose? Is there some duplicitousness there? What's going on?
Well, they are representing the people. But unfortunately, they are not doing their job properly. But they are supposed to represent the people. That's what the
But
constitution is.
Emeka, I forgot the name of this African country that they got rid of their Senate and they went back to unicameral. They still have the system that they have, but they can't we do the same thing where we just get rid of the Senate and we keep the House to save us money?
Exactly, Baba. I was going to ask Emeka, why are you so pessimistic that it cannot work?
It can't work. You see,
no. Emeka,
in Nigeria, we have very greedy, selfish politicians. They've tested power. Taking it away from them will be very difficult.
No, never say never. Let's even see.
Yes, I'm not ruling it out. It's a good one, but the practicality of it is what I'm looking at. You know, these are people who have tested power, the benefit of it, they've enjoyed it, they are still enjoying it. It comes with a lot of privilege and influence.
Let me tell you something, Emeka. See, these politicians now, they may be threatened. Not necessarily their position now, because even by the time they are leaving in 2027, not all of them will be there. But some reasonable one among them may look at what happened in the past, especially under Buhari, and they want to find a way to normalize. Let's see what they are going to propose, whether we are going back to the British system where you find errant and an irrational leader like Buhari, whether they can just call for an election as fast as possible. And let's see whether the representation will be in such a way that a region will never find a way to dominate another region. So let's read their proposal before we put set them aside.
I like the parliamentary system is very good because this is a way to begin to question government policies. You will see more. At least the leader of the ruling party will be very active, and the opposition too will be also active, and they will be asking questions and criticizing, and the government will be defending their position. And if it's not working, the opposition can trigger to call for an election and force the prime minister to call for an election. It's very good. It's a good one. It holds government more accountable rather than keeping the president in Aso Rock, and this one he'll be traveling left, right, and center. If he's not in parliament, they'll ask question, where is he? He has to come and explain himself. So it's a good one, but can it work in this present day Nigeria? Except there's a coup.
I know Botswana I think they had a buy before and they went to
Botswana is a small country now.
And they went to camera. But I'm saying on the African continent it's been done before.
Somebody also said Senegal, Babati, in response to
I'm not saying it can't be done in Nigeria, but the practicality of it is let's not dream dreams that will not come to pass. Right? Let's begin to talk about how we can hold the government more accountable to provide what they are supposed to provide. If they discuss if they do it is all good and well, but no, it's a waste of time.
All right, talking about holding accountable. So this lady now came out, Emeka, just barely 2 days ago, describing the Labour Party as a cesspool of iniquity, brutish behavior, just gluttonous looting, and then in response to her allegations, they suspend her. So is this counterintuitive, this move by Abure and his band of merry men?
But they've been doing it now. Abure has been going about, doing stuff like that. If you attack his leadership, he says you are being sponsored by the opposition. You see,
I wish
that's
they
the
would come up with
typical.
something more original. Every single
No,
response, everybody is
but
sponsored by this.
that's, you see, that's what the average Nigerian politician would do. He's not different from the average Nigerian politician, right? What he's saying is, if I'm even the chairman, if I steal money and I eat money and you are disturbing my peace, I will suspend you from the party and say you are being sponsored by the opposition. The only thing there is that, excuse me, is that they succeeded in deceiving Passat and co. And Passat is coming up here for almost 1 or 2 hours, beginning to tell us nonsense about P2B, the fraud. Then trying to do some comparison between him and Sowore and a lot of other people. That's what they keep doing. They just want their thief to be in power. That's what Passat can come out to tell us here. I sent something to your WhatsApp to even play if you have the chance to play. When they said they were
I'm waiting for it to download. Okay, I've nearly captured it. I'll play it in a microsecond. Carry on with your comment, please. Yeah.
So they say, what they're trying to say. They are trying to paint P2B as a lesser evil. Some would completely deny that he's a saint. If you ask my brother Ekene will say that guy is next to Jesus. You understand? But that guy is a crook, he's a thief, he's a fraudster, he's an ole as they come. It goes about now. Today,
and by the way, apologies, Emeka. You know that piece that I read from the 250 million. If I'm going to go and dig it up either now or maybe I'll find it and then keep it for future discussions. If you go and read the details of Peter Obi's indictment when they were trying to impeach him. It was corruption all the way through.
No, it was corruption
and he never fought it in court. He got off on a technicality. I think it was Justice Mary Odili that got him off. But he never actually confronted those allegations. You know, nepotism, cronyism, just ruling by fiat, all of these sort of things, you know. So we know the guy's history now, so what are we talking about?
I think the State House of Assembly were just in a rush to get him out and they didn't follow due process. It's not that he didn't perpetrate those crimes. He did. He perpetrated all the things that they listed out. They were just like, let's just get the hell out of it. Let's get him out. And they didn't follow the right procedures to get him out. And that was the technicality that got him back into that place. And he continued from where he stopped. So now him coming back and he's not telling us go and verify your what, your crimes. We should go and verify them for you. You are coming around telling us a story. Oh, my son doesn't have a car. Your son is not in the country. Why are you telling Nigerians these lies? Why are you coming around and telling Nigerians?
I doubt if his son doesn't have a car. Or is he not the one that was starring on Gay Times UK?
This man lied that the son is a teacher. A primary school teacher abroad, which is a lie. Anything that he says are just lies. Only for people to take time to go and dig. And if the problem is, I will not expect people to begin to go and dig things out or take him serious to begin to dig things out because we are busy with our own lives. When you look at a man lying up and down, you just ignore him. But if you take him seriously and go and verify those things, you will find out they are all lies. Oh, my son is a primary school teacher. Oh, my son does not have a car. Only to find out that his son was volunteering for some gay model parade. I was busy kissing all the gay models.
All the pretty boys in London.
The pretty boys in London, in UK, was kissing and hugging all of them left, right, and center. And that's why the guy was not close, didn't want to participate.
So that was a real. That's real. I thought it was a kind of fake story.
No, of course. It's and Donyo Okupe's son too. By the way, they are all here in London.
They are funking things up, and that's why the son does not want to come out to national press because a lot of things will come up, and then you are busy going left, right, and center to tell lies all around. To deceive global Nigerians that you have all the moralities in this world when you have perpetrated fraud everywhere, left, right, and center, criminal. You are Naburi. You saw what the Papa function said. That P2P, they stole money, I sent that one in the afternoon. I sent it to you. The two of them. I said, let the gullible obedient listen. Is that people have not sat down to take him really serious. If they take him serious, you will see the exposure they will do on him. Just expose him and ridicule him. He's still going around. He has gone to go and meet nurses that are striking. This man is...
Emeka, I don't think this political space wants Peter Obi to be ridiculed just yet, because they still need him for 2027, because they still need him to hold on to the vote that he got in 2023 to still keep people at bay.
They want to keep him, relevant till when the campaign starts, so that they can bring it out and slaughter him properly. You understand? What is the answer? If you expose him now, there's still time for him to bounce back. You wait for him till the journey is closed, and you finish him there and show the world who he is. He's a pretender. He's a fraud. You come and you mess him up properly. Well,
I think if they win in 2027, they will barbecue him. After that, they will barbecue him.
Who will win?
If APC wins in 2027,
why are we now on Obi's matter now? Is it not the same? Talk about the person that was caught in.
APC will win. Well, anyway, rational mind, don't be angry. Rational mind, don't be angry. Just let me explain. Let me explain properly the reason why we are discussing this. Right? Abure said P2B is a soulmate. If you understand what soulmate means, as you talk of P2B, you're talking about Abure. If you talk of Abure, you're talking about P2B. So they are soulmates. They are one and the same. That's what he was trying to explain.
Why did he use
and
the
he
word
explained it
beautifully when did he use it?
On Dr. Damage's platform. Please, you can go back and watch the interview. Yes, he said it. That P2B is a soulmate. Quote me. Don't quote me. Go and watch it.
Does that make it right that they are soulmates?
No,
because somebody just said something doesn't mean that the other person also concord with him.
No,
that's not wrong. That's not wrong with. Yeah, I understand. I understand. You can say that. You can say that. Yeah,
P2B is a soulmate. That you see, that word. He didn't say P2B is my friend. He didn't say P2B is my associate. He didn't say P2B is my leader.
Listen, come on.
Is a soul.
Are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
Are we going towards Bobrisky?
Wait. Can you clarify? What are you trying to insinuate, like this whole thing? What are you trying to say?
Well, let's clarify.
Let's not go to absurdity. Let's just talk what.
That's what I'm saying. That Abure and P2B are one and the same.
Okay.
They are together.
Okay.
No, I'm not suggesting Agege bread.
The way you are saying,
I'm not suggesting Agege bread.
Do a lot here. Did you listen to that woman said? Woman, can you play what that woman said when he was being interviewed on Arise? Did he mention? Did he rope in? What's his name? Obi, because this is where the whole thing is going. Because all she was talking about was his focus. Her fixation was on Abure. How Abure was moving money right here, right and left and center, and into his wife's account, and use other people's account. There's one other young woman, maybe in a Labour Party, whose account was also used for money laundering. So why don't you talk about all of this? Was Obi name? I mean, she said Obi was not part of it, as far as she knows. So why are we now making it look as if it's Obi? You just have to.
Well, others have fingered Obi to be involved now.
He said what? Obi is just a member of the party. He does not.
He's the leader of the party.
He's not. He's a member of the party. He does not.
He's the leader of the party.
Administration of the party. Yeah, I agree. Maybe he's leader of the party.
He's the leader of the party. And in terms of executive management of the party.
Let's talk to where the point is. The issue is we're talking about the allegation of Abure, which the lady who even brought the allegation never mentioned Obi's name as part of it. He said it was.
Would you agree that those allegations are very heavy allegations? Would you agree?
They were heavy allegations, but that Obi was not mentioned. That's what I'm saying. It was only Abure who is.
Let's say Obi was not mentioned, even though we know Obi is a fraud. Would you agree, or would you say those allegations are plausible?
You said what?
This is not the first allegation, no. This is the third allegation. For your information.
Well, but let me put this to you. You see, I know the opposition. Now, by opposition, I mean both the APC and the PDP people. They will not stop. They will stop at nothing. Some few days ago,
they've moved on. They've moved on.
Hold on. Let me land now. I know you have the floor. You will continue, please. Some few days ago, this guy from Ogun State. What was that guy's name? That used to talk like somebody that does. I don't know what's wrong with him. Apapa man, that guy from
Arabambi.
Now, Arabambi came out and he was accusing Labour Party.
When was that? When was that?
A few days ago. I think, yeah.
All right. Let me play it. I think it's only a minute.
They know they have their reason, and it's part of what is causing problem in Labour Party. Himself and PO snatched away $15 million of Labour Party money, and that was the reason why up to today PO stood by Aburi. So how could you from here run to Kano seeking an expert application to stop Matura Papa from taking over that account that belongs to Labour Party? But they have been told to put us on notice. We will expose. Our lawyer has just gotten the document. Is on his way to Kano. We don't want to expose him so that they will not go and kidnap him on the way. But once he gets to Abuja, everything will do another press conference to show all of you that they have a sinister motive for them. We are operating UBA account, and suddenly they went to open another Zenith Bank account that all of us are not privy to. But only for them to run to court in Kano to prevent us, even when they have filed appeal against the one in Abuja here, they have already appealed.
You see, if P2P is not in cahoots with Aburi,
you see what?
And P2P that is preaching that he's a upright man, which we know is not true. He would have distanced.
So what does P2P have to do with the account that was opened by Aburi and his?
No, it's not just accounts. It's just
hold on. Let me land this point before one might have to come.
It's just not only accounts. Okay, land your point.
Hold on. I know you have the floor. Let me just put this position to you.
Land your point. Land your point, rational mind. It's good. Go ahead.
Okay, please. Thank you. Now, some few days ago, we saw this guy, this loud-mouthed guy, came out, and he said all this crap, accusing Aburi of sponsoring terrorism with the money that they were laundering and all this crap. And some of the things he was just speaking like as if you can tell that this guy is just. Like some of you will say, the Agbado people will say, sore losers. I mean, these are another sore losers in some ways. And then the next thing is, Aburi was sponsoring the terrorism. They were laundering money. And then just a day or two after that, this lady came up with these allegations. So for me, I try to connect events. When I see things by my training, I connect events. I can connect the dots. I can see something is fishy here. So this is the same guy who has been expelled from the party, and he has been trying to open, despite there's a subsisting court injunction that restrained him and Apapa for parading themselves until the issue is determined in the court, and they're going about trying to open a separate account from the normal account. There's a status quo. So if the court has said everybody should maintain status quo by now, so why would they have to go and open another account? So I just believe it's just some attempt by some people, either within the PDP or the APC, trying to destabilize that party because they see that party as another opposition party. But I know they have their own issues. They don't get their crap together. Even if they can get their crap together, maybe Aburi needs to leave that place so that there'll be sanity in that Labour Party. But if not, I don't know how that party is going to stand. But the point is that I could read the whole game here. Game that is going on here. It's just some way of trying to discredit that party as being like APC, the same corruption, same thievery and all of those things, and as PDP too. I tell you,
they are not trying to discredit the party.
What I read here is this: he confessed yesterday, and the lady coming out the next day. It tells you a lot that you need to know. That's all I have to say.
That party actually belongs to the Arabambi, the Apapa.
It does not belong. It does not belong to anybody. It does not belong to anybody.
They were the founding members of the Labour Party.
So, founding member. Was Atiku not the founding member of APC? Where is
they were, I agree. They were the founding members of Labour Party. Peter Obi came yesterday. So they are not trying to discredit. They are trying to kick Abure out. They did not go to open an account. It was Abure that went to open an account, that's a new account in Zenith Bank, even when the party has an existing account in UPA. So that shows you the motive of Abure. The political party, Labour Party, has an existing account known to the ESCOs in UBA. But because they are now seeing fresh funds from Pansats and Co., fresh donations, they rush to open another account that they can have control over, so that they can steal the fund. That's why the account cannot be reconciled anymore. Now, if P2B, well, I'm sorry to use if P2B, the crook, supports this man and his notion, is standing by him. Because the man, this is not the first allegation, this is the third allegation. And more allegations are going to come up again. The matter is in court. It is actually the court that is telling Abure to stop parading himself as the national chairman. So, national man, you twisted it a little bit. So let the Supreme Court decide. They want to kick Abure out and take their party over. That party, they've been a member of that party for quite a long time. P2B came as the political prostitutes from PDP and came and spoiled things for them with his faction from PDP that left PDP to come to Labour Party. Now what they want to do is to flush those people out and take their party back. So Abure, due to the influence of PDP, due to the influence of P2P and his PDP faction, so
you said he's a political prostitute. Well, how did he come in? Hold on. You see. Don't let me go.
P2P is a political prostitute now. He dances from one political party to the next.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. But my point is this: is that we know how when they were dilly-dallying before, when everything was rosy, they were all sleeping in the same bed until maybe the issue of money scattered all of them.
Now money scattered everybody. Now Abure wanted to thief the money. Now he doesn't want to spread the funds around.
The guy wasn't really fighting for the good of that party. It was just because he felt that he's been excluded, or he's been schemed out of.
But that is what Labour Party has been all this while. Is a shell party. They only contest for election after 4 years, collect money from INEC and share amongst themselves, and as well as membership subscription. Now P2B left PDP and came into Labour Party, and a lot of people were attracted with the masquerade and the masquerade behavior and dances of P2B, and they were donating, thinking that P2B is the man for them, not knowing that he's also a crook. So money was coming in. They say, we're about to get some good funds. This is a good time for us. So they looked at it and said, things are now rosy. But Abure wants to eat alone with his boys. And they said, no, this is our party. This is how we used to do things. So Abure, the mobile printer, decided to be forging things up and down. Forging signature, removing people, and changing accounts. More revelation will come out. Like I said yesterday, they are the ones that will disgrace themselves. People keep saying, oh, the PDP and APC is fine. No, election is over. They've moved on. PDP is still finding its footing. APC is busy with governance and sometimes ridiculing themselves in not providing what they are supposed to provide. They don't care about Labour Party. Labour Party is the fight. We've discussed this thing. They will fight themselves to the gutter. They will come out to the market square and disgrace themselves. They want to kick Abure out and take their party back. So, but Abure has eaten money that, and the bone is choking him now. So anybody that accuses him, he says it's being sponsored. That's not true. The election is over. Election is over. The APC has moved on.
Take their party back and continue the looting and also work for APC. Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
Well, did we not say?
Some people just come here, you make analysis as if you care. You don't care.
Abure is working for Obaseki in Edo State. Do you think he's working for Labour for the interest of Labour Party? That's what small political parties do in Nigeria. That's what they do. Is there's nothing wrong with what if you may say morally wrong, but that's what they've been doing. They can't win an election.
Emeka, the suspension of that lady from the party, because I was maybe hoping that they could have at least asked her, what do you think happened? Are they hiding something, or is she working for the APC that's accused by the party?
Working for what? They are hiding something.
No. They are accusing her of working for the APC.
That's what they say. If me now come out to fight him, he will say I'm working for APC. Or you stole money, you stole money. Now these people cannot reconcile.
Let me hold on. This is the reason why I asked that question, because I know a few weeks back it was on Dr. Damages. No, was it Dr. Damages or the other show?
It was on Dr. Damages' show.
And one of these obedience, Farm Obedient, asked him that, and that person was very angry, and he said, "I'm an obedient, but why have you not published how you spend?"
No, the person didn't say. I am the one that asked the question.
Oh, that was you.
I didn't say about obedient. I asked the question.
No. I mean, the person, and the person was talking.
I am the one that asked
that was
question.
You.
Yes, I'm the one.
And he said that in a few weeks it was going to publish.
That was 4 weeks ago.
And so I'm like, so if he wants to just make this thing go away, he should publish how the money was spent, right? That would be the most logical thing to do, right?
He can't publish. They've eaten the money. Account can't balance. What is he publishing? Once he publish, question will arise. People are going to say, what are you spending here? If you publish it, they're like, what are these transfers for? What are you spending?
The way you asked the question was like you were emotionally invested in the campaign. That was the way you came across. So I thought maybe you were an obedient.
No, I asked the question because I knew he had spent the money.
That was you pretending to be an obedient. Okay.
No, I didn't pretend to be an obedient. I asked you question.
That's the way you came across. Like you lost. Like they didn't pay. You say, how did you spend the money? What happened to the money? Like okay, all right.
I was trying to ask questions to him. He came and I was trying to ask him questions, and I knew the answer. He was just trying to deceive other people. He can't. This is 1 year after the election. This is 1 year after over 13 months after the election. The money is gone. They've spent it because if they release the account, they publish the account. Of course, it's going to be headline news everywhere. A party would apparate itself as a morality party, a party that says it's transparent, would not be in the hotbed of fraudulent activities, unexplainable.
Do you think that lady has like what we call it, receipts? She just withholding for now until the.
No, she has receipts. She has told the world that Abure wanted to bribe her with houses and vehicles. Abure visited her. She told the world that Abure, come out and come and speak for yourself. I was expecting Abure to come out and speak for himself within 24 hours. Say, Arise has invited him. A man who is clean will rush immediately to come with evidence.
Right,
like speak for himself.
If the treasurer of the party accused of something, you would like come to defend.
And the treasurer of the party is an escort of the party.
Right.
Part of the executive management of that party.
Right.
She's not like a floor member or a regular member. She's not even like P2B. Well, though P2B is the leader of the party, but she manages the party as a treasurer. She's responsible for funds. But look at what is going on.
Emeka, if she being a treasurer, she should have the evidence to back up all these things, like the money, how they were moving, the accounts.
Well, she was calling account number yesterday. She was calling account number now that they should go and check.
No.
She was calling out Abure. She said Abure brought something for her to sign.
She have evidence, a printout of all these things.
What Abure did as a treasurer, Abure excluded them and was controlling the account alone. So she's the treasurer, but she's not doing her job because Abure has excluded her. They've opened an account that she cannot even know what is going on. So and you call her the national treasurer of the party.
She doesn't know what is going on. So how does she know all this transfer that was going on? How did she come about it?
Okay. One man. I say one man. Rational mind. She's still a member of the party. She's part of the ESCO now. She will know what. She will have idea of what is happening.
But you said he was excluded. If that's what it is.
She was excluded from doing her job.
So if she's excluded from doing her job, that doesn't mean she doesn't know how money is going, money is coming in anymore. She's just there sitting down. You don't let her even see the balance sheet.
But I see it on the account.
The account, whatever it is.
At least
So
she
rational
was.
man, you think she doesn't have her own people across the state? I mean, around the country too, that can feed her a copy of.
For her to
No,
come
not
on, that
just
means she
not.
has something now. For her
No,
to come on.
not just only that. Abure brought stuff for her to sign, and she was like, "No, I'm not signing."
Abure brought an audited account
For her to
he
sign.
that carried the sum of 2-point-something billion for her to sign, and then
She said, "No, I'm not signing."
How come the party was able to raise so much, and our whole record is showing a different figure? It's showing 500 million, but you are bringing 2-point-something billion. Where did the money come? Where was the money kept?
Yeah, they don't chop them.
So what are you arguing?
No, you see that's one thing with us Nigerians, right? We do not want to accept once it's a narrative for someone we like, we don't want to accept it. We want to find reasons to see that, we try to paint the devil to look better because that devil we like the devil. These are thieves.
And the lady said that she has a mobile printing and meeting machine.
In his car, he's a mobile printer.
Okay, so let us go there. So, do you think that Obi is aware of how the money?
Obi is aware. Obi is aware. Okay. Obi cannot. So, you know why I say Obi is aware? Obi is very, very aware. Now, let's be objective. Obi is aware of the forgery allegation, right? What did Obi do?
No,
he said nothing.
I mean, when I say aware, they shared the money together. It was with them and they together.
Obi chop out of the money. Now, what are you saying?
No, because you say aware. Okay.
Obi chop out of the money.
Okay. I'm only asking though. Emeka said
you see, Emeka, there are two trenches of this money. There's the half that goes to buying party forms, party membership, party related sort of traditional. So that space a lot of money, and then donations to the party as well. So there is that. And then there's another tranche that goes towards the donations for the campaign, the presidency, the obedience space. So they are not even starting to account for that yet. So because that's not where it's in question. So we're still asking about, there's a whole world of money. There's a whole vast amount of money that went specifically towards that obedience space and didn't pass through the Labour Party. So that has to be accounted. So there's so much money that has to be accounted for.
If they do thank you. If they do the account, if they publish the account, a lot of questions they will ask a lot of questions. The media would chew that account. They would chew it. They would, I'm expecting Premium Times and Sahara Reporter to look into like, oh no, something is amiss here. So they can't publish the account. And I'm waiting. I don't know. You said you want to bring Obi, or whatever it comes on the. I would. I'll come with my petition. Once I get coming, I'll write down my question.
Emeka, here's the point. Because eventually Obi himself will have to sit down and address this issue. Not just Aburi, because if Aburi cannot come forward with the accounts. If he's dodging at some point, then we're going to say, Obi, okay, you are the flag bearer for the party. How? Because they're going to ask him eventually, right?
Yeah. Obi that is not trying to want to slightly dissociate himself from Labour Party.
Oh,
he's trying to do that slightly.
No. Do you think he will leave eventually? Do you think he will leave the party?
He's going to leave.
Back to where?
Well, any party that will accept him. Maybe
no.
I think he's going to leave.
To where?
I think he's going to leave. You know what? Where did I get the hint?
He can only really leave to form a new party. There's nowhere else to go.
Yes.
He might go back to PDP.
Yeah, might go back to PDP. Where did I get the hint?
That is his third time of leaving and coming back to PDP. So He's been there before. He joined PDP first. He
Yeah,
left
he's a
for
political. He's
this
a
thing.
political.
He went back.
He
He's
first
a
of all joined
prostitute.
PDP. He went to Abga. From Abga, he went back to PDP. From PDP, he went to
Because
Labour
one
Party.
man,
He
I
will
don't
go
think
back
he's
to PDP.
I don't think he's capable, because for you to be able to lead a party, you must have what he lacks clearly, which is the ability to conflict resolution. He doesn't. He's not good with that.
Thank
He can't lead a party
you.
without being able to resolve conflict.
Thank you. Conflict
So,
are going on. Even during the heat of the campaign, conflict
so
going on. You
he
are
can't
unable
own a
to
party by
resolve
himself.
it.
One man, it will fail.
Very spot on.
So yeah, so
Very spot on. Unable to reconcile aggrieved members so that we can all come together in one house and focus on the election. So what they were telling Abure, to let you now know that Obi is aware, Abure was busy. Oh, they are sponsored by the opposition. They are sponsored by the opposition. They are sponsored by the opposition. Now those people are coming back to come and take their party. But let's leave that alone. So how do I get the hint that Obi may leave Labour Party? When we asked Abure on Dr. Damage's platform about the discussion of merger, he said, I am aware discussions are going on. But, you know, the way he answered the question, it's not like he's part of the discussion. So that discussion does not include him. But he said he's aware that P2B is having discussions on merging with Atiku. So that discussion is going on. So he's aware, but he's not part of the discussion. So it shows clearly that Obi is trying to dissociate from the Labour Party. And if you see the way he's moving, for someone who is calling Obi his soulmate, I refuse to agree. I think the soulmate of P2B is Asia Yusufu. Because Asia Yusufu is still going around with P2B on all his ridiculous campaign movement. Even though all his ridiculous post-election campaign movement. So I say he's looking into that. He's looking into that because the discussion is ongoing. Maybe they've not finalized the or fine-tuned bit, but the possibility of him leaving Labour Party seems to be
PDP or Abga.
The possibilities we don't know yet. The event would flesh out soon. We will see. But the possibility is for him is looking like he's going to leave. It's looking like then with all this crisis coming, you steal money, I didn't steal, you are sponsored, I didn't sponsor you, you're a forger, I'm not a forger. Come and explain, I will explain. Come and publish accounts, it will be published. You know, the mess around the Labour Party.
He can't go to Abga if he still has if he's still nursing any presidential ambition. If he's going to go to an existing party, he can only be the PDP. But how is he able to battle through Wike and Atiku to take that spot?
By the way, quick question to you. Sorry, Emeka. Do you think somehow, if he goes back to the PDP, he will accept being a VP to Atiku on the president campaign? Do you think that was possible?
I think he will only go back to the PDP if he gets the signal from Atiku that he would not be contesting.
Oh,
yes, and I think Atiku might do, because Atiku hates Tinubu that much that is just willing to.
Atiku will sacrifice his. Come on, you know Atiku. That can work when he dies, though.
Yeah, the other offer is a 4-year term that Atiku only run for 4 years and then P2B and support P2B after he's done. So that
how would that How would that work?
Well, I don't know. I've never seen it work.
No. So they will be on the joint tickets, right?
Yes, and Atiku will only do for 4 years and leave.
But Atiku is not going to go for 4 years now. Come on, you know that
guy.
Well,
that's why I said I have never seen it work. It has never happened in this country. It has never happened.
Wait a minute, Emeka. African president go for only 4 years. African president.
I don't know. If Obi looks at it as something, you say, okay, but let's see how you. But I have never seen it happen before. But are talks going on? Yes. So we are aware that talks, maybe it may amount to nothing. Probably the parties involved do not agree. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, not all discussion yield a result. But is Obi trying to dissociate from the Labour Party? Yeah, if you read his tweets,
barely would you see Labour Party. Barely. He's not promoting the interests of the party. Barely. He's not promoting that interest of the party. So you could tell, okay, what's going on? So he's promoting himself more. So he's like, I am the brand. I am bigger than the political party. That's what he's trying to do. Read his tweets. Recent
But
tweets.
is it wrong though? Is it wrong in that assertion that is bigger than the Peter Obi is bigger than the Labour Party now?
Well, you're right. You're very correct. You understand? You're very correct. Without him, the Labour Party would have not gotten to this level of exposure. He came in, he changed a lot of things, and kudos. And that's why they are stealing money, because they would not see this account.
You know, in actual fact, the Labour Party is actually under YPP and all those sort of. The YPP
they are in that category. Yes, they are in that AAC, even Showore's police. They are in that category. Or non-existent political party. Obi came and transformed the party into national limelight. So the funds that they got is unbelievable. That's why that's why the theft is going on. Unbelievable amount of funds. When people people rushing your gubernatorial form, rushing your House of Representative form, as well as senatorial form, because of the weight and the support of the obedient group and P2B. So when this guy is saying, "Oh, we only did 1.5 billion," why are they lying? Let's sit down and call it speed. Why are you lying? It tells you the fact, then you now have Passat coming to come and tell us rubbish here. Well, Passat keeps smoking his.
We don't overflog this topic so much. We're dwelling on this topic. I mean,
all right, bring it to Emeka, and then we'll go on to Rational Man. I know you are trying to call out Pansat to push him a bit, but I think it's that head essay has finally got him, I think. Bring it to
I'm trying to let Pansat understand that he's been duped. So to bring it home, the Labour Party is just a special purpose vehicle. The former Director General of the Labour Party presidential campaign said it himself. So it's not a political party with a sound ideology. It's just, okay, let's see what we can do with this party. If we win, yeah, fine. If we don't win, we move on to the next one. And he said it on the national dailies. So we've seen allegations left, right, and center from the national chairman, stealing funds left, right, and center, and enriching himself. And also, we've also seen the fraudulent nature of P2B. To bring it home, Labour Party is just Bajwe. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic Emeka, of course. So from Emeka, we go on to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, one man. What do you want me to take it from?
You can pick it from wherever you want from the conversation, or you can start it off from the IMF telling us that the subsidy has been reintroduced by stealth. Or should I take you to a completely new topic?
Let me do a new topic, and then maybe we'll come back to that.
All right, let me take you to this space. This one is somewhat sad, actually.
Sad again. What kind of sadness?
Not sad, but sad, unfortunate. But court remands Ondo Taylor for stealing pot of soup. So what are you making of that? Let's start it off from there.
You just imagine, is this a recent thing, or is just is it under this
very, very recent, yes.
Oh my goodness. You just imagine what they've reduced our people to. I mean, like stealing pot of soup now is now something to send somebody to jail for. I mean, it's laughable, and it's just I don't even know what to even qualify it right now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so anyway, one man, you see, it's so sad. I said it. You want me to go on Tinubu again now, because I know I'll go on Tinubu on this, because he's the one he's the head of the government now. But to be Bubu, me, I'll go on Bubu. You see, when I said Tinubu, the guy is just He's a phony guy. He's just it's just a mediocre kind of person that were oversold by some people here and some of his Agbado people in Lagos, all across Nigeria. The guy has nothing. I said it. Tinubu is nothing. It's kind of politics. When I was in Lagos, I've seen his politics, but I was like, okay, let's just see, okay, maybe he meant well, but from a distance, now looking at it from a distance, I kind of have a different view as to what that man really was. It's not that person that they champion him to be, and not even some of the going back to his history of what he did here in the United States. So I said this is Rakadede kind of politics that he has imported from the North. His northern counterpart they use, they weaponize and impoverish their people, subjugating their people to like mere animals. I mean, like nobody said no human is an animal. Well, even though we say humans are animals in some ways, but I mean, it's inhumane the way Nigerian people are treated. You see, go to Bodyland there, you see people lining up and begging just to collect one bottle of Ororo and all those kind of stuff. It's denigrating. It's not Yoruba kind of. I've not seen that in a long time in Southwest. I don't know. That's why we're seeing what is happening. Where I don't know, there was a platform today where I was today. Somebody was showing people were queuing for bread and people were being flogged for bread. I don't know if you have that clip, Woman. Do you have that clip? Woman, are you there?
No, I'm here. If I have it, I probably won't show it because I've been getting too many warnings from these people. Yeah.
Well, I mean, people were being flogged, but if you don't look properly, you will not know whether they are being flogged. But then that's to tell you that this is Lagos Island, from what I gather from that video. How can our people? I mean, like we're back in the Stone Age or in the medieval time, when some lord would turn the peasants, turn the people to their slaves, and then they would ask them to come and queue and get bread. I mean, I don't know. That is Tinubu Lagos for you. That is Tinubu Nigeria now for you. So I don't know. So the man will be sent to jail. I mean, if he did the crime, let him do the time. But over what? I mean, the judge himself, whoever passed that sentencing, should at least look at. I mean, I'm not a judge. I mean, in my own way, if I have to judge that case, I will look at not just the act itself, but the motive behind the act. Why did you do it? Was it hunger? What happened? Are you not working? I mean, then you can just propose some kind of, let me go biblical now. I want to go scriptural, biblical. If you steal somebody's something, you have to return it 2 times with that thing. So maybe that should have been a sentencing for him, just to make you understand that what you did, you not go scot-free. You have to pay for it. At least that could be a kind of a lenient kind of punishment for him. You stole that soup, then you're going to replace it with 2 times that soup, the same quality of that soup you stole. So maybe that will make him sit up. I mean, but then sentencing him to jail or what? That's too heavy. I don't think it's commensurate with that with the crime that was perpetrated, considering the atmosphere of that country right now. So all these are kind of our judges that are just I don't know. Some people are just out of it. You see, that is what Tinubu has turned Nigerians to. Make Nigerians to become beggars now. And I know this kind of things now. In the next election, these are the people that are making noise. This is the last time there's ever going to be a president. Let it come election now. Started giving them another 1,000 naira. People want to be 100,000 naira now. They will all vote for him. You see. So the point is, they deliberately subject Nigerians to this situation, so that they can continue using them and continue perpetuating this criminal enterprise that I said Nigeria is. It's it's so sad that I don't know why that judge would ever sentence that guy to jail. I mean, just look at the motive. What was the motive behind it? Did you do it because you just want to steal it? You have more, and then you are gainfully employed, or is it because he doesn't have? I don't know. Maybe the lawyer, whoever is his lawyer, should appeal that case and maybe appeal to these to the judge's humanity. That look, this guy. I don't know. However, I wasn't there in the case. I don't know how the case go. So, but I just feel like whoever judges that case should not just judge the case based on just the action itself.
In what state, Tutusele? Was it
Ondo State now?
Ondo?
Hmm.
Are you Ondo care?
Ondo State,
Really?
yeah.
Oh, wow.
No, Nigerians are like, all right. Nigerians are in a dire situation right now. If I open my, oh, no, I'm not just trying to, but if I open my, I stop my WhatsApp now. I have to do it invisible now. I have to go. I don't know if I go invisible. I think I go invisible on it now because I have loads of text. People that I've not even talked for the past like 10 years, they're texting me. I was just like, what is going on? Just to tell you how the precarious situation our people find themselves, and it's not getting better. I mean, dollar just got almost like $1,700 to a dollar now. I just want to say this one real quick before I move to the next topic. I just want to advise Nigerians: if you want to find where to store value for your money, you better start going put your money in Bitcoin right now and Ethereum. That's where you'll get your store of value. Not cement that we're talking about it some days ago. Maybe some people were just putting their money buying cement up just so that they could store their money in that cement. Because since dollar now is very scarce now, go put your money in. Go just get cryptocurrency a wallet and just mop up whatever Bitcoin you can mop. If it's USDT or whatever, just stable coins, just put your money into that so that way you have that store of value. I mean, that's what Argentina is doing. I was reading while I was listening to you guys, I was reading an article from Argentina recently. Is it Bloomberg or one of those? I read it said because we have the same situation in what is going on in Nigeria now. It's what is going on even in Venezuela. Venezuela too is the same thing. I have some of my friends who are Venezuelans here. A lot of them, even when they send money back home, they use Bitcoin. That's what they use in sending money because the US dollar now is just one of those money that they restrict. The US government is restricting them, but they still get some kind of US dollar from the neighboring countries, something like that. But then they use Bitcoin now. So in Argentina too now they're using Bitcoin. They're bypassing this US dollar. They're now putting their money into Bitcoin and USDT and stable coin. So I think Nigeria should start looking at that. Also, Bitcoin is rising. People are looking at $100,000 per Bitcoin. Now in Nigeria, almost 80 million naira per Bitcoin. Can you just imagine that? Almost 80 million naira to a Bitcoin. You can imagine. So if anybody wants to think of where to store their money, since Nigerian naira is not a good store of value anymore, just buy up stable coin or buy up Bitcoin. That way, your money is appreciating, it's not going down.
Or just put your money in the dollar like everybody else.
Where's even the dollar? Where are you going to see the dollar? Formally, I mean, when people like you and I send money to our people back home, you can carry the dollar and go and make one mala. Mala can now sell it again to that. Why are you going to even find it when the central bank is the only central bank and their commercial banks are the one overseeing the whole dollar now? How are you going to even get it? So it's very difficult because people now saying to me now that it's very difficult to even find dollar now in the market because they're mopping it up. The central bank is trying to mop up all the whatever dollar that is coming in through international transfers, like you and I will send money back home. So for me, if you feel like you cannot get access to dollar anymore, just put your money into Bitcoin. Go buy USDT. It's another form of a dollarized kind of cryptocurrency too. So that way, your money is being is getting its value, and you retain that value and even appreciate more. That's what I just have to say, one man.
All right, brilliant. Take us to the headline on the screen, Rational Mind. Emeka was somewhat dismissive of it. 60 lawmakers seek to change from presidential to parliamentary system. So what are you making of that? Looking to address that over-bloated sort of governance that we have.
Well, man, we've said it before, but I disagree with our friend here, Emeka from Canada. Emeka, where you live there, I mean, I had that. I know that. I think I used to know that Canada, just my neighbor here. I know that they practice some kind of parliament, but that I believe that they are federal. That was when myself and Ola, we had that argument. I mean, like more than a year or two ago, and he said, "Oh, you guys are also federal state," because I never saw that kind of system.
Last year, not
last year. Okay. Last year. So I never knew they were federal. I knew they had a parliamentary system. So if Canada can do it, why not? So I can't. That's really maybe to go deep because as a student of political science myself, I went to dig into their kind of system, how it operates there. They have a kind of like a provincial original kind of system that they practice over there in Canada, which I feel if we can borrow that kind of a system, not exactly the US type that we're practicing, that is not even the US system we're practicing. I think that could help us cut down on costs, because I think even the parliamentarians too will serve as ministers, as cabinet ministers, and the president himself. And maybe we even do away with this. I don't know. Do you guys have vice presidents besides Justice Trudeau, who is the vice president? Do you guys have?
I've not. In fact, I would just search about it for the first time. I've never heard of it.
So we can do away with many offices whereby people can start paying people. No, it's a leaner government. Parliamentary system is a leaner kind of lean.
Carry moves anything I came up with earlier. We just keep House and remove Senate.
It's the House. I think the House would be better. The House would be better.
Yeah. So we keep the House, but we remove the Senate.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So my point is, I disagree with Emeka. Despite he lives in Canada that operates a federal system, but more like a unitary. I mean, no, sorry. I mean, it's more like
no. Parliamentary system does not mean you will not have Senate. So don't get it wrong.
But do you guys have Senate?
Yeah, we have Senate, of course.
We have
Senate. But the way the Senate is structured is totally different from the way it's structured in Nigeria. The Senate here is by appointment and is to balance. It's like it's acting like a check and balance on the parliament on the House of Commons, right? So that's the way it is. So
or like just do one from each state to do that. One from each
exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I've said that thing before, that even you can make one from each geopolitical region or each state to do that, so that when the parliament, when there is going the other way, you can use the Senate to balance the decision, so that one region will not dominate the other region. So that's the essence. So like in Canada now, for example, you will find it funny that even the masses, they trust unelected officers than even the elected political leaders. Is that funny? Like as a Canadian now, you will find that we trust the court, we trust the Senate even more than those people in the parliament. So because those people, we believe that they will play politics purely, and others, they want to be professional. So we don't trust politicians. So we need some kind of check and balance. So it's a good thing if Nigeria can achieve that. Honestly, we need to balance every region as it's supposed to be, so that no region will think, oh, this thing is our birthright. So let's do away with the presidential system and let's form that parliamentary system, and whosoever is the maybe leader of the political party with the majority, let them form the government and do away with all this rubbish system we have that waste our money every year.
Yeah, you see, I think gone are those years. I think Nigeria used to have how do I say, intellectuals. Where are those intellectuals of those yesteryears? Who, I mean, having went to school in Nigeria.
The Shoyinka is there.
No, I'm not talking about Shoyinka. Shoyinka is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about real political scientists in Nigeria. I mean, I have some good lecturers way back in school. They are very good. They lecture very good. Where are these guys? I mean, some of them they work with international organizations today. I mean, back then I meant to say, where are they? I mean, like, why can't those people are not consulted? So that, I mean, these guys that we have in National Assembly today, a lot of them are just transactional parliamentarians. They're not really people who understand how government works. Not even the one that is in Aso Rock there that calls himself Mr. Strategist. It's just unfortunate that we have somebody like that being a leader in that country. He has no toga of any leadership. Whatever toga he has is just the toga of how to grab it, snatch it, and how to become a godfather, install people, and make himself whatever he has made himself today. That's all he does. He doesn't know how to run a government. It's a different thing. It's different thing. You know how to strategize in politics, clinch tickets, or gather delegates, run party, inter-party politics. It's another thing for you to be a technocrat and know how to run a state. No, this guy does not have it. I'm just realizing now is that, that just like we said about Bubu that time, they sold it to us. Maybe I wasn't thinking right that time too. Because I used to remember that he had, what's his name? This guy from Kwara State, what's his name? The late Diagbon. Diagbon was the brain behind this. I mean, that was why they were able to get him, because immediately Diagbon traveled then when he went to Saudi for that, is it Aj or whatever he went then. That was how they were able to, remove him. Because if Diagbon was to be around, they would have, I don't think they would have been able to topple Buhari's government back then when he was a military guy. So it tells you that Diagbon was the brain behind everything. That guy is a disciplinarian. I mean, let's just leave all of that. So realizing that, looking back now too, I mean, when Fashola was probably, no doubt, the first few years of Tinubu in Lagos, we saw the crap he was doing. How then the people would say, oh, it's because he made the rods, blah, blah, blah. We saw how he does so many things. It just makes you believe, just because we've never seen anything of that kind before. Nigerians have been used to military, and not even the last two ones that were there, that really sank that country brought that country to its knee. So when we now saw somebody who is a mediocre kind of leader, and he starts doing something that makes you look like, oh, this is strange. Then in many streets, then you will see, you can report to police. I remember back then in Apapa local government area there, when I go back home back then, you can report to police if any thief is coming to come and steal in your area. There's a small box in every street. I don't know any of you remember that time. You can drop in because there were, I don't know, at that time there was this OPC. It was just a confused situation then. But he was trying to like project some kind of like, I'm trying to work for the people kind of thing. And then I think maybe Aregbesola left him, and then this guy came in. What's his name? Fashola, which I think is the real brain behind his success to some extent. I mean, his success to some extent in Lagos. And I saw what that guy did himself when he eventually became a governor himself. But point is, I'm trying to say is that Tinubu was oversold. He's not a leader. It's not a leader in the sense that to run a government, how a government should be run. He doesn't know that. He doesn't have that capacity, mental capacity or whatever.
No.
He doesn't. No, let me go on.
Wait now. You have to put it in context. It's oversold among who?
Among you Yoruba now. How about you Yoruba people now? Some of the Yoruba people that consider that people as Somali, right?
See. The OB people were rooting for would have been a serious problem.
That bullshit job. I mean, don't talk all this thing.
Wait. You have to right now. You have to speak within the scope. You have to speak within the scope.
About your Tinubu, let's forget that Obi for now. If Obi were to be there and he's doing all this crap, for lie, I will be the one to. I'll be one of the person that will come here.
Thank God it's not there. Thank God it's not there for experiment like you guys.
No. Yeah, you guys. Well, it's up to you. You can say that's experiment.
You guys did this experiment with Buhari, and the experiment now has proven to be so fatal today.
So the one that is there now is not experiment.
Wait. Now, when you are saying when you are saying Tinubu is not a leader, I don't understand what we are talking about.
He's a leader to some of you who think he knows how to play dirty politics with the party.
Okay. Now Buhari fragmented the how do I say?
Why not heap all the blame on Buhari? Everything Buhari, just the way Buhari
today. How can everything not be Buhari? Now, under Buhari, before Buhari left, you as a businessman in Nigeria, you will issue your bank will issue letter of credit. The foreign counterparts will not honor the letter of credit. Now, Buhari, all the money that was supposed to be accrued to us, he already egged that in against some kind of borrowing. To the point that even China were no longer borrowing Nigerian money. You know what it means? You know what it means as a businessman, you wanted to import, nobody is honoring your letter of credit. The same situation that Obasanjo met in 1999. And now, you know what this means? Backlog of over 7 billion when the foreign investors, they were doing business in Nigeria, and you refuse to pay their money. Why your cousin or your brother that was selling the recharge card became overnight billionaire, causing through our dollars. Now, you hear what is happening in the CBN now. Your monetary policy organization that, see, if your CBN is not good, nobody want to deal with that country. You know what it means for your government to be stealing? Nobody want to deal with you. And this, your Buhari is supposed to be the best, because I saw it when you were referring to what happened in between December 31st, 1983 and up to August 27, 1985. We were saying that thing as if Buhari and Idiagbon perform, and when people are even say, oh, it was Idiagbon doing that thing. Those guys did rubbish, they crashed the economy, and was the reason they sold social adjustment program.
We would like to do context.
About.
No, hold on. I understand that Buhari.
These were the misrepresentation.
No, it's not.
People believe that Buhari will become the Messiah. And we are back on the same thing through this Obi that we are talking about.
You can
say Obi has no reach apart from the agitation.
You see. Look, can I say something? You see, I don't want to go because somebody said I'm already digressing. And yes, I'm digressing because when it comes to governance, I just have to digress a little bit. And Tinubu always come into the picture, our friends. It doesn't mean that I like digressing because I'm this kind of person. I like to be very broad, but let me stick to the point. So talking about it's a good thing if they can do it. 61 lawmakers right now, right? With other 200 and something lawmakers or 300 and something lawmakers remaining. Will they subscribe to it? We shall see how that goes. But for me, I think we should go unicameral. And if we go unicameral, I don't think we can run this. I don't know how that's going to run because I was thinking we should use the Canadian model. But since they said they have their own 72 trust, they will always look for a way of making money by giving themselves some kind of position. And so we need to bring in experts, our political scientists, and devise. Maybe we should just go with the Swiss model of a confederation. You see, that's why I understand why Emeka was saying that he has this doubt that it can never work, that it will ever see the light of day. Well, already we only say 61 lawmakers. Let's see if other people would join the bandwagon. And then
all right, don't mind. Let me just take 1 second to interject. I posted a couple of links on private chat for Ola, right? There's Nigeria that we're in. Things are not being, they're not equal, they're not being fair. We look at somebody like Tinubu, who's alleged and proven guilty of killing Audi, as you see on the screen right now. And of course, Funsho. We're not even talking about his convictions in heroin, right? So these are allegations. Some of them
I don't go this route again. This is just a diversion.
Wait. Okay, all right.
We are talking of the current economy. We are talking of the current economy. All of a sudden, you swipe away from it. No. This is not the right. We are talking of what Tinubu is doing and that people are talking about. Okay.
Okay, I was even talking. I was even talking. I was muted. John, let me reclaim the space.
Okay, go ahead there.
So my point is like I understand if our friend from Canada could express that doubt, which I believe because I've said it. You see, the only way we can move forward in that country is we need to have a kind of some form of some people are saying what is sovereign in a sovereign state. I don't even know what that even means. Either you call it sovereign national conference, you call it a conference, but we need to bring together the owners of that country. Not some few individuals who don't even know their names, and they made up some kind of name under some kind of decree, made up some kind of constitution for us, and people are not, and we're seeing the result of that constitution. I'm sure if the military had allowed the regional system, the constitution that brought about the 1960 independence and that brought about the regional system, if they've allowed it to like at least run its course for like 30 years or like 20-something years, like the one we're currently running, I'm sure maybe would have perfected, would have improved it. But the idiots there, they never allowed it because of some political upheavals then, some political shenanigans that were going on, and the ethnic dimension to it was why they just saw that, oh, this thing is not going to work. Let us scrap it. Let us go unitary or federal, whatever crap they call it back then, and we see the result today. So some people call me, they'll say, oh, regional system will not work. How do you know it will not work? We only had almost like 6 years or 6 or 10 years of it. We never saw it really run its course. If it run its course for like 20, 30 years, and then we see it's not working, then we can scrap it. Look at the fraudulent one they gave us for this 1999. What have we seen? It has snuffed the life of Nigerians. It has turned that country backward 100 years than any other constitution we've ever had in that country. So we need to have a routine that we need to change the system as it is. It's not sustainable. We need to pull down the system. And if this unitary parliamentary system will be the way to go, these guys, they are parliamentarians, like the one they run in UK. They would also be the serving commissioners, serving, serving the ministers in the cabinet. So we don't have to like hire separate people to become our ministers, hire separate people to become, no, these are the same people within the government. They are getting paid for working for the people, making laws, also being commissioner and ministers in different areas. So we'll create a leaner government that way. But this idiot will never allow it, like our friend said. I understand why he's saying that, because they know that hence they do unitary system. A lot of them will not have job anymore. But must parliamentary be a job for you? Me, woman, we can go on. I can go on and talking about that. I don't know about flog it. We'll reserve for some other day. Now, woman, for me, you see, I just hope so many other. But are we going to go further than this 61 lawmakers? We shall see. But I think Tinubu should be the ones championing this course. It really meant well, because as somebody advised him, you will not succeed if you continue this system, this your governance with this 1999 constitution. You will not succeed. Tinubu will not succeed. Nobody will come in there, even if Jesus Christ come down, even being a Messiah. If he comes down and he wants to run Nigeria with that unitary system, that 1999 constitution, he will never succeed. So we need to pull it down. So if people are gradually awakening that we need to pull that system down, I believe we need to pull it down. But how? Well, I don't know, because we don't agree on that. But for me, I've said it. Let us call a conference, bring the owners of Nigeria, bring people from every ethnic group, every tongue within that country. Let them come and talk how they want to move forward, how their ethnic city or their ethnic group should, or tribal group should be included in the new Nigeria now. And one other thing I want to say is this. If at any point we feel that this thing is not also working because of the peculiarity of Nigeria, the Nigerian states, everybody can secede. People can secede if they decide. Woman, please go on to another person. I have a call here, please.
All right. And check your phone before you come back. Let's go on from you to Prince Daddy, who is also with us. I'm not sure if Prince is fully with us. Prince Daddy, are you there? Yes, sir. All right. Prince Daddy is not the only prince we have. Babati, you may not know, it's also a prince as well, a senior one as well. Obalola.
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing, guys?
We're good. So where do you want to come into the conversation? Do you want to come into it? IMF saying that Tinubu is still playing fuel subsidy by stealth, or the obedience, not the obedience space, but the Labour Party space are suspending a treasurer for calling out the chairman of the party's corruption, or the search for, or this one here, stolen funds recovered under Buhari are currently missing from the central bank. So another $1 billion, we've lost count of just how much that guy stole. Or you can just go to any topic of your. So let's hear from you. Yeah.
Good evening, guys. We've only tackled the CBN, the humanitarian ministry, and a few other parts of the house, and we already have the record of this level of looting. I wonder what happens when we get to education, health, and other ministries. It's a lot to deal with. But let me just start with it's a lot to deal with. I read somewhere that even it was this 4.7 billion that was missing from the CBN that was recoverable was never returned back to the CBN. So it's a lot. It's a lot going on there. It's a lot going on. But let me leave that to the side for now. Let me talk about the labor thing. The lady coming out to accuse the Labour Party chairman of corruption, and she coming out. I've heard from Obedience saying that maybe she was not. That the reason that she came out was because they were trying to protect the funds from her, and because of that, she's or maybe she was sponsored by the APC. I think if the Labour Party, if they're actually what they claim to be or they want to be, a credible opposition to the current administration, I think they should be transparent enough. Abure and his so-called soulmate, they can have a joint press conference, address this issue. If you want to go to a friendly platform like the Arise TV and just answer all the questions, I think that would just be something that I think that they should do for the sake of the party, for the sake of transparency, and for the sake of the country, and also most importantly for the obedience that believed in what they were selling. I'm not the one that was supporting Obi because of tribal something. No, because I believe that there were people that were genuinely supporting Obi for changing the system. So those people you need for you to keep them in that under that umbrella, they would need to see some receipts. And I've heard from Yusuf. She was also questioning a few weeks back. I was watching one of her clips on YouTube, and she was even asking for accountability on how the funds were spent. So I think the Labour Party has to. I wasn't too pleased with the way she was fired. Her going on TV too. I'm not going to say. Perhaps the opposition, maybe APC sponsored her, or I don't have any evidence to back that up. But her being suspended, it's also questionable as well. So, but for the sake of transparency, I think that they should hold like a press conference, or just so you can address the situation. I think that is something. To the IMF issue with Tinubu. Now, I think most people at the beginning of the administration, we all believe that the subsidy should have been should be removed. But I think most people we just differed on how to go about it. I think the majority felt like maybe there should have been a gradual removal. And you can see how the stock market responded, how the economy responded to that sudden announcement during the when he was in the Eagle Square during that transition phase. You can see the way the stock market responded, the way the markets responded to the announcement. So my personal opinion is it should have phased it out in stages, not the gradual announcement. Now, bringing it back, if it's true, is indirectly admitting that to being wrong in not removing it, but how they went about it. So I don't know, the IMF talking about they secretly bringing it back. Well, the government should be transparent enough to address the issue and be open enough to talk about the people. Okay, we're bringing maybe partial subsidy, but be open to people and be transparent enough to admit what you're doing. I think that would be a step in the right direction. But I'm not against them bringing some form of subsidy, not full subsidy, but some partial subsidy, just to cushion to help the masses at this point. Because like Shanaman was talking about earlier, even I am getting a lot of text messages from people, not only on WhatsApp but even on Telegram. People that I don't even know that just got my number from someone that I help that wants me to help them as well. So we all in the diaspora, I believe we're also fitting it as well. So if bringing back subsidy in one shape, way, or form will help as a temporary gap or temporary measure for now, I think that would be something that the government should consider, while at the same time trying to phase it out with the coming of Dangote refineries and the one in Port Harcourt. So I think that is something that they can address. So I think that's the three topics, right? But just to add one more, one man for our Democratic friends. I wish Diwali was here, but he's not here today. The Biden situation is out of control. And I think that even the progressives are panicking right now. And I'm just wondering if the Democratic Party have a suitable repeat.
Do you think it will make it to that ballot? I was hearing Kamala Harris saying that she was ready and available or something along those lines.
When your own doctor, when your own specific comes to public and talks about you having, your own government, people in your own government saying that you are unable to recall when your son's birthday, when you were first elected, he clearly has something going on. So when your own party, your own government, clearly, because you can no longer hide it anymore. But I don't know who they have. I don't Michelle Obama, Gavin Newsom. There's nobody. I mean, if it's against Trump, I don't. The strongest. This is the one man. The strongest opposition they have against Trump is Biden. That's the unfortunate part for the Democratic Party. There's nobody else that has any chance against him. Kamala Harris, 101, will be destroyed by Trump. She has no chance. The closest maybe will be Gavin Newsom from the guy from California. The governor from California, I think, is probably the only one that I see even mounting a challenge. Because now, like I told you before, they are bleeding the black votes, one man. They are bleeding badly. And with this invasion of the country of illegal migrants from the southern borders, when you start losing Chicago, one man, as a Democratic Party, you know you're in trouble. Chicago, New York, the blacks are complaining over there. So when you as a Democrat are losing Chicago, New York, you know you're in trouble. So even because normally the highest Republicans would get is about maybe 14 to 60% of black voters. Trump is going to get about, based on projections, so 25% of the black votes, maybe 24% of black votes. That is a 7% bump. That has never happened before. I mean, in the last 30 years, 40 years, maybe since the Bush or the first Bush. So if that happens, the Democrats are toast. So I don't know what they were thinking with that move to this influx of illegal migrants to the border and sending them to New York City and Chicago. I think was a mistake for the Democratic Party. So that is just a terrible move. Do you have anything else for me, one man, or do you,
yes? There was this thing I wanted to show you. It's actually on the screen. Actually, I'm not quite sure if you've seen it. It's a data that was circulating a couple of days ago. And somebody sent it to me, but I never really presented it. Can you see it clearly on the screen?
Yes, like it says number of full professors 2022.
Yes, so these are the professors. It's just makes for interesting readings. Number of full professors in Nigeria. So this is the most educated, essentially the most educated states in Nigeria. No surprises, of course, on your state. With us 757 professors. Enugu comes in with an impressive 710. Lagos, Edo, Osun, Ogun, Ondo, Rivers, Kano, Kwara, Cross Rivers, Plateau, Imo State, Sokoto is ahead of Benue.
But one man, surprisingly, Ekiti ranks lower than I thought. I thought they always brag about having all these professors, right?
Well, there it is. We've not yet mentioned them. Can you see them?
No, I'm not.
They're near to the bottom. Adamawa has more professors than
I'm not. No, Ola. There's a general belief that you guys have a lot of professors in your state. So I'm kind of surprised that you rank.
No, it was Akintola that brought all those things. But then the thing is this: the criteria for this we don't know. And is it criteria based on professors working in each state, or
so they are from Ekiti, but they live in okay, I get your point now. So they live in other states, but they are from Ekiti originally.
Okay, I think you may have a point. It says by state where school is located.
Right, not necessarily where.
Okay,
but to the bigger point, here. So in other environments, in America, they actually pay you for most PhDs. They actually pay you for PhDs, right, woman? They pay you for PhDs. People earn about $40,000 to $50,000 in some studies, right, to research. So my question is, all these
schools that are not a diploma meal, right?
Because right. So if you went to like a research university, they will pay you to research for your PhD. So my question is, where are all the research papers from all these professors and the impact on the country? I mean, you earned a PhD, so how has that benefited your state or the country? What have we, one man, when you research for your PhD, something comes out of that research. How have we benefited from your research? Just earning PhD and it's not. That's what I don't understand with all these PhDs.
It is not all the time that all this PhD. Often instances they get archived.
No, but at least
have we lost BT?
Can you hear me now? Sorry, I cannot.
No, a call came in or something.
No, I'm saying that in the course of research of something, right? I can reference your archives at the university. Somebody did something 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Let me look into it to help my own research, right? Why don't we have more of that? And how has that benefited? Like I remember in the 80s, there used to be this. He was a pastor, right? I'm sure he's older now. He used to, I mean, that was when what is it called? FUNAB, right? In Abeokuta, the agricultural university. Man, they were top notch. They were like fully funded. They were researching a lot of things in agriculture, groundbreaking. They added stuff in livestock. They were doing a lot of amazing work. That way, when the next person comes up, because I had a friend that did the veterinary medicine over there, you would not believe the kind of stuff that she said they had over there. That it made her own job even easier when she was doing her own research. It was back then. So, but we don't have. Why don't we have more of that? In America here, if I want to do research on something at the university, I have. Woman, by the way, you remember I was telling you about in the medical herbalism group that I said I was on Clubhouse, that somebody was they're doing their PhD in pharmacology and UI, and they went into the archives and they had a lot of research done about all these leaves from the 60s and 70s that were never published, and he had to go look into it, like they're just sitting down there and wasn't used for anything, but it's time to put it out there in PDF files and stuff like that. So we have all these PhDs, wonderful, but the impact on the society, on the economy, is what I want to see more of, not just titles.
All right. Let me take you to the space. BT, do you want to comment a little bit on the man who stole a pot of soup? Have you heard? It's just so sad.
Well, man did me, but I was not expecting it to be on a Yoruba soil. I'm sorry, I didn't want it to be. It kind of like, I don't think we on Ondo it surprised me a little bit. Like cost remands Ondo tailor. Wait a minute, is it tailor?
Yeah, it's a tailor.
So can we really blame poverty for that? I mean, it's a tailor. I mean, that's
well, you cannot but blame poverty, because the level of the crime is so low. It has to be. I mean,
what kind of
Babati, go for you. Even
no. I'm not laughing, but yeah, it must have been a very expensive bet for you to go to court over there.
No, while in school those days, you'll be cooking your beans and light will go up before you even say jack. Your beans don't disappear on your stove. So it's not as if it's new, even right from campus. So tailor stealing, that is all.
Yeah, that is right? Do you know why I said that on the most serious note? Back in the day, if you were a tailor, I mean, you earned something decent living, not enough to want to go steal from. But for tailors to be stealing right now, that means it's really bad for a tailor to steal somebody's soup. That is terrible.
Yes, it's not so much a tailor stealing, but what he actually stole. You expect a tailor to be above the level.
Yeah, like this pot of soup. Like, how did we get here? Like, and a judge sent him to how many months in prison? How many?
Let me check. I don't think I got past it, but past the headline.
What was the judgment?
It says, an Ondo State Magistrate Court has remanded a 19-year-old tailor, whatever his name is, for stealing a pot of soup and other items.
There you go.
Yes.
Other items, not the
Yeah, but if you look at the total of the sum, maybe 311,000 naira was the total of what is stole.
Yeah, it wasn't just the soup now. There's something that no. So it says it was remanded in prison. I think probably if he gets a good lawyer and he can pay a fine or pay the money back, I think that he will be out in no time. Shouldn't be a problem.
I think they just use that headline to entice us.
Yeah, I'm like, there has to be something more than this. But one man, I've always complained about this IMF-led Tinubu government. It bothers me when I see this white lady hovering around our CBN chair and our economic chairman, Wale Edun. She's always there. Always like he has to look at her to even speak at some point. It bothers me. IMF is not there to help you. IMF is not pro-Nigeria. Okay, anybody that is quoting a number from IMF to me does not understand how they're not there to help your country out. So that part is that is the only thing that bothers me with this people reading IMF reports and our overall dependency on the World Bank and all. But that's the situation we find ourselves. But by the way, one man, did you see that video of the BlackRock talking about they have to colonize Africa again?
We played it here now, and nobody was taking it seriously. I was thinking,
didn't bother anybody. It didn't bother them.
It bothered me.
What do you think? You think, in a way, it kind of makes it in a terrible way, though. In a way, because it was like, well, they steal your money and bring it here anyway, so we might as well just help you with that.
Just for the benefit of the audience who may not know what you're talking about, this is what Babati is talking about.
Then it's time for us to just put the imperial hat back on to say, we're going to govern those countries if you're incapable of governing yourselves, because enough is enough. We're done being invaded.
Because our own national security risk is at stake.
Exactly.
National security interests are at stake.
You can say that about pretty much all of Africa. They're incapable of governing themselves and benefiting their citizens, because the governments there are all about looting and pillaging and lining their pockets and going shopping in Paris instead of actually
hold
making
on a
their country
second. Hold on.
better.
People on the left are going to watch this. They're going to say, wait a minute, Eric Prince is talking about being a colonialist again.
Absolutely. Yes.
And you know, under normal circumstances, you dismiss it as a lunatic. But that is the head of BlackRock, the biggest by 3 times over a conglomerate on the planet.
Would it be they've been having that conversation in secret?
I mean, all right, sorry, Babati. It's good to hear your voice at Rational Mind, so that tells me you're ready. Babati, let me bail out, hand over to Rational Mind as the conversation continues. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, come on. Rational Mind, do you know Ogulesi from Ogun State? You know he has some kind of portfolio with them, right? And I've been seeing more.
Blackwater. Blackwater. Now that's the.
No, he has a very huge. I think you see Black. He has this stuff with one of the biggest, one of those big thing in the world, the biggest in the world. Is it Black? I don't know. But my point is, I've been seeing more of him in Ogun State. Meanwhile, this guy has no single portfolio in Nigeria before, but suddenly he's now showing interest in Nigeria now. So I don't.
Who has no portfolio?
Ogunlesi, he doesn't have all his money. He doesn't have any like single investment in Nigeria. All his millions is not in Nigeria, but now he's showing up in Ogun State more and more now. So I'm like, what's going on? But in one way, National Mind, what he's saying is, I know it sounds crazy, but it also makes sense in some kind of way. So, but I don't know. What do you think? Like, should they take it over, or because we don't seem to have to get it right with leadership in Africa for some reason?
Well, if they take it over, it's still going to be the same. I don't know the kind of template they're going to use. Is this the same imperialist kind of templates whereby they are the master? Like it was called them, we say colonial masters.
No. It will not be like.
Well, we don't know yet. That's what we say. We don't know.
No. Let me tell you what it is. I know what it is.
Well, but let me talk now. You asked me a question, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Before you. So for me, what I think is that I don't see how they're going to do it without having to use our own very, very people to, they will come. I don't expect a white person to come to Nigeria and say he wants to be the president of Nigeria. The only ways they can do it is maybe they will systematically import their population there. They will intermarry with us. They will have investment with us. And at some point, they start claiming to be citizens and have our constitutions or whatever rewritten to accommodate them, whereby they would also be part of the government in the sense that they'll be able to be voted in as hold political office. So, I mean, there are many ways they could do it, but I'm just trying to say that there's no way they will do this without having to involve our local people. When I mean local people, I mean the already existing leaders within our country. That's what I think.
So I think that it's more of a political takeover. So they will start funding people that they believe will quote unquote help their people and at the same time help them. So your people like not your typical politicians, but people that you think, oh, I like you, but you cannot win. They will start funding their campaign. So they will take over the political space. So they will then determine, they will be like a filter to determine who they think is worthy enough to become A, B, or C. The same way the Chinese are doing in Zambia, where they've pretty much taken over the political space and they get to determine who becomes A, B, or C. So that person, so the face of colonization will be a black face. It won't be white. It will be your person. That person will it will be them speaking, but the face that is speaking will be one of you that you trust.
That's what I said too. There's a way. It's just like when they came into Africa, when the Portuguese first landed into Africa through the Atlantic Ocean, they dilly-dallying with the local chiefs at the coast, and gradually they started giving them stuff, and then they started enticing them to supply them humans. And we know how that the rest of the history goes on that. The story goes on that. So my point is that there's no way they would come and just impose themselves on us just like that. They're going to do it insidiously, like I said, like you yourself said. They will use our own people, our already existing political leaders, the black people with our blackface like you and I, probably. So they'll use them as a way of coming in, and So, but then the thing is, the general thing I'm even talking about is, why do you need to come and take over Africa? I know there are many reasons.
Because they don't want you coming, because I
understand.
They don't want you coming over there anymore. So they will give you enough to keep you to make you stay, but not enough to make you rich. So you have enough to keep
that's human for us. Human will always lead his own human to his own disadvantage. So but then to our own advantage, and to the disadvantage of the other human. So my point is that I don't think it's people are going to revolt, except maybe they will. You see, that's the thing. They will still use our own people against us. To ordinarily, even when they're not there in Nigeria, we don't have white people living there. Look at how our people use violence to threaten the people, just to make the people to be submissive. They subjugated the people by means of violence. People can't just feel like they want to go and protest. Like now, we're talking about cyber law that they're trying to enact, where they say people are being bullied and crap and all of that, and they're trying to silence the already existing cyber law. Why don't you use that and prosecute whoever is caught in the act of bullying, rather than having to shut down the whole internet or silence people, make people to be afraid of? So my point is this: is that they will still invariably, at the end of the day, they're going to use our own people, our own leaders, our own black men. That's how they always they penetrate us. So for me, I don't think it's a way to go. I think it's the only way to go is if they are involved in this. How do I say like this? They've been accused that some of these imperialists they start a war in the country so that they could start selling their resources, like what is going on in Congo, and sometimes what is going on in the Sahel too. We have the French mercenaries there, the French people saying they're guiding Niger and maybe Burkina and Mali, but there are some precious metals there like uranium and all this kind of stuff. They were stealing it, and they distract the locals or distract the people by supplying arms to this Tuareg or the rebels in the Sahel. And that's the same thing that is going on as it's playing out in Congo. A lot of the resources are being shipped out. I love some of the best wood in the world is found in Congo, and some of the precious metals is found in Congo, and they are moving all these things at an alarming rate. So what board are they using to move all this stuff? But then the locals are being chased out because they're just sending rebels. They'll go in there and then start. I don't want to use the word. So, and the Western power have been fingered in this. They are the people who. So that's what I'm saying. So if they could stop this, let them be fair in some ways. I know they cannot be fair. The world life is not fair, really, as way they say it. But just, buy this stuff from them. The other ways you can. I don't know, guys. I don't know how to. You just have to figure it out, rather than just having to come and just take over the.
But do you think it will be possible for not the status quo right now, but with the people that want a revolution in Nigeria or Africa, where they will partner with these so-called imperialists, where they will take over from the current structure, they wipe them out, and somehow it's a mutually beneficial partnership as opposed to just a total dominance, where we don't believe in this current cup of leaders or the structure. We want to come in, but we don't have the political muscle, we don't have the financing. Okay, you take care of that, but what we get in for the benefit of our people, we think about our people. They don't come to your country, but you also get the resources. Something more mutually beneficial as opposed to just
something more mutually beneficial. That would be a way to go, rather than having to come and take over the reins of affair and manage. It's just, I don't know. But if somebody like him, Scallyback, is saying this, it means they must have been having that.
That means they already have a plan. That's the way. That's the way it sounds.
Discussion. Yeah. Listen, my friend. You see, Africa has a lot of potentials that no other continent on this earth, planet Earth, has. There's a lot of stuff in Africa, and they see that Africa is the only almost the only virgin land that they've not really exploited. So by coming to Africa, they could be able to. Africa is still on almost like, over 500 trillion treasures, resources rather. So if they start mining these treasures or these resources within African space, that is almost over 500 trillion. You can imagine how they would turn around the economy of the world with that. So I think everybody's trying to exist more like a scrambling now for Africa now.
For African resources.
Yeah. So
even I am having a rethink, because do you know this girl on YouTube? This Oyibo girl called Itchy Boots. I shouldn't mind.
No, I don't know.
She drives around Africa on a bike. She would just on the highway, on the bush, everywhere. She would just drive.
Is that not Danish girl, the
Dutch girl.
The Dutch girl.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Check your phone.
Yeah, the Dutch girl. So me seeing a different part of side of Africa or Nigeria tells me, man, because people always think about their own village, their own cities. There are many places in Nigeria that I don't even think they know they're Nigerians. They are caught away. They're just in their own world, separate from everybody else. Like, I'm like, my God, this is Nigeria. And she was driving across the road. I'm like, I need to have a think about the way I think about Nigeria, because Africa as a whole. And so we have a lot of work to do. I don't know, but I'm not pro colonization. Of course, I don't want anybody colonizing us. But we have to find a way to get rid of these people. Because even I'm not against Tinubu like you are, but I'm uncomfortable with him taking trips to France every 5 minutes. I don't feel comfortable with that. It's like it's almost taking orders from them. That's the way it comes across to me. So, it bothers me.
You see, everything boils down. I've said it. Let me say everything boils down. At least a chunk of the problem with Africa is real education. When I mean real education, you see those people who had real education, who were nationalists, or you call them patriots, were those people of the 60s and up to like the 70s. Maybe like mid 80s too. These were the people that were really, they have love of nation. they understand the concept of nationalism or concept of patriotism. They understood it. But the new crop of people that we have now, especially these Gen Zs, I think I'm Gen X. Those people born in the 60s and 70s and all of that, so up to the 80s. I think that's why the Gen X. You can tell me maybe if I'm wrong. I don't know. That's what they said. Gen X is. So my point is that if you look at it, people don't. The concept of I don't know. Maybe this globalization has really tipped that ideology in people, whereby we now see ourselves as a global village. But there's no way you cannot take that, because even despite the globalization that we see today, in terms of economy, there are still people who still protect their own economy, who still protect their own nationalistic ideologies, like the Germans. I mean, if you go to Europe, I mean, you're crossing from Austria, that is mostly mostly German speaking country, just cross over into Slovakia or Slovenia, you see the change. These are, I mean, they go by the name, European Union, but these are also different countries. I mean, even Czech, when you're crossing from Germany into Czech, you see they hold on to their tradition, to their language. So,
I'm glad you brought that up, because if you notice, 3 countries are already left ECOWAS.
So yeah, that's you. Yeah, so
so they want to create their own identity away from
own economic bloc or whatever, or political bloc.
They don't want to. Yeah.
Which I think is a way to go, because if ECOWAS is not working, why not? Why should it become a part of a club that is not benefiting? That has often, it's just hypocrisy, double standard and all of that. So why become part of it? So my point is that, you see, we need to face the real issue. The real issue is that the world can never be one. Maybe economically we're trying to bring this rapprochement, as they say it, whereby we want to bring everybody together. Everybody's having one common goal. It's not. I don't think it's possible, as long as everybody keeps holding on to their own identity. Their identity, when I mean national origin, we can never achieve that. So that's why America will talk about. Look, when Trump was there, I know somebody was talking to you in the comment section that America talk about when Trump was there. He said American first. What was that? His slogan? The MAGA people. What was that? What's your slogan? That MAGA, you MAGA.
Make America great again.
Make America great. He didn't say make the world great. He said make America. So that is a statement of nationalistic or patriotism. I mean, even though we know it's not, I don't believe in his patriotic, his dubious to patriotic slogan that he's using. It's not really about America. It's not just about him. He's a narcissist. That man, he doesn't care about America. He doesn't care. He's just used because he knows you can always rile up Americans when you talk about America, the American ideology. People want to
Trump genuinely care for America.
I beg you. What is the Trump? What genuinely?
Let me. I disagree with your last input there, but Baba T said to you that he's against colonization, basically, and of course we're all against that. But we should also be against neo-colonization, neocolonialism, like they call it, which is just simply an extension or a continuation or imposition of imperialistic rule by state over the nominally independent ones like Nigeria. And it's quite a shame, because by education, if all of our people in Nigeria, for example, Africa generally, if they understand how humiliating it is that we're being neo-colonized by this, for example, Nigeria, Britain, right? It's colonization. It's just that they're doing it by companies. They do it with capitalism, basically. That's why we don't have a common enemy that we can all then fight. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, because it's humiliating if you understand what's happening in Nigeria, where all through the 20th century and part of this 21st century, oil was gold. Look at what the Arabs did with theirs.
Okay, Pastor, sorry to cut you. Just a quick question to you. Do you think that right now, currently as we are right now, do you think that they have influence on our politics?
Of course.
Okay.
I mean, do you understand what it is for example, president of a country to go laying down like Buhari did, and Tinubu is doing now? You go to one of these people to lay down.
Do you think they have enough influence that they are the one picking our presidents?
Of course.
Okay.
And I know it's rhetorical because you want to highlight it, but I believe even market women, they know that. They pick our leaders. There's never been a head of state of Nigeria that's a head of state without the connivance of these people, especially Britain in our case. Now, you see what the people in the French who are ruled by the French who are more wicked. They had no respect at all for their colonies, right? So, but some of them are waking up. They're very weak states, but they're waking up and shaking them off. Then now, how do they try to have still hold those people down? Is to come and take Nigeria. In essence, this thing Tinubu is going over there. He has a lot of Nigeria has a lot of influence on Chad and all those countries that are shaking them off, right? Their power, their electricity, their oil. Some of them that don't have oil. It all comes from Nigeria. You know, he was actually going to invade Niger or Chad or some of these countries for France. So he just stopped because there was an outcry. This
Yeah, but this is the thing. Those three countries that I mentioned, I think in West Africa that are revolting against the system. Is it genuine revolt, or is it a different power block from Europe?
That's
what I'm not sure.
I'm not sure either because maybe Vladimir Putin from Russia.
Yeah, because to me something else is going on. Is it really the people revolting against the
Can I say
system?
something? Can I say something? What I see, sorry, Marty, there are many ways of explaining what happened with these three countries that just seceded from. I mean, they were seceded from the African ECOWAS. You see, these three countries. One thing you should understand is that they don't feel they belong in the club because, for one thing, is these three nations or countries they are led by military guys. And now, when you're a military guy in the midst of civilians, it makes you uncomfortable. Apart from that, is the threat that is being dished out to them that, oh, you people have to return back to democracy and all of that. And they felt that, no, we will do it at our own time and our own pace. The shenanigans of Russian stuff, like we've seen in history, in the Africa, especially in the African history of military takeovers, when they rush it, even when they don't even rush it too, still there's still blunder after they have to come back to the same problem they were avoiding in the first instance. You know, like what happened in Gambia. You know, and what happened even in Nigeria too is another test, another example we can say. You know, so but then the military, when the military left, they brought in even the more corrupt people than even the military themselves. So maybe they try to take their time to restructure their own respective countries and have it really ready to go, so that when they come, they put in place all the institution. I'm just trying to make the case for them. This is also just trying to intellectualize this here. But for me, I just believe that they believe they don't fit into that block anymore. For one thing, the threat of, oh, we're going to invade you, like we saw when Tinubu was doing that mess of international diplomatic blunder, when he had to start moving Nigerian military to the borders to go and invade. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You don't even have the power to do that. It's a sovereign state of their own. You know, well, we know that what they did was not right.
Pina, when is my turn?
Okay, please, come in, please. I'm just trying to, because nobody's talking, so that's why I'm talking. So go on, please, if you want to say something. Babati, I mean, is it Babati or is it Prince Daddy? Go on, we're listening.
Yeah, the video woman played earlier. You know, I made a mistake myself when I was trying to analyze or comment on it. The guy it's black water, not black rock. Did you know that?
Yeah, we know about what black water is. Yeah.
Okay, so the guy, and listening to the video for the second time, the guy mentioned Africa almost in passing, which is kind of which the problems of the countries he was referring to share similar faith with Africa. Okay, remember it was talking about the people coming into America invading the country, and we all can conclude that, look, yeah, they have black people among them, Arabs and Russians or Ukrainians or whatever, but majority of them are from Southern America. And that's what he was talking about. And he compared in the same breath, they compared that with Africa also, that it's pretty much a failed state for the most part. So Eric Prince's name, right? That guy, it was simply just telling us, look, you mentioned earlier, you don't believe in MAGA, or you think Trump is doing whatever he's doing for selfish reason, and the problem has to do with people like yourself, rational mind. You live in Chaz, right? Chaz. People that live in Chaz, they don't have a clue about what is going on in America. Um, they Yeah, they don't have a clue what is going on in America. I'm not sure how you see a man that's a multi-billionaire, wealthy, at his age. What exactly is he looking for to want to you know, one thing they never did about Trump was accuse him of stealing money from America, unlike the African politicians, because he never touched any money. He couldn't. Even his paycheck, he didn't collect a dime when he was the president. He gave all his salary for charity. He even take no money from him. So being 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 patriotic or nationalistic like Trump is not strange. If the African leaders had a modicum of sense and did the same thing, that means they have the interest of their own people. Life would be much better for a lot of African people. And when you pose the question, this Nigerians and is it Burkina Faso and Mali, right? This tripartite uh, uh, group, want to put it that way, is there whatever they're doing, is it genuine? Do they really care about their own people? I wish they do, or I wish they did, because if that been the case, I think that would be a real departure from how we see our African leaders or how they behave actually. But and if they can get the strong support of the rest of the African people, that'd be great. But I
But,
don't know. I don't.
Prince, what I was saying earlier is that even if those people fund the people that ordinarily don't have the power, they will get support from people who support their oppressors. That's the interesting part. Like even if they know that the people that are coming to take over from the current system are whites and foreign, out of disdain for the current system, I think they will opt for being controlled by white people if the face of that oppression is black. Sadly, they will go for it, in my opinion.
Well, is it okay? Well, I don't disagree. No, I don't disagree with that point. Given that, look, a lot of our we Africans, even people as far as people uh, that live in the rural areas, we are inundated and saturated with Western uh, life and globalization and internet. All these things don't make it easier. So I agree with that point. But initially, right after independence, most African countries like Ghana and some other ones, especially Ghana, like Kwame Nkrumah was at the forefront of Pan Africanism. The Ghanaians or some of these other countries, they believed in the well, I don't want to call it black power like in America, but they believe in black self um, interest and realization. They did. They believe they can do things themselves. They truly believe in complete freedom or independence from the white colonial masters. They did, but just like you said, I'm not sure in today's world that being the case. Globalization is really um, touching every life of an African person. And when we were talking the other, it was just yesterday with I think Mike and Allah. See, the Chinese, they're not stupid. These are people that are forward thinking, that saw what the future portends, and they were able to guard their own eyes, their mouth, meaning their country. the influence of the rest of the world, especially the Western world, from their own people, because they realize the danger of that,
But
releasing
Prince,
the minds of.
but Prince, why do we embrace it though? They rebelled against that. But why do we embrace that, even if it's like you said, it's very destructive, clearly, that mindset. But why do you think we embrace that mindset? Why do we do that?
Well, I did mention that when you have leadership or people that are forward thinking, and they are forward thinking in the sense that they are thinking for their own people. They have an idea or vision. Say, hey, this is where we want to go, or this is what we're trying to do. The most African countries, they're like just like it says in the Bible, an open city, a city without a wall. That's what it says. And a city without a wall simply means that anything goes. Anything goes. Okay, we are, you know, we can use Nigeria for example. Just like many of the problems that you find in America, especially in the black communities, um, mostly is being imitated in Nigeria, for example. And usually those kind of behavior or attitude come about as a result of lack of discipline, lack of strong family uh, orientation of background, which is almost antithetical to we Africans, because we always talk about how we are family oriented, community oriented, all those things. But you know, and you can say an epidemic is somewhat brewing in Africa, in Nigeria, that the government is not paying attention to because they have other things to think about. We having a problem of what they call now is become fashionable to have a baby mama. They talk about it on the internet.
Okay,
Having.
Prince, sorry to cut you short. Can you clarify something here? Now, you said leadership from Africa. Remember, in the 60s and 70s, African leaders that tried to rise up against this foreign invasion or continued dominance of Africa were either killed, jailed. You know what happened to them, right? So even if you have the right leader, sometimes doesn't necessarily mean that it will work out for you as a people. You see what I'm trying to get at here? So when you say leadership, is it that these people really want to do the right thing for you, but they know they are left with no choice than to just go along with the status quo, enjoy the loot like everybody else? If I dare speak up against this white supremacist in my continent, or I choose to do the right thing, I will be killed or jailed. I'm just trying to figure out which one is it. This is that they don't know, they're not smart enough to govern or to navigate that space, or they just gave in, like trying to learn from their producers. Like, man, I can't be like some of Thomas Sankara, for instance, or an Nkrumah, and I know how that ended up for them. So why would I want to try that at all? Or an MKO, or you see
Yeah, I see your
the
point. That danger is real. It is real, but the assassination, or be it the removal or displacement of African leaders right after independence, is less of a problem in today's Africa, if you ask me. Yes, the West can fund a political party and displace you. They will do a lot of that, and which they still do in a lot of ways. But this right out killing of African leaders, it's not a thing anymore. It's not. But we Africans, our leaders, are the people that are quote unquote thinkers. They're not like the children of Issachar. They don't know the time. We've had opportunity, especially right now, in the past 10, 20 years, to have partnered with the Chinese people. Okay, because China has a different approach to, if you want to call it, colonialism. They have a different approach. Um, and we and the Chinese would have been a good partner to sit down at the table with, uh, to um, to really forge a strong partnership relationship. Okay, and grow along with China. We had that opportunity, but like everything else, we don't plan. We didn't do the right things. We just want somebody to come. We could have just copied the Chinese model. It's there to be copied. America copied from Britain. Many countries, the British copied from, I don't know, the Romans and the Germans. Everybody always copies something from somebody and develop on it to become better. We have the Chinese model. Okay, what they did with the West. When China was coming to Africa, that would have been a great opportunity, okay, to have trained our workforce, our human capital, in such a great, large scale and partnership with the Chinese people to build our country. But no, but our leaders don't know any better but to leave our doors open. Okay, leave the doors open for Chinese import and buy cheap Chinese goods and other things. No, we don't really have thinkers, leaders. But say if you know the quality of leaders like Awolowo and Kwame Nkrumah, because believe it or not, back in the 50s and so in the 60s in Ghana was quite developed for a country. It was quite developed in so many ways. Awolowo was a great leader also because he had a vision for the Southwest at least, right? He could have a much better vision for Nigeria as a country. But we don't have our leadership or our government is so transient. It's so temporary in a lot of ways that we don't see that far. We're so myopic in a lot of ways in the way we do things. Unlike partnering with Russia may not be a great idea, but the Chinese, do you know the Chinese just like many Western countries actually after the European countries, they kowtow to the Chinese and the Americans. They're almost like vassal states as African countries are. When America says something, they kind of shaking in their boots. They do, they do, and even China has so much influence in Western Europe right now that they call the shots in a lot of ways. You wouldn't believe it. I'm telling you, Australia, where Thomas lives, these people are cowering. They're shaking their boots for China. China is dominating everything.
Even in the real estate booming stuff in Miami right now, Florida, Chinese they dominating that space, man. They are really they have the money. They have the money. But I'm just saying that for us, where do we go from here? It's like I don't see. On one hand, I'm torn between, do I give them a chance, which sounds ridiculous, to have somebody dominate this?
See, Babati, we don't have visionary leaders that could turn some kind of disadvantage that we have into some kind of success story, in the sense that we know Africa is disadvantaged. But you see, the leaders we have are just transnational leaders who are just there for them. You see, everything still boils down to the quality of leaders we have.
Oh, no, actually, African disadvantage in what ways?
Well, in a lot of ways, because we didn't come into the game earlier. We started getting most of the countries in Africa started getting their independence after the 60s. And why so many countries already made advancement, they've made a huge stride in technology and in societal. How they organize their own society. A lot of them are well more far ahead of us by the time we came into the game. And when we came into the game, we had to deal with a lot of issues within our own space. And, a lot of them which is the way they lump us together. In Europe, you see some very small countries that are not even up to the world of Southwest. They are a country of their own, and they are managing their space. But you try to bring in about 200 and something people together to live as a country. How's that going to be possible? So that is one challenge that some of the leaders they had. And, when that bickering, that infighting among themselves, they'll be distracted from governance. And a lot of other things also will make inroads and will derail whatever progress or whatever ideas that some of the leaders they have. So that's why I'm saying that we need to sit down and, I don't expect these leaders to sit down, because even here on this platform, we don't all agree as to which way forward. I mean, I'm not saying I have the best way forward, but even when some people, when you hear them, the way they propose, what they propose is like, nah, I don't think we're ready to move forward. So for me, I just see it as it's like a vicious circle that they will never, which I think my invariably, at the end of the day, would invite these people to come in, this imperialist and like this guy we saw in that video. They might, I don't know if you guys have seen, there was this video somewhere in Arizona or Texas at the border. There was this chief of police, and he was addressing, I think, a Democrat lawmaker, and he was saying that. I mean, why I'm even saying that was that he was talking about people moving, people that are at the border there trying to cross. They're not only Mexicans, they're not only Guatemalans, they're not only people from South America. Nigerians are there, Afghanistans are there, Iraqis are there, Iranians are there. A lot of other people from Nigerians. In fact, he mentioned Nigeria. I was like, whoa. When he mentioned that, I was like, wow. Nigerians at the border there, trying to come in. So why am I saying this is that they see this as a threat to America, because people, but that's why America thrives, because a lot of us who came here, I don't know some of you are here, but for me, I went through a lot of background check and all of that. They subject me to a lot of, before I could even make it down here. So I wasn't born and raised there. So my point is that is why they could keep track of me. If I move anywhere, one day they know. So these people coming in, you don't even know who they are. You don't even know anything. They could come and then it could be national security matter. So I understand if some people are kicking back at the lax rule that maybe the Democrat or the Republicans are their lack of not wanting to do anything about it. So my point is that Africa came in late into the game, and then they have their own challenges that they were facing, which is communal, which is clashing among themselves. Different ethnicity wants to dominate the other ethnicity. It's just a mess. And for me, I just believe that you see that we sit down and let us talk about Nigeria for now. See that Nigerians sit down and renegotiate that union and talk to ourselves and say, going forward, this is how we want to go. And if at any point anybody feels that it's not getting what he feels is what he's supposed to be getting, they are free to secede. That's how I see it. But trying to lump people together, this thing will continue. I've said it. There's no magic wand that you can bring. You cannot bring anybody that will do this. Not even Jesus Christ can solve the problem in Nigeria. Tinubu will not do. Tinubu will just make it worse. He lives there. Nothing's going to do is going to something. If we do not sit down, I don't know.
Can I interject a little bit?
You interject. Let me just end it this way. So for me, I don't know. Are we not seeing the problem Nigeria has? How can Tinubu solve it? How can Tinubu solve it?
Can I interject for 1 second?
Oh, we have only got this room now. Remy.
Ó ti sọ̀rọ̀ fún 2 hours lórí bọ̀bọ̀ yìí. Let us just interject for 1 second.
Ìgbà tó ti sọ Tinubu yẹn wọ́n.
Òun náà ni wọ́n jẹ́ wọn fẹ́ gbọ́ Tinubu lẹ́nu mi lọ́dún lè gbọ́ báyìí.
Àwọn lọ̀tẹ̀ bí Tinubu lẹ̀.
Kí ló ṣe fún ẹ?
Wọ́n máa rú jáde láti inú ihò ilẹ̀ tó bá wà ní wọn jáde ni.
Kí ló dé Prophet of Doom ní ẹni?
Wọ́n ti fi ìgbà tó ti dárò ó ti finá mọ́
inú
nínú kòkò nínú ìwọlẹ̀ wọ́n máa tú jáde burúkú.
You should go to, okay, now, rational mind, you have been talking about Tinubu, and you're seeing that he's not going to do nothing. To me, you are just like a prophet of doom, as usual. You are not optimistic about him, but I doubt if you're...
Let me ask you a question.
No, let me finish. If you're
continue question, you have the floor. You will continue. You have the floor now. Are you saying that Tinubu is better than Obasanjo? Is that what you want to tell me?
To me, Tinubu just ruled for nearly 8 months or 7 months now. Obasanjo ruled Nigeria for more than 15 years. 8 years, another 3 years or 4 years as a military dictator. That is 12 years. In that context, we have to wait if Tinubu will rule for Nigeria for 8 years. Then we can now compare and contrast. But for 8 months, comparing to 12 years, can you yourself ask yourself, on what basis do you want to compare?
It's 9 months, or it's not 8 months, or it's 9 months.
9 months to 12 years. Can you compare?
Don't give me this 8 months, 9 months.
Okay, let me continue. I just give you I just throw it back to you. So you have been saying you do not expect nothing from him. Why not give him a benefit of chance?
You always say nonsense. Rational man always say nonsense. Idiot.
Who is talking, please?
Continue.
Who is
Gani,
talking?
can we be respectful? Come on, let's not do that, man.
Let me continue. So,
Don't do that, man. Come on.
you have been saying that, and to me, I think this guy just 8 months. And if you look at the indices and his economic plan, it made a mess. Everybody know what happened. He's trying his best. Maybe it's not good enough now, but we never can tell what will happen tomorrow on the next few months. I think that we have started to see some clarity.
What clarity? What are we? Boy, don't come here and using this and spewing this your Agbado narrative here.
No, there are one Ben.
They
relax, they calm down. Calm down. We are just talking about this guy.
I know, I'm pushing back at you. No disrespect.
Remy, let me say something. Yeah, rational mind, I can't stop saying this. When you want to implement, you see our strategic level. When you are taking a position strategically, it's a long-term thing more than the short-term. And I keep asking you, we've seen this guy do this thing before. It's not today.
Which guy? What guy did do what?
Tinubu now.
What did you do? Johnny should know. What did you do? We do it before.
If I make an example of that of Lagos State now, people will say, Lagos State. Listen to me, Baba. Listen to me. Let me even laugh first of all.
Do before.
Wait now. Listen to me.
There's a correlation.
No. There is a correlation.
Kini correlation Lagos pẹ̀lú Nigeria.
Let me land.
We are talking about current situation.
At least let me land.
Lagos yẹn gan pàápàá náà ó fail ní now. Ẹ dẹ̀ máa pọ́n lébi pé kinní kan.
Ẹ jẹ́ kí n land now.
Baba Jale Koko.
The thing is, when Tinubu got to Lagos had revenue issue. Lagos had problem with refuse collection. Lagos had problem with major highways. Now, when this guy got to that place, he realized that money, just like Emefiele was doing, the money that was supposed to be going to the purse of Lagos State government.
I think boy, this is becoming so.
Let me laugh. Do you want to okay. Tinubu is the worst leader since
class. What is the refuse and revenue all the time? Let us forget about all those are old stories.
I know you are saying this because I still maintain that Showore is still an incompetent leader.
The least competent.
Is not the issue. That is not the issue.
I know that
Allah is fighting you back since almost 4 hours ago. He's still fighting back.
I know. I know he's fighting me. See, what I'm saying is this: when you look at the step that the CBA, this government is taking, it's a long-term thing. It will work for us in the long term.
Long term money. Buhari àti àwọn èèyàn tó wà ní.
Baba Ademaso, this is why Mama so look, at least you do activism.
All these are old news. Ofela ti fi kan rí sí all these are old news. Let's forget about old news, man.
Can you sing that song again? Sing that song again for all the person.
Old news. All this old news. We don't
let the man let him say that is his time now. Let him see what he has to say.
He have said it, or I have said this for 50 years. 50 years, Ola have repeated this.
But that's his time now. Let the man talk now. That is his
Oshodi. Oh Lord, Dano ni Lásàmàjà. Ó gbà wọ́n bì kan. What is it again? Let's talk about what is going on in Nigeria today. How is this solving it? What
can
can
I
it
talk
do?
before I step away? At least I've been here.
Let the
for
man
more than
express himself. I mean, that's what he wants to
You
say.
understand? If one man will not even give me chance, I stomach that, and I want to speak after hours, and
Okay, Remy landing, no? Wow, you come after Remy.
I come after Remy. I've been here. I've been
all right.
here.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Okay, you're right. Remy,
sometimes because we stomach something, sometimes doesn't mean that someone is not silly. Something, you know. This thing they can't just continue.
No. I forgot totally. When you were quiet, you know, I didn't know maybe you were here, so that was why we all went. So, if you want to talk,
sometimes I stay quiet just because I'm doing something, but at least when I show,
Ola, go ahead, Gary. Go ahead.
So the point, a solution provider, when you send into a place, we look at what is on ground, and if a person like a rational mind that you've been in the construction company, you don't go into construction without even doing your survey, without looking at the type of property of soil you have. No. Wait. Now look at this place. This guy got to the government, and the first thing, he knew quite well that our monetary system was messed up. The first thing he did was to audit the CBN. It was the CBN that revealed the rot in the system. And see, what this man is doing is going to take time, even for investors to even trust you. Foreign investors did not run away for the sake of it. Those people that were investing and those people that were supposed to be bringing investment into your country were running away from you just because of what Emefiele and Buhari did, and you expect this man to perform miracle within 1 year. Let's be realistic in the way we criticize sometimes, so that we can be seen as a solution provider and not just some kind of random rabble rousers. Now, look at it from this angle. I make an example the other time. Rational Mind is a foreign investor investing in Nigeria. You have some kind of now Nigeria is having some kind of trade deficit of $7 billion, and Rational Mind is unable to take his money back to America. Now tell me, you as a Yoruba man, they say ẹni tó jìn sí kòtò ó kó ará yòókù lọ́gbọ́n. Do you think all other investors are stupid and they will still want to bring money? The repercussion of what Buhari did is what we are seeing now, whether we like it or not. But now they've cleared the backlog to 2.2 billion. It simply means if we continue this way, probably in the next 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months.
But then why is the dollar keep going? Why does the dollar keep going up then if they are clearing?
So all this thing I'm saying, you don't really understand the implication.
Oh God! Now, so I can't ask you any question now anymore.
Foreign investors are not bringing dollars to your country. So
why are they not bringing dollars? Why are they not bringing dollars?
So all this thing I'll be explaining now. This is what I'm saying. When you don't allow people to explain and you just cut, this is it. I said what Buhari did, we had backlog of dollars that were supposed to have been repatriated by the investors. And Buhari and co, they were dealing around tripping with our dollars, and they were not paying investors. The question you ask yourself, why did United Arab Emirates stop allowing Nigerians? Why did some airlines stop flying to Nigeria? So if someone brought their dollars to into your economy and they were unable to take their dollars back, and you still want more people to bring dollars into your country. So now, when those people are not bringing dollars to your country, what is going to happen? You are going to have short supply of dollars, and you are still asking me why is dollar scarce? Dollar is scarce because those people that brought dollars into the economy in the past, they were unable to repatriate their money. That's it. So this guy is clear all those mess, and we still expect miracle from him. You understand? See, I'm not saying this man is perfect, but where he's doing very well, let us say. Where he's doing badly, let us say. If you ask me, is he doing enough in the area of security? I would say no. I've not seen that in the past because that should be emergency. But is he doing well? Is he repositioning the economy? I would say yes, because strategically, I can see what he's doing. Like it or not, subsidy, although I'm still trying to analyze what IMF is saying because I want to be very careful with that international politics too. I don't know why the pump price is not rising. So I don't just want to just join the bandwagon and start and say, oh, subsidy has returned, because I cannot see that subsidy in our budget. So where's that subsidy coming from? I don't know. Is it possible that the
demand for petrol has also
is coming through the back door? Ola, this is very simple. You don't
it's
need
coming
to
through
have
the
it
back door? How
in
is it
your
funded?
It's coming through the back door because the agency. Hold on, Rola. Hold on. Because the agency of the government is in charge of the petroleum importation and distribution in the country. Only NNPC that is in charge of importation, and this NNPC is the regulatory body. See, is that the way
No, I will ask Ajaneko one question. Just hold on. I will ask Ajaneko. The question is this: How did you know this?
Hold on now. NNPC is the regulatory body. NNPC is the sole distributor of this thing. So NNPC can crook their book. NNPC can crook their book to show that.
How is that subsidy funded? I'm interested because the past subsidy we know.
Are you telling me that IMF is lying against Nigeria?
It's not the point. I want to know how it's funded.
Hold on, Ola. This is what we like doing.
No, because
sometimes
IMF is saying it. I want to know.
Hold on now, Ola, hold on. IMF cannot publicly say this if they don't have fact to that effect.
That's not my point.
Okay, what's your point?
Say, okay, anytime I told you anything in the past, I will come and prove the point, irrespective of the institution, the reputation of the institution that said it. I will not just say because institution A made this statement, and I will just come and support it without looking through the fact and figure. I'm not saying IMF is lying. Did I say that? I say I want to know the metrics. Is what I'm asking you. If you have the metrics, let me know.
And I'm telling you what is behind it. And
no, what is behind it is not the issue. How is it funded? I want to know how something is funded.
Are you telling me that NNPC cannot crook their book? Not to show their book again. Look at this guy, as if Nigeria run transparent in the management of the state. Anything that government in Nigeria control is deep in corruption.
I don't agree with you totally.
Oh, you will never agree now because this is your party man government. You can't agree. Is it not the country? Hold on. Is it not the country that borrowed behind the door, and that fund borrowed, it does not reflect in the what do you call this agency record? What do you call what was that?
IMF
debt management. No, okay. Debt management record. I mean, as if we don't know that country is wrong.
It's a question I asked. Okay, I was expecting this kind of answer from you. Oh, okay. NNPC is giving maybe instead of selling $70 per barrel, is giving crude oil to marketer at 40 at the rate of 40. Maybe NNPC instead of selling the crude oil to marketers importers are using dollars, he's selling in naira. Those are the kind of fact and figure I'm asking. I want to know why. Because do you know why I'm saying? Now, I've said it here before. Even there was a time the international price of crude oil was like $40 in the market, but because Canada, they have oversupply. They have oversupply in Canada. Crude oil was going for as low as between $9 and $12 per barrel in Canada here. Those people, those countries that are not part of OPEC, they don't sell. Sometimes they don't sell as high as OPEC. I just simply ask a question: how did you come about it? The next thing I'm hearing is this. The question is, IMF may be saying the truth, but I want to know where the truth is coming from. Did I ask for too much? So it's not about moving in cycle, because I understand what a publicity means, or this kind of propaganda when you lie against the government. Even let me tell you one thing: Obama even believed lies against Jonathan right in our country there. So who said that international organization cannot be misinformed? When we talk of IMF and World Bank we are talking about, do you think they just go and they sit down there and they have machine they are using to monitor data from Nigeria? They find a way to get the source of the information from within Nigeria and those people dealing with Nigeria too. So we don't know where the lies might come in between. That's what they call it, information asymmetry. You can't tell me that you don't know what they call information asymmetry. That you will see the fact that the fact will be on guard, but some people will distort the fact along the line, and reputable organization will still believe in that particular information they are getting. So I just want to know how. That's what I ask. Because like I told you, while people were telling me selling crude oil for 40 something, Canada, there was a time they were selling for between $9 and $12. And the international market was for about $40 something. So I don't just want to, because it's IMF, yes, they are a reputable organization, I know, but then you don't just say because they say that, and if I can't see the fact, then I say, well, yeah, NFPC can cook book, but I would rather wait for the financial report before I can even talk. I can take a bold step. I don't do that. I was giving an example here the other time that we're a reputable company right in America there. You understand? They were filling 3/4 of their reservoir with water, and they were pouring they were pouring olive oil in the remaining, just to deceive investors, and investors will invest in this thing. In America there, and you have every monetary you have every policy, you have every mechanism to monitor everything. When Aaron was cooking the book right in America there, you have one of the best the auditors to certify everything okay until the bubble burst. What are we talking about? No system is foolproof. I'm not saying IMF is lying, but I just want to make sure that propaganda is not flying. That's what I'm saying. So going back to Tinubu issue, I said it here, and I will still repeat it again. What Tinubu should have done immediately while doing all those things is increase workers' salary. I keep saying it, that is not negotiable. Why we are feeling the impact of this bad thing now? Number one, you float naira.
Ola, when you are talking, please consider inflation along the line, please.
Yeah, I know. Of course, because of the inflation, because of everything, the naira floating, removal of subsidy.
Remy is telling you shouldn't consider worker salary because of inflation.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Ola already understand what I'm
saying. When you did all those things, honestly, worker salary is supposed to follow immediately, because number one, you want to create a liquid market. You want to create a situation whereby because everybody want to mark up their things. Someone selling egg that will still send his children to university. How will he get that money? You have to mark up. The person that depends on house rent, what will he do? If you were renting for 5,000 before, you jack it up to 20,000, because you are going to the same market as others. You use what you have to get what you want. But now the government workers now cannot do that because they are on fixed salary. So you have to jack it up for them too. So they are too slow in that area. That's the only one I will not accept. And Tinubu is too slow on security. No matter what. So those are the things that you cannot tell me about Tinubu. I will never accept. But every other thing you are using to just bring this guy down, that is not, I will not accept that. But security, worker salary, I will accept that. But now telling me that, he's destroying the economy, I will ask you how? By cleaning up the mess within the CBN, by returning those people that have no business in Abuja, that just to collect extra code whenever they come and work in Lagos, by returning them to Lagos. So are you saying that is not a clear move? Paying backlog to give foreign investor confidence. Are we saying it's not making a good move? Yeah. Now, so what exactly are you expecting him to do? I'm not saying we should not talk about the bad government. Let's be realistic about what we are saying.
What people are saying is that all these measures that is taking is not having impact in the economic well-being of the people. So everything he has done it can be described as failure so far, because it has brought more hardship on the people. This is where we find ourselves in that country now. You can't be telling me that you are repositioning the economy to work better when my economic well-being is being destroyed by what you are telling me you are repositioning. What kind of repositioning is that?
Okay, I will ask you a question.
Are you in the government to make life miserable and hardship for the people?
As of last year, how much of our revenue were we using to repay debt? How much? What percentage of our revenue were we using to service our debt?
That we were using, or we are using now, or we were using.
Not that we were using. We were using.
It was around 97 or 98% or 95%. Between 95 yes.
Now, how were we subsidizing for oil then, for fuel subsidy? How were we subsidizing?
Borrowing.
Well, it's borrowing.
So now, when we're using 90% of our debt, of our revenue to service debt, and we're still borrowing. So what will happen to recurrent debt?
Okay, all these questions.
No, I'm just asking. No, Aizon, come online. Don't say I'm defending. Come online and come and give your metrics. See, there's a difference between someone defending, you are defending nowhere, and you are being realistic.
Hold on, all this being realistic or not be realistic. This is not what he promised the people.
I agree.
So all these realistic, they are saying that I should be realistic for what?
We are not supposed to be.
Did he tell us to be realistic?
No.
Did he tell us to be realistic?
We are supposed to be informed.
So okay, no.
Which realistic is that?
Hold on.
When you are campaigning, you are telling I'm a away for my
No, it's not that. It's not that.
Are you? Who was he deceiving?
Not have done anything. No, what should have done differently?
What should we? Hold on.
No.
Hold on. I will tell you what you would have done differently. I will tell you what Showore will have done differently. Showore will not remove that subsidy, but fight the corruption around that subsidy. So, and Showore will have done it. The problem.
What do you mean will have done it? With the country paying
hold on.
97% of their money, revenue on debt servicing. Where is he going to get the money?
The problem with the oil subsidy, they know it, but they don't want to solve it. All right? They know those people that are taking that money for free. So the corruption around it is what you should have targeted and solve it right there, and not take the benefit of the poor people and make life miserable for him. For the people. We can make use of technology. There are a lot of things that you can put in place to stop that corruption, but they don't want to do it. So, and
Showore will have given Nigerian people, Nigerian children, free education, which will have been a big savings for Nigerian parents to university. So there are a lot of things.
All of these things you are saying,
look, let me tell you.
Under 7 months.
Hold on, man. Hold on. There are a lot of, look, any government that does not carry out people's oriented program, people's based program, that country can never be a great country. Can never develop.
Are you attaching all this?
Go and look at every country, even China that you are talking about.
Are you attaching the program of this Shoshore to resources we have? The question is how much revenue
are you telling me?
we make?
You see, the problem with you guys, is that you have been brainwashed. You guys have been brainwashed by this politician that Nigeria doesn't have nothing.
I earn, let's say I earn 100,000 a year, and I'm now saying, okay, I want to buy 500,000 worth of a property, and I'm saying I will pay everything down immediately, and you know clearly that I have like 100,000 a year. So the question is this: how do you balance your resources against your program? Now, the same Showore we increase worker salary to 100,000, right? It will give free education from primary to university. It will fight corruption. It will, with what?
Okay, no, hold on right there. Hold on right there. With all the revelation, with what has been revealed to us concerning the looting during the Buhari's administration, that's enough to tell you that we have that money to give free education and pay workers that huge money.
So
hold on, you people are just being brainwashed.
So
politicians, I mean, they are presented, you know.
So I want to ask you a question.
Falsehood to you people that Nigeria doesn't have any. We don't have the capacity to do this. We don't have the capacity to do this. But they can allocate. They can allocate. They can allocate.
There's nothing like a Yoruba land anymore. If Baba Jamiku who is Agbalagba of Yoruba land talking like this, you are a hater.
Can you let me?
Really hater.
You don't need to disrespect me. Let me speak. You don't say Agbalagba is talking like this. If you want to speak,
Agbalagba Yoruba, Agbalagba Yoruba, come and sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí. Ó ga
o. Can you speak to the issue instead of disrespecting someone?
I don't understand. I mean, this
all right?
Yoruba.
Speak to the issue and don't. Yes, speak to the issue.
A question, please.
So this problem is because we have been brainwashed. Politicians have deceived us for so long that we are a country that lack the capacity to do anything good for Nigerian people, and you people just buy it. But you can see them. Hold on, let me land. You can see these people, the way they allocate money, you see the way they live big, you see the way they allocate big money for themselves, but yet you believe that, yes, we don't have anything for that.
Was just a wide and broad statement. He has no fact to it. Okay, now, Baba, when Awolowo was alive, if Awolowo speak, he was coherent. He will tell you how he was going to do resources. But since this man you are promoting, Showore, you are saying, he is just making blank.
You don't never listen to him. What do you mean he's making blank? You never shown interest to listen to him. That is the problem.
Baba, I belong in the same aspect that Showore belongs to. I may not be a big fish like a Showore with all these student union politics. And Oshowore is still reflecting student union.
It is not student union. You don't listen to him. You never listen to him speak. That is why you can't understand him. You go and listen to you watch his interview, go and listen to his debate and a critical question being asked him, and you will know where he's coming from. He has all the solution to the answer. He has profound solution to so many the problem that we have in
my
Nigeria.
question is this. My
Someone
question
that cannot even inspire followership.
Okay, follow. Don't worry. Follow Tinubu now. To be only that you follow David and day you see.
No. You want to sell me a product. I cannot even believe in your product. Then
I mean the product you believe in is you have seen the benefit of the product that you believe in now.
We can't be blaming Nigeria.
Okay, don't worry now. This is the benefit of the you are reaping the benefit of the product of what you people believe in.
I'd like to take the question. No one will John to the long. Baba Danliku, this is my question. They are threefold. Number one, if Showore happened to be the president of Nigeria today, he will rule under the 1999 Constitution and as a democratically elected president of the country. If he happened to arrest some people and take them to court, I want to ask you a question. Those suspects, do they have opportunity to hire their lawyers to defend themselves?
Why not? Why wouldn't they hire their lawyer to defend themselves?
Thank you. And then government will also have to hire their lawyer to prosecute the case. Let's say he arrested a lot of people, and as we know, all these people you are mentioning, they are corrupt people, they steal a lot of money, and they get good lawyers, and they are able to defend themselves, and they were exonerated. What will happen?
Look, let me tell you. When
so I just asked you, what will happen?
Look. When you have a new sheriff in town, when you have a new sheriff in town, hold on. When you have a new sheriff in town, the system will change. You have a corrupt system. Hold on, listen, man. Listen. When you have a new sheriff in town, the system will change because Showore will surround himself with team.
Buhari was supposed to do that now. He was supposed to do that. So
let me answer the question.
The same Showore with
Can you let me speak?
But Remy, Showore wouldn't have pardoned the one found guilty, like all the user Kalu. He wouldn't have pardoned the guy, man. He would have let the guy go to prison. I know that one for sure.
Not even that. Not only that, Mike. What I'm telling you is that the people that Showore we have around him as his team are going to be people of competence that are ready to serve the country in the interest of Nigerian people. The Attorney General that is going to have is going to be a person that is ready to prosecute corrupt leadership that we had in the past. And they will prosecuting them. They're going to be thorough. They will provide the evidences, hard evidences against them in the court that be so difficult for judge to say, okay, I'm exonerating these people. It's because we still have these corrupt people everywhere. And that is why you see a situation where they take people to court, people being labeled or being charged for corruption, and they get away free. They get away free because they are not able to present part before the judge or the judges. Look, forget about the money. All their money, all they looted from the state will be taken away from them. And people will rise up from across the country to assist the government, because once the government has shown that it's committed to people's oriented program, people will come out. Civil servants have all the facts that they can present at the court against these people.
About Buhari. Buhari was supposed to be that person.
Forget about Buhari. Does Showore look like Buhari to you?
But that
does Showore look like Buhari to you?
But they told us that.
Does Showore look like Buhari to you?
Why do you want to compare Showore
the way Showore is going to run the government as the way Buhari did?
Baba, I will fight corruption is the easiest slogan.
Why do you want to compare Showore as the way Buhari runs the government?
Ola, you have to understand the difference is that.
Why is Ola talking like this?
Ola, Mike, no, Mike. You know, Buhari is not we have to arrest not a military man. Now, it will still have to depend on some of those people. Do you know that in Nigeria today, as the president, that the military, they can see undermine the president. Even the political leaders from different parts of the country, they can see undermine the president. So it simply means that you have to collaborate. You have to reach some kind of a compromise. So it's not that a straightforward thing that we think that, oh, we just go there and start giving command.
You know why it was very difficult for Buhari to prosecute very well is because a lot of the people that are already in the system came to join this. A lot of whole PDP guys come to APC, and then a lot of people that are part of this political party were people that are already in the system. But the difference with someone like, but the difference with someone like Jore is that if you're coming from like AAC, something like that, he's not coming into a system where a bunch of his party members are the one there. You understand? So it won't be. It will have more reason to prosecute and not look at faces.
And even say that they will not, if they want to join their party, they will reject them. All these crazy people, corrupt people, they will not allow them into
Ajale Koko. Do you know why I'm talking like this, Mike and Ajale Koko? See, I work in the private sector, in the banking system, right? Now, you expect that when you are in the private sector that you want to see almost zero lack of corruption because of the type of structure within that banking. Actually, the private sector, they are better than the public sector for sure. But even right in the private sector, even when I even work for a one-man business, people still find a way within the system to undermine. We have internal control. Almost every week, we used to take people to Babish police station. We used to take people to EFCC, Baba. That thing never subsidized within that system. To tell you how powerful people can be within a system. So, and that's a private thing that, okay, the leader of the bank will tell you, do this, do that. He gave everybody, in fact, people see undermine. But when
it doesn't change the fact that the most powerful citizen is still the president. I mean, who's more powerful than the president? Okay, let's use the case of all Jews or California. Hold on. Let's use the case of
no, Mike, wait.
Let's be real with ourselves now. Let's give an example. Let's use one simple example.
No, just a second. The most powerful person in a bank too is the MP. So it won't.
Forget bank. We are talking about this thing here, president. Okay, let's use one example now. Like all Jews or Carlo was found guilty. And he was pardoned. He was even running to be the Senate president. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? So it's almost like they find it difficult to prosecute one another, is what I'm trying to say here. Because they find it difficult. So that's why I'm kind of in the support of someone that doesn't know any of these people coming. So it's not like, oh, I've known you, I've met your wife before, I've met your children before. It'll be difficult for me to now allow you to go and spend 12 years in prison. Because all Jesus Okado was found guilty, he was sentenced to 9 years in prison. But they couldn't watch their friend go to prison like that because these people, they all know each other. You understand? So it's difficult. It's kind of like you go, everyone, people you know here now, you find yourself in government. It will be difficult for you to say, I want to sit now and watch Remy go to prison for 9 years now. You've known him for a while, for a long time. So that's why I think if Shore goes there, it's not like someone that knows people. I'm not saying this only Shore, even some strange person, even one of us here, if we become president. We don't know any of these people that are dead now, these politicians. We don't know them like that. So if they are found guilty, I'm not going to I want to pardon them.
You are correct on that politician, but this is what I'm saying. Look, if I reference what is happening in Lagos now, I say, well, I'm going back to Lagos again. Do you know that those people that steal most are not even the politicians?
Yeah, we know that. That's not the argument we're making. We are not saying who steals most or who doesn't steal most. That's not what we're arguing. We are trying to shift the argument. The point we are making is...
I'm not shifting the argument. No, my goodness. I'm not shifting the argument. I'm just telling you that you still depend on people. That's why I made reference to...
you depend on people. That's why you find... You know another mistake the government make? They use people that are already in the system, appoint them to be the one to be... monitoring. Hold on. This. Let me tell you another mistake. Let me tell you the real problem in Nigeria. It's just this party system. Like in a system, it's like you appoint people that are already in a system to police the system. So now, if this guy you made the new chief of EFCC, whatever, It's someone that already know all these ministers. They already know each other. They have some kind of connections. They are part of the elite family. Hold on, this is so hold on now. So when it's time for him to do his work, he knows that man that I'm about to investigate, I've met him before. I've met his wife. I've went to his party before. I went to his daughter's marriage before. So he'll be so reluctant to prosecute. But a person new, you have to bring someone completely new that has no connection to anybody in the political arena. So as someone like Jorge would do something like that, like we bring a guy from diaspora that does not know anybody. So if he's trying to do his job, he won't say this person I just I'm investigating. Oh, I've met him before. He was a nice man. No, he was the one. His daughter and my daughter went to the same school. So let me be easy on him.
Hear me out. Mike, hear me out. When Tinubu became the governor of Lagos State, when he was using 1.2 billion to pay salary every month, those people that brought in ghost workers, those people that were collecting government revenue to their purse were not even politicians.
But like you creating a different argument. There is only politicians that are corrupt. Nobody ever says only politicians that are corrupt. Even average Nigerian on the street is corrupt. We are creating a whole different argument.
I'm not argument, Mike.
You like to do trauma, you just like to create whole argument that no one is arguing against.
Okay, continue.
But you are talking as if we are saying that other people are not corrupt. It's only politicians. No one has said that now. Nobody says it's only politicians that's corrupt. Now we know that corruption is all around. So we just speaking on prosecution. That's what we are talking about. But you talking as if we are saying, oh, the only people who corrupt are politicians. No one else is corrupt. That's not what we are saying. I don't know why you do that. You just like to create a whole stick to the argument we are making here. Don't switch it to something else.
Are we still here? I mean, everybody went silent. So, all right. So
I want to have intellectual argument. I don't just want to argue into.
Yeah, I understand.
But stick to the main arguments. Because you're arguing about blue. I understand what I'm saying. Like we are arguing about blue, and then you start creating argument about purple. I'm like, come on now, don't move it. Stick to the one we are talking about. We are talking about prosecution, and then you start saying, come on now.
Am I shifting argument, or Mike is just dancing in his own space?
Well, I think everybody has a point, but I think
don't say everybody has a point.
You are shifting argument now.
Blue, not blue. Bala blue.
See, Mike is making my point tedious for me. That's why I kept quiet.
Okay, so you make your point, Mike.
Look, what I'm saying is this. I've told you that in my life, my system of combating corruption is always preventive. I don't do damage control. I want to make sure I stop you from the beginning. Don't even make that money difficult for you to stay. You know, when I refer to Lagos, what am I referring to? Well, I was not referring to politicians. So for people to know the basis of my argument, referring to Lagos will tell you that it's not about politicians. If I find myself in government today, I will not run after the politicians. I'm not interested in that. Because those people, they will fight me to finish. They will distract me. I don't have the military power to put them behind the bar. They can buy the Ministry of Justice. They can buy everybody. That is why we go with the strategy that Tinubu adopted. When I say Tinubu is working at strategic level, I know exactly what I'm saying. When I refer to the banking system, I know exactly what I'm saying. So the thing is this: those people stealing Lagos money that I will say they were civil servants. You put something in place to be able to monitor everybody. You put something in place to be able to eliminate ghost workers. Then you now realize that the money even going to individual civil servants were even more than the one going to the politicians. Because your politicians, you know those your politicians, okay, maybe you have 50 commissioners. But you are dealing with, let's say over several thousands of workers that are selling gradually. But by the time you put the money together, it's very huge. So I won't start running after people, but I want to know, okay, what are you doing there? Put a system in place. Make it difficult for them. Then tomorrow, I may not even be the one that will deal with all these politicians we are talking about, whether Malami and co, all those, because maybe I don't have the power today. Some may have that power in 30 years to deal with them, but I won't allow them to distract me. That's the strategy I will adopt. So now they are now saying, Showore will be coming, I'll be picking all those politicians and put them in jail. And I said, no, it's not an effective system because OBJ came out when he was even saying whether he was going to do it or not that time. He said, Bill Clinton called him and said, look, by the time you are pursuing this politician, eventually your people will turn against you because when you fight corruption, corruption will fight back. And you're distracted, you won't be able to do anything for the masses. That was how, allegedly, according to Obasanjo, that was how he changed his strategy that started focusing on the economy. So, believing that a messiah will come somewhere, one supernatural human being will be, if within the banking system, we could not even handle 12,000 workers that they were undermining. If you know the number of auditors we have in the banking system that people still steal every day, you'll be shocked. And that's supposed to be a private. I worked with a one-man business before, and people were still stealing other one-man business. Now, you are now talking of a system as big as Nigeria, where you have so many powerful people. When you will not be when the chief of the commander-in-chief will not be the person that will be passing judgment. That's what I'm saying. Okay, look at our electoral system now. Before they will tell you, oh, one population in, for example, in Ajakuta is 100 million. Look at the last election. Just because of that biometric things, we were able to trim these people down. People bringing people even from nearby the foreign country to come and vote in Nigeria. They could no longer do that because of lack of authentication. Or people may be arguing the result. That is understandable. Oh, it's not important. That's another argument entirely. But the question is this: we were able to eliminate some ghosts and some ineligible voters. That's a system. It's not perfect today. It might become very perfect in the next 30 years. That's how to build institution. But start chasing people that have already stolen money around. If you know how many people that have stolen government money in that Nigeria today, we are not even talking of 1,000 or just 1,000 people. Probably they are up to 10,000. How many of them will you pursue within 4 years and put in jail? And you think those people will be looking at you, they won't fight back? And all this, our security, all this, our enforcement agents that we want to use, they can be compromised too. So so
when Obi was saying that I will not close shop and I will start chasing criminal, it means that he was right? Is that what you're saying?
Of course, that's my system now. So that's what I said from the beginning.
And start chasing criminals. That's what Obi said. Okay, you see, the thing is,
of course, I won't chase criminal.
If I agree with you on what you just said, then we might as well just give up and just let these people, because.
I mean, I don't get the basis of
this.
Even myself, I'm confused. He said he will leave them alone.
But he has a point.
He will leave them alone and let them continue to steal. That's what he told us.
I don't think he said he will let them.
That's what he said. He said, I won't even bother about them. I will leave them alone. I will go and be chasing the civil servants.
I will chase them. That's what I said.
You will chase them.
Not chase them. But
you are leaving them alone then.
Well, of course, I will make sure that thing is very, very important.
Are you saying the money they stole or the money they will be stealing or the one they already stole?
If you leave them alone, they will still be stealing now.
Why is Tinubu probing? Why is he probing Emefiele and some other that is?
So Allah, you have left Emefiele alone, Abi.
He will leave them alone. Just steal and go.
So Allah, so would you have left Emefiele alone? Answer the question now.
Answer the question. Would you have left Emefiele alone?
There is an outlier. Of course, I won't leave Emefiele alone.
Okay. You are contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not contradicting myself. No. I'm not contradicting.
That's what you did, man. That's what you just did. I beg.
No. Emefiele. No. You see, one thing about our argument is this: we like to be totalitarian. You understand? So when you say something, you like to be totalitarian in the sense that if I said I'm not going to do things, doesn't mean there won't be outliers. I'm just talking of the majority of my policy, my strategy will focus. Okay,
so now you're changing it. You change some of them or not all of them?
A person like Emefiele, I've explained the reason.
Okay, you go after some of them.
Because Emefiele is destroying and
there's no difference between Emefiele and the other one stealing, man. They are all stealing. Stealing is stealing.
Okay, I don't see. Like I said, this is the kind of argument I don't get involved in. It's not a big deal.
Really?
Of course, I don't get involved in the cherry picking. I've told you, when you are talking of policy, you talk something in major. You don't start doing micro. I won't be chasing those people that have stolen money. A Mefele situation is totally different. A Mefele
What's different?
an entire. Emefiele is not the person I'm pursuing when you look at it. What the rot in the CBN is what I'm pursuing. And once I'm trying to fix the rot in the CBN, there's no way Emefiele will not be mentioned there.
But Emefiele created the rot now. I mean,
I'm cleaning up, Mike. I'm cleaning up an institution that Emefiele headed. And there's no way I'll be cleaning up that institution.
And then if you clean the institution or you put Emefiele in charge, it will still corrupt it.
Mike, I don't have answer for you.
Just say I'm winning your argument, man. Just say and keep, just say you're losing. You're losing the argument.
I don't have to win any argument. I'm just giving my opinion. So I'm not saying I want to be right. I want to be wrong. If you want to win argument, you can win argument. I'm just putting my opinion, what I feel I will do. That's what I'm saying.
It's a bad strategy. So Showore's strategy is better than your own, man. I mean, it's way better than your own.
See, Mike. I'm not too young. I'm experienced enough to know who is just talking to, who is just paying to the gallery. You understand? When Tinubu was coming, when Buhari was coming, Buhari was telling us that he was going to make a dollar equal to a naira, right? Just see all those kind of statements. You know, there are some kind of statement you just made that.
What does that have to do with the corruption point you're making?
Showore said he was going to pay workers 100,000.
No, I'm not arguing about that one. I'm arguing about the corruption one. Because you're saying you leave the big politicians, you don't start going after the small fish. That's what the FTC have been doing now. They're going after Yahoo boys. They're arresting them. They're going after the small people in the civil service. And when you have a minister heading the same agency, hold on now. The minister that's heading the agency is not the one that's supposed to be doing that work. He's looting himself. He's corrupt. So his own people working in the agency know that the minister is there corrupt. So they're corrupt. Just like Bessie, the agency she was administering. If the workers that know that she's stealing all the money, they will be doing it too because they know that our guy is doing it. But if a guy is disciplined, a guy is not, the minister doesn't tolerate corruption, she's doing her job. It's her job to even be tackling the corruption within that agency, not the president. So that's who you have to deal with. But you are telling us that you leave Betty alone to be looting and you be going after people working under her. Are you kidding me? Come on now.
Okay.
That's your argument.
Does any of you have access to this StreamYard? Because I need to bounce. So, Mike, do you have access?
Mike may have access. I don't have access.
Mike,
I take 1 month too. Yeah, he give you access for a few days. I take you. I don't think
if you want to go, you can put us in the background. So that's what you can do. I don't have access. And
okay, so
I don't even want to have access this day because I'm that busy. Even this one, I come one. I don't really have that time. Otherwise, I will have gotten access.
All right, because I need to end it. Because I need to go to bed.
Yeah, no, you can put us in the background.
Yeah. All right. So, guys, thank you everybody for showing up and our listeners. Hopefully, we'll be back in about a few hours time from now. One man will be back to bring us some more stories and more happenings in Nigeria. And I want to say. Big thank you to everybody and shalom, I would say.
Hola,